All right, so let's talk about newsletter sponsorships. Sometimes these are also called newsletter placements or just newsletter ads. And what we're going to talk about in this video is just starting that conversation, reaching out to the newsletter to see if they're even open to advertising, someone advertising or putting a sponsorship in their newsletter. Most are. That's generally how they make revenue, but some aren't, and that's totally cool. So, but it's a very simple and straightforward conversation because we're basically approaching them and saying, "Can I give you money?" Right? So there's not really any posturing, any positioning that needs to be done. We can just come in and pretty simply ask. So here's an example of an opening email that I say with variation, but I'll send like a dozen of these out a day to different newsletters. So subject line is just, hey, sponsor the newsletter, question mark. Hey, person's name that we found, really like, really dig, am loving your newsletter, whatever it's called. Can I ask, are you open to someone sponsoring the newsletter? And what we'll show you here is some replies that this is one particular conversation. So I took out the names, but the names in the newsletter itself, but this is an actual conversation that I just copied and pasted into a doc here. So let's kind of go over what was said. The person replied, "Hey, thanks for reaching out. Appreciate you checking out the newsletter. Glad you enjoy it. Everyone always likes a little compliment." So he was saying, yes, he would be open to a sponsorship. He was planning on rolling out sponsorship soon. So this is kind of an ideal situation because this person doesn't have a sponsorship setup already in place. So that means more than likely he's going to be more flexible as far as pricing, amount of copy you get, maybe the number of ads that you can place in multiple weeks for a good price, those kind of things. So this is kind of ideal, which is really nice. And then he asks, what kind of budget are you working with? This is also a very common question. People always want to know what our budget is so they can figure out how much to charge. I generally never want to answer that question, as you'll see here in my reply. So I replied, this guy got back to me super quick, so appreciated that. And I mentioned that I didn't want to push him into any sponsorship before he's ready because he mentioned that he was just planning on rolling them out. But depending on what we could collaborate on, I could be ready next weekish. And then here's where we're talking about the budget part. To be honest, I'm brand new at this and I don't have a budget in mind. I was hoping we could start with a one paragraph blurb, or depending on your copy length, you might just take out one paragraph and just say, I'm just looking for a little blurb, a little spot, something like that, something that makes it at least sound small. And then what kind of price would work for you for a test? And that's what we want to do. We want to test this. We don't want to make any kind of long-term commitments before we have data. So I personally like to come off as the newbie. I like to come off as the person who doesn't really know what's normal, what's going on, the general standards. So I can always kind of play that newbie card. I like that because it just gives me kind of the, well, gee shucks, I didn't know approach. If I come in too low or say, make a faux pas of some kind, be like, I didn't know. So that's generally the stance I like to be, even when I've been doing this for a long time. So yeah, like I said, I'm new at this. I don't have a budget in mind. What can we work out? So he replied back, no worries. I'm not rushing him because I mentioned the take all the time he needs. He can do a release, which was, I think, a week, the next week, or the same week, and the following week, something like that. So he was initially thinking 1 to 2 sponsorships for $100 for a newsletter release. The one paragraph blurb, perfect. Yep, and I said I could be ready on the 19th, which I think was the following week. But I realized I didn't get like very basic information from him. He's telling me price, but I don't know if it's a good price or not, right? I need to know how big the list is, what the average open rate is, the click-through rate, which is CTR. That way I can figure out how many clicks I'm going to get on average, or can estimate how many clicks I'm going to get for this newsletter. And that'll help me determine if the price is good, right? So he's all right. He's got 2,500 people, open rate 25%, 1% click-through rate. So, decent, not great. I would like to see a higher click-through rate for sure. little higher open rate, but it's not bad. Yeah, I don't think we discussed it before. Says he'll also share it on LinkedIn. Cool. It's a nice little bonus if they'll throw that kind of thing in, but I don't really get into it. But that was pretty much the whole conversation. At that point, when we're talking, that price was good for me. $100 a newsletter for this amount of subscribers, and the numbers backed out. So I said, looks good. What do we do next? And the next steps from there that I didn't include in there were simply taking care of payments. Took care of payment. It was either through PayPal or Stripe, something like that. And then I emailed him the copy and tracking link that we wanted to use. Now, one thing, this conversation was one of my first. Actually, I think this might have even been the first placement that we got. One thing I try to do now is I try to make sure that they are okay with my copy before, definitely before I send them any money. In this case, I had sent him money, and then you can occasionally get into the scenario where it's a little rough. You've sent them money, and then you send them the copy, and they're like, oh, well, we can't really run this. How can we change it? And, a lot of the times I don't want to change the copy. So had I not sent them money, I probably would have just told them that it wasn't going to work and go from there. But yeah, so generally, before sending money, get your copy approved. And once they approve that, then send them the money. That way you have everything lined up. You've got your numbers, you've got the copy that you're going to use, and the tracking link. And it's a very smooth transaction from there. You just send them the money, they mail it on the date, and that's the whole shebang. Next up, we will talk about examples of pricing negotiations. I'll do that in the next video. Okay, so let's talk about negotiating price in the newsletter. We'll walk through an actual conversation that happened. You'll see a lot of slang and not very professional information as far as like names. After an email or two, you'll see we're pretty familiar with each other, and you drop off the professionalism and make it very human, which is great because that's what you want. You want to be on. You don't want to be all stuffy and buttoned up with people in these kind of transactions. It generally helps to be on their good side, and it'll generally help you get a better deal. Hopefully you'll see that in this. So in this example, same approach. Sponsor the newsletter. Are you open to someone sponsoring the newsletter? This guy hadn't had sponsorships, and he was looking at, but he hadn't run any sponsorships, but I believe he was looking at them. So he was looking for a flat fee of some kind per newsletter. I was just wondering if that's doable. He was telling me he has 13,000 subscribers and a good open rate. So I was like, yeah, we can probably figure that out. Flat fee, he said a few $100s. My reply was like, yeah, we're probably in the same ballpark. So let's keep talking. Your audience and open rate are in line with the ranges we're looking for. Then I asked what his click-through rate was and if he had a specific investment amount in mind, which we'll come back to in just a second. Click-through rate varies, which can kind of be a little bit of a red flag. It was obvious that this guy was a kind of a one-person shop, and he generally wrote about the things that interest him as opposed to his audience. So that's why there was the variability, right? It could be as low as 2%, and some as up to 8%. He was kind of new, like I said, and since he's writing about what he wants to write about instead of what the audience wants to hear about, that's why he had such big swings. But hey, I mean, when you're new with a newsletter, that's bound to happen until you get your stride and really figure out what your audience wants to hear. So it wasn't really a deal breaker for me, but it's something to just keep in the back of your mind. Then he said, what do you mean by investment amount? I wasn't clear there. I used too big of word, or not big words, but too professional speak, right? With this person, we're very casual. Even at this point, even just within an email or two, there's no send off or sincerely yours or anything like that. And his first reply is just, hey, mate. So yeah, you can be so we were very casual at this point. I should have just said, how much do you want? Or how much are you looking for? Something like that. And that's what I asked in the next email. What kind of price do you have in mind? Thinking $400. And yeah, it was kind of it was very wishy-washy. I didn't really like that price, and the way he's talking about his numbers and how the swings. Yeah, wasn't really digging it, so I probably would have walked away at a $400 price. But he also asked, then, are you an agency or are you looking to sponsor something directly? Which is a totally fair question. People will ask that. If you're looking to place your own ads, or if you're an agency, I personally don't see a whole lot of a difference, but I think people just like to know who they're talking to, who they're working with, and if there's going to be a lot of back and forth between an agent, a client, and them, that kind of thing. So I just told them, nope, we're not an agency. We can run ads for our own newsletter. Hope that's cool. And then, like I said, I wasn't big on that price. So I asked, is there any wiggle room on the price? And then I gave him a pretty good justification. I was running the numbers, and even if it was at 4%, we'd only be getting 200 people seeing our page. That's not even opting in. That's just even seeing it. So $400 for just 200 eyeballs, it was a little high for what I was looking for. And that's what I wanted to get across to him. But then, so yeah, I was telling him my problem, but then I also wanted to put this in a positive light, because me and Travis both are like, we're not really the type who want to just beat people down and try to nickel dial. It doesn't leave a good taste in the mouth. So I wanted to end it with something like, your newsletter seems great. We definitely want to run multiple if it performs well. What can we do? Is how I ended that. So I'm putting the ball back in his court. I want them to come back to me with a number, because I could have thrown a number in here like, hey, could you do whatever? And that generally is going to put someone on the defense. So I want him to suggest a number. And as you'll see, he came down quite a bit on his price. He asked, he still wanted me to put out a number. What price did you have in mind? Super appreciate him asking, but I don't want to insult him. So what's the best price that he could give me without being mad? And that line has worked so well for me over the years. What's the best price you can give me without being mad at me? What's the best you can do without being mad at me? Because I don't want him to be mad at me. I want him to be happy with the deal as much as I am. And as you'll see, he came down quite a bit. We went from 400 to 250. And there is something to be said that maybe in that situation, I should have tried to talk him down a little more, because he might feel like, because when I replied back, I was like, yeah, let's do it. He might have felt on his end that he's like, dang, I went too low. So there is the case to be said that maybe I should have tried to get it at 200 and then settle that 200 or 225, whatever he comes back with, just to fight a little more, to make him feel like he wasn't just giving up ground he didn't need to. But it worked out good. He was happy with that, and we moved forward at the 250 mark. So that was the end of that transaction. Next, we will talk about price and copy negotiation after mailers happened. So we'll get into that in the next one. In this video, we're going to talk about renegotiating the price or copy after you've already done a mailer. So the scenario here is I bought one mailer from this person, from this newsletter, and it did marginal. It made a couple sales, but it didn't break even. And, in advertising, you're going to have a lot of scenarios where 80% of what you spend is going to be wasted, or 80% of the people, 80% of the places you try to advertise aren't going to work out. But the reason you go through that is for the 20% that do, because the 20% that do, that's where you're going to drop the majority of your ad spend budget over and over again for as long as it converts, right? So you got to go through there. But there are a few of these scenarios where you could work if you negotiated a little bit. And one thing I really like about newsletters is that everything is negotiable. And that's kind of true in most non-platform Facebook ads that you only deal with software app that you just put in your credit card and pick a placement. Anytime that you're dealing with actual people, the negotiations are, it's an option. So you can negotiate whatever you can, as much as you can. And that's kind of what the point of this video is. We're talking about price negotiation, not only price negotiation, but copy negotiation. We've found time after time, the more copy we can get, the better our ad does. And we've got data to back that up. So if I can't get a price concession, I want to get a copy concession, and whatever's possible. So let's take a look at this one and we'll go over it. So I replied back to the person, hey, them, it's me. Our sponsorship with their newsletter made a couple of sales, but not even break even. I liked working with him. I wanted to give it another go and see if we can make it work. Would he be open to running our ad at a lower price? And this might come as a shock to some people, but he was very open to that. His reply, hey, I would love to offer you a 20% discount since you're a repeat sponsor. Would that work? So sometimes all you have to do is ask. Just ask for a discount and you'll get it. And my reply was that was super gracious of him. But the thing is, I had to be around 50% of what he wanted to make my numbers work. And if it wasn't there, and I was totally fine with walking away on this, because, like I said, it didn't even break even on the first one. So if he wasn't willing to budge, I totally would have understood. He's got his own numbers to meet, but I would have walked away. And that's why I replied, totally understand if that doesn't work. I also then could argue if this line should or shouldn't be in there. I could argue either way, but I put it in. Thought if a spot would go otherwise unsold, it might make sense. I wanted to plant in his mind that even if it's, this could be a month or two down the road, I didn't mind. Just if something was not going to be sold, it made sense to get, the very low 50% of what I was offering. It made sense to take some money as opposed to no money. But again, didn't want him to feel pressured or anything like that. So totally cool if not. So he came back. The best he could do is 60% of the original price. So not quite as low as I wanted. And I'd have to buy 2 issues. Would that work for me? We can space them out a couple issues apart, a few weeks apart. So still negotiating here, still kind of going back and forth. I do want to point out that everything here is very cordial. Like, nobody's getting mad. This is common in this industry. So don't feel bad about asking for what you want. Negotiate as much as you can. Just be nice about it. What I don't like to do is try to beat people down on prices or terms. I want to keep the relationship good. So I'm always do my best to be nice. Okay, so where were we? Me, thanks. 2 issues for 60% could work. And so I wanted him to feel like he was gaining some ground, but I couldn't. I needed a longer copy then. I could go a little bit higher on the price, but then I needed more copy. Like I said, we've found time and time again, the longer the copy, the better our conversions. His reply, awesome, would still need to be under 200 characters. And yeah, that wasn't. Then of course he's assuming the sale. Let me know if you should. I'll send you the dates and the Stripe link to pay. All right. So I kind of had to come back with I'm just not sure. So trying to make it work at the price we're talking, I need either a lower price or more copy. Really want to work with him. And again, throwing the ball back in his court. What can we do? He's asking how much more copy we need. Is it just like an extra 20 or 30 characters, which is like an extra word or two? That wasn't the case. I wanted like 500 characters at the shortest. That was just too long for him. So he came back and said he could drop the price to the original 50% I wanted as long as I did 2 issues and it was 200 characters. And that worked for me. I got so all in all, because I, pushed a little more and basically kind of, I got him to say no on something else that is a reasonable request. If he couldn't match my price, could he match my terms, which in this case was a more copy. He couldn't match my copy. So I can't 100% guarantee it, but bet he had a little bit of a feeling like, okay, I got to make some kind of concession. And so he did. He came down to the price that was basically in line with what I wanted. It was like a couple dollars more with the conversion from, I believe it was British pounds to dollars, but it was just fine for what we were looking for. So we did we did it for the 2 issues at the 200 characters, and yeah, that was the end of the negotiation. So if you can't get price, see what terms you can get. See what copy, if you can get longer copy, if you can get more weeks, or more be in more issues, get better placement in the issue. If they wanted to put the copy at a price at the bottom, see if you can get it at the top for the same price. So there's lots of things that you can negotiate. Those are probably the biggest: the price, the placement, the amount of copy, and the number of weeks or number of issues that you're going to be in. Those are all negotiable. Those you can make great deals on any or all of those. So I hope you found this helpful. That is newsletter negotiation in a nutshell. Good luck.
Hello, Ronan. It's James Foster, and I wanted to show you how I go about looking for marketing newsletters to sponsorship. This will work for pretty much any type of newsletter, but for us, what I'm looking for, marketing is what I'm searching. So the two big ways that I do this are through Google, which I'll cover in a different video, and Substack. There's also Beehive and lots of other programs, ConvertKit and SparkLoop, all different kinds of programs you can go through. But here's the process through Substack, which you'll probably find the easiest and quickest to get responses from. So let's jump right into it. I am logged into my Substack account, and then this is at least what my homepage looks like. And then what I'm going to do is go over to Explore, and then in the search, I'm going to type in marketing. So type in marketing. Then right below it, you'll notice there are three things. There are posts, publications, and people. We want publications. The people are generally the people who run the newsletters, and the posts are posts from the newsletter about this topic. But yeah, we want publications. And from there, it's pretty simple as searching the list, opening into new tabs to give them a closer look to see what you want, and then adding them to a spreadsheet. So if we just started with this list, I would open Marketing Insider here. Uh, Looks like it could be interesting. And then I would go down to Marketing BS, AI marketing, maybe, marketing with a 3. Um, This is Disco Heads, Party Invites, and Marketing Insights. Okay, and then the picture says Web3. So this one probably wouldn't be interested in for me personally, because we're not looking to sponsor things in the Web3 world. Marketing on Monday could be a good one. Would open that, and you get the idea. You can just kind of sort through these, open new ones, add the ones you like to a spreadsheet, and that's about the whole process. You'll see that like there's some in different languages. If you speak that language, awesome. That'll probably give you a competitive advantage, in fact. But I don't, so I would skip those. And you just go through the list and open up new ones and add them to your spreadsheet so you can contact them. That'll be another video that I'll include here, is how to contact them. But that's pretty much it for Substack. Substack has been a great source for small newsletters, especially that we wanted to get a hold of. And yeah, it works really, really well. So stay tuned for the Google video and the finding particular emails for people videos.
Another good place to find newsletters is good old Google. So here I have Googled marketing newsletter. And the sponsored ads are generally good options, because if they're buying ads, they're probably have some kind of monetization figured out. And for newsletters, a big one is always sponsorships. So yeah, we can certainly contact the Daily Brew or this growth marketing newsletter, see what they run. You will also find some that just rank for newsletters, for marketing newsletter, but more likely than not, you're going to find like lists of them. Like right here, this 22 best marketing newsletter. Um, I would open all of these, this 22, 10 here, 19 here. I would open all of these and start clicking on links, see if they work, see if they match what we're looking for, and copy those into the spreadsheet or wherever you bring your information of who you're going to contact. So yeah, so you can contact them anyway, contact them that way. So just for the fun of it, let's click on the morning brew here and see if it can also give us. Okay, this one. Wow, that is not. Let's. It's a very specific landing page. I pressed Google, it approved it. Let's just go to morningbrew.com and let's see if we can find contact information somewhere in there. So let's see here, different brands, privacy, advertise with us would be the most likely one that would be under. And that is apparently taking me a very long time to bring up. So I am just going to end the video here, but I hope that makes sense that you would go to the advertise with us. More than likely, there's going to be a spot to get an email address or submit a form. We generally want to get an email address so we can contact them at our convenience instead of their convenience. There are some tools out there as well for finding the information. I have access to some of them, so I will make a video on that. There are lots of these tools, so mine might not be the one you're using, but it would very likely be a similar process. So let's talk quickly about finding emails based on domain names. This is a tool called Find That Lead. You might be using something different, but it'll probably work very similarly. I can search by somebody's name, somebody's domain, or even the technology they're using. But those are kind of different cans of worms. So let's just go by domains. So here I put in the morning brew, and I've done this search. So it brings us the information. We can go to the Morning Brew's website. They have their socials, even a phone number. But that's not really what's really going to be useful to us. You scroll down a little bit here, and it's going to give us email addresses. So these three right here are verified. I don't know who they are or what they do, but I would put all three of these onto a spreadsheet and contact all of them. And hopefully one of them will get you to the right person to talk to about a sponsorship. Another thing to note is also the naming convention. Maybe somehow you get a name, but you don't necessarily didn't necessarily get an email address. Like if it was at the Morning Brew here, it looks like they use all first names. So you can likely just put in the first name at morningbrew.com and it'll get to that person. If it gets you to someone else with that first name, they probably get that a lot and will forward you to the right person. So that would be another way of going about it. But yeah, so it's really simple. You'll just put in the domain. If the lead finder app you're using is able to find something, it'll show up. Take all of them that you can, especially the verified ones, put them on a spreadsheet, contact as many as you can, because you got to give the best chance of reaching who we want. Thanks.
Hey everybody, this is Jeff from Team Mojo, and I just kind of want to show you quickly how we're kind of tracking some of our sponsorship spots and ad spots. So we'll have two videos here. We're using Click Magic. It's a pretty powerful tool. Both of the things I'm going to show you, I mean, they're fairly basic and straightforward, but this first one here, we're just going to talk about tracking links. And this is kind of the most basic tracking that we use when we're just kind of sending either someone to a page where there isn't actually a conversion or a call to action, or also in one way that we're doing it too, we don't have control over the action that the user will take. So if we're sending someone, say, to like an Amazon page or something like that, where we don't have the ability to add a tracking code onto that page, or after an opt-in or something like that, then we'll just go ahead and use tracking links to track all that. So basically, we just have control. We can see how many clicks the link has. There are some actions and stuff in here, but it's not super reliable. So basically, we're just looking at the total clicks at this point. So it's fairly straightforward. If you have a ClickMagick account or get one, you just come up here to tracking links, and then you just hit new link. And then we just have a ClickMagick URL here. In settings, you can add like custom domains and all that sort of stuff, but we're just using the default here. So you just come in here, hit test link, add the URL, and then here you would just want to add the URL of the page that you want it to go to. So if you hit, let's see if, yeah, that works. So now from within here, if you hit the little wrench, you hit the copy tracking link, and then you can just paste it in. Then it will redirect to whichever page that you want it to go to. And then now if we come back in stats, you can see, so TC here is total clicks, UC is unique clicks, FC is flag clicks. So you can set rules within your account, or ClickMagick also has some system rules, like as far as IP addresses and stuff. If they feel that the clicks are coming from bots or whatever, then it'll just come under here under flag click. So yeah, this is basically a super basic tracking that we use just to see clicks and how some of our ad or sponsorship spots are performing. Hey everybody, this is Jeff from Team Mojo again. I'm not sure if you saw, but I recorded a video earlier about tracking links, just a super basic way about how to track links that you create if you're doing sponsorships or buying ad space. This one is a little bit more in depth. You have a little bit more tracking and options available to you. We use this if we have control over the page that we're sending people to. So if it's like a landing page and we want people to enter their information, or like a sales page and we want someone to buy, then we can basically come in here. So basically it's under campaigns, so you can create a new project. I just created a test one here. And then the first thing that you would want to do is just come up here and grab your website codes. ClickMagick has a bunch of really good walkthroughs and stuff and explains how things work. But basically, you would come in here and grab your code. So this is like the code for the landing page. So you can see how many people actually go to the page. This is for email opt-in page. You can add this code. This is for a checkout page. This is for a confirmation page. So you have all these different options you can add for the. You can add in the amount of money that your product is. So you can get actual data on like cost per click and cost per action and all that stuff. Yeah, so that's the first thing that you would want to do, is just get all your tracking codes set up. And then the next thing you want to go is to go to URL Builder. So this is where you can really go in depth and figure out where people are coming from, and having multiple people sending traffic to you and having a really good idea on what's performing and what's not. So basically, source. So let's just say you're buying ad spots in newsletters or whatever. You can go just say this is something that we've done before. So you can see here that we don't actually have the tracking code set up on this page, so it actually lets you know, which is super cool. So ads, and then let's say the medium, we're buying ads in an email, and then the campaign. For this one here, we usually put like the specific person that we are we bought an ad from, or whatever. So I'll just add Jeff. So then down here you can see the actual URL. So this is how it tracks and gives you all the information for the dashboard. So basically you can go to here and copy it, or just save and copy URL. And then you can paste it in just to test it. But um, the real cool thing about this will just be in your campaign here. So since we don't have the tracking code enabled right now, it's not actually going to show up, but you can track clicks, cost per click. So the one way to do that is to you can do like auto cost update, update costs. So when you actually have data in here, then you can segment and figure out for like the campaign how much you, or like if you're buying an ad spot, how much you spent on that spot. And then when you come in here, it'll tell you your cost per click, your earnings per click, refunds, and then the actions here is when someone will actually pull in or actually take action. So whether that be purchase your product or enter your email address, as long as you have your custom or your website code added, it's gonna all show up here. Yeah, you can track a whole bunch of stuff. So this is something that we've used a little bit. And one cool thing too is after you go to your URL builder and then you enter all your stuff, you can actually take, let's just see. You can take this code and actually bring it into tracking links and then paste it as your primary URL. And then create a short tracking link, which is nice to send to either the people you're buying ad spots from or whatever, just so it looks a lot cleaner and not having to send them this big long URL with your UTM tracking codes and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, you can. What we usually do, we'll use the URL builder and campaigns, and then we come over to tracking links and just create a short, clean link that folks can use, and then we still get all the tracking that show up in the campaign. So hopefully all that makes sense. Like I said, it's fairly straightforward. ClickMagick does a great job of showing exactly what data you get. Let's just see. This is just one of our examples here. This is just a test one, so this actually isn't. It's not super accurate, just because we're playing around with it a little bit. But you can see the actions that we're taking. So this is just some of the data, how much it costs, cost per action, all that stuff. So yeah, it's pretty straightforward. It's very powerful, so you can get a lot of tracking and a lot of data and see which campaigns are working, which aren't. So yeah, hope that makes sense, and let us know if you have any questions.
What's cooking, Shogun? Let's show you how we can go in and using AI, I'm using ChatGPT here, we can go in and take what used to take me days to do in minutes, right? By pulling up off-market wholesale traffic providers. And what's an off-market wholesale traffic provider? It's a regular influencer who doesn't sell advertising for a living, right? So right now I'm in ChatGPT. This is a paid version. So if you're running a free version, you might run into some limits. They might say, oh, you looked for enough data today or something like that. I think it's about $20 a month. I don't recall exactly, but it's not expensive, and it certainly pays its way for me. So let's start out with what they call a prompt up here. And I'm no prompt engineer. I just talk in normal English. Can you give me links to the top 10 email newsletters for new moms, please? Right? You could replace, of course, new moms with whatever niche you've got. Please include the name of the newsletter, URL, and as many contact details as you can, including email, phone, and physical mailing address, and the name of the owner or publisher, if known. So I push this in. You can watch it type it all out. It types it out pretty quick, right? You'll notice they didn't give me the publisher and the email address, though. Don't just assume that it can't find it. Sometimes ChatGPT needs to be reminded. So I just said, that's good. Please rewrite and include email addresses and publisher name for all 10, right? It actually searched 5 sites this time, I noticed. For the first time, it searched 3. And then it comes back, right? Great. Website, Elena, info at Daily Mom, Today's Parent, right? Rogers Media. This one does say contact form on their website, right? But it did it, right? And I probably could have went in and reminded it to include physical addresses if it could find it, or maybe subscriber accounts or any of those kind of things. But just to keep it simple, I left it like here. And then all I got to do is say, can you output this into simple columns? I can just copy and paste into Excel. So the easiest way to do it, if you're not a non-techie, is once you've got this, all you have to do is hit this little download table button. And of course, I get an error there at this time. Let's see if we can go back. I don't know if it'll do it. It's been working just fine, but you could also copy and paste this in too. But let's try this one more time. I might have to do a refresh or something like that. There we go. It did it. So top 10 newsletters, right? So if I just open this up and I click it, or it actually was that one, but it's the same one. There we go. And then I got my file all nice and handy, right? To where I can start running the Shogun reach out on it, or have a VA run the Shogun reach out on it, right? So I am curious if I append this. Ooh, my Zoom thing is right in the middle of my prompt. That's not good. Let me see here. Let me see if I can move it. Sorry, I should have. Let me just hide that. There we go. Okay. Can you please rewrite these 10 and include physical mailing address? Question mark. There we go. Let's see what it does. It may not be able to find those, but we'll see. There we go. It's telling me some of them can't find it. Canned spam stuff. It's usually pretty easy to find some of those. Oh, I see. Okay. All right. No problem. Most of you guys just want emails and phone numbers anyways. There's other ways to find their physical mailing address, but that's beyond ChatGPT, apparently. Let's try another niche, though. Let's go and go up here. Let's do a Control C. And I'll give you guys that prompt, too. You see there's nothing really that magical on it, though. Let's do a Control V. And then let's do top 10. We could do email newsletters, right? Or top 100, whatever. But let's do top 10 blogs, or we could do YouTube channels or whatever, right? Blogs we could keep it new moms, but let's play with it. Let's do top 10 blogs for buying physical gold, right? Please include the name of the blog, URL, as many contact details as you can, including email, phone number, physical mailing address, and the name of the owner or publisher. If no, that works for me, right? So we're going to go out there and just look for blogs for people showing how to buy physical gold, right? The reason I'm doing that is because these are like survivalist type niches where the traffic is usually very expensive, right? But we can probably go out there and find some wholesale traffic pretty cheap. There we can find guys or gals that just like to talk about physical gold. They're probably coin dealers, right? But they don't really care about making a lot of money from advertising, but they might accept advertising if somebody were to reach out and say, hey, can I sponsor you? Right? So let's do top 10 blogs and see what happens. Dun, dun, dun. Let's see what happens here. Chat GPT has been a little bit of buggy today. So we'll see what happens. I'm not going to pause it just to see. I'll pause it if it goes on too long, but usually it doesn't take this long to go out. There we go. Search 6 sites. Well, see, it went out there and searched 6 sites. See, I'm already impatient, right? And it used to take me days to do this, right? So you see here, they get addresses here, right? It's a little easier for them to get the address on these sites. That's amazing. Look at that. So most of these are supports. We got phone numbers. They don't have is the name of the publisher though. So I'd like to see that, right? So I always try to be nice. Thank you. Please rewrite with the name of the publisher, please. The reason I tell it to rewrite because I wanted to add to it, right? There we go, Stephen Flood. See, somebody just got to go in there and ask for what you want. It just kind of forgets sometimes. Once you get it the way that you want, then you could go in and add more. So we're going to probably go in and add some more here just to show you. So this is going to take a long time for me. Maybe I'm a slow researcher, right? But this is pretty cool. Now, I like snail mail, so sometimes if I can't get through here, right, I can get through on snail mail. But you got to remember, we're saying, can I give you money? Usually when you're saying, can I give you money? Like whoever's answering this info at Kitco, they're probably going to put you through or tell you now some of these might be really big, right, where they might be selling advertising for a living. So you kind of want to watch those, right? But that looks pretty good. So I like the way that's rolling. So I could say, this is perfect. Can you please find, let's push it and see if we can do 40 more. 40 more? Use the same format. Let's see what happens. So it's actually going to start over. That's okay though. Look at that. Look, this I would take me a long time to go out and do that, right? These are just blogs. We could do YouTube channels, newsletters, right? Just about anything that we could think of. AppMix is the one that I use all the time. It's the AppMix blog, though, right? So these are pretty big sites because I went into a market that's pretty big, right? Look at that. Trevor Gertz, info at Goldco, getting the phone number, emails, physical addresses. It's going to take a little while. There's Regal, Monex blog. these are pretty big companies, right? So in the gold. So, but if I would have done something like, um, uh, you know, the buying or flipping sneakers, right? Because people that are interested in flipping sneakers might be interested in flipping sofas or flipping something else, right? But these would be smaller sites um, than that, right? So I'm going to pause this for a minute. So I'm not boring the hell out of you. Well, as soon as I pause it, it stopped for some reason. Um, I'm not 100% sure why it stopped, but it's been a little buggy today. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go ahead and get my little prompt. Here, oops. See, I'll modify it a little bit. Output all the gold logs into simple columns. Oops. Let's see if it's still being buggy. See, it's analyzing. Usually it doesn't think that long. Maybe it hasn't had its coffee today. Let me pause it and see if it'll come up with that. I just clicked on this analyzing thing and you can see what it's doing here in Python. So I thought it was kind of interesting. So you can see if it's actually doing something or not. So it's doing it. It's just taking its sweet old time in there. So we're going to give it a second to do its thing. So we twisted ChatGPT's brain. It aired out and just paused the analysis. It is in there. And we could probably copy and paste it from there. But probably would be better to do like 10 records at a time. Do 10, output it, 10 or 20, and then output it. But apparently today's ChatGPT is pretty heavy. So there's how you can do it and just pull these up. It's a lot faster, even with all the little glitches and everything. Typically, though, it's not that hard. It's a little bit buggy today for some reason, but hope that helps. You can do that for just about any niche, large or small. If you want to do it for blogs, newsletters, YouTube, I haven't tried it on like X or something like that, but is anywhere you can probably search, or there's some kind of search going on, you could probably do that. Okay, cool. Catch you later. Get buyers free. Dude, I figured this out by complete mistake. I'll just kind of go through this. This is part one, and I'm going to give you that document. But I cut my teeth as an affiliate, and I realized that I could get a lot more sales and get people's email that bought stuff if I gave out bonuses, right? So, hey, if you buy this, just send me your receipt, and I'll send you this bonus, right? I think I was one of the first people to do that. I don't know. I guess it doesn't really, my ego kind of wants it to be true, but I don't know if it is. But I was like, wow, like I just need some more control over what I can do as an affiliate, and I want to build my buyers list. And I didn't like the fact that if I promoted stuff as an affiliate, then I couldn't get the buyers list. So I just give out bonuses for people who bought products through my list, and my bonuses got pretty good. And people would reach out to me and they'd say, hey, I don't really want the thing, but I would like your bonus. Can I pay you for PayPal, right? And they would do it, right? And I would say, sure. And I would have them pay me by PayPal. But then I had an epiphany. And I realized that the buyer is way more valuable than the little bit of money they're sending over. So this is the main line here that you kind of want to remember. not seeing this is like getting a chocolate covered candy wrapped in 24 karat gold foil, munching on the candy, right? And then throwing the gold foil away, right? So um, I'm like, do I really care about the chocolate? I really just want the customers from it, especially if I'm selling $27, $37, $47 things, right? So then I just started offering a bonus to anyone who purchased the product, even if it wasn't from me. And this opened up the whole world to me because now I could get big ticket people. Right back in the day, there was things like mass control, product launch formula, Stomper. Those are just things back in the day where I was getting all these buyers on my lists, and all I did was say, "Hey, I did it in forums and on my list, and I was even buying ads. Hey, did you buy StomperNet? Right? Send me your receipt. I've got a bonus. I don't care if you sent it, if you bought it through me, right?" And so I'd build a big buyers list, right? Just giving out the bonuses. Does that make sense? So I'll let you read through the examples here if you want. But what I wanted to focus on is that's all cool, right? But now how do I turn it into continuous buyer flow, right? So imagine this for a minute. Today's a little bit different than it was in 2006. It's even better. There's so many tools, so many software as a services now, and everybody loves to talk about what software they're using or what tools they're using. If you've ever been in any group and you see like, hey, what are you guys using for a CRM, right? Everybody will. It's also a really easy conversation you can have over a beer. Like, hey, what tools do you use in your business, right? And the reason I'm going here, right, is because all of those software companies want to be able to sell more of their stuff, right? So let's walk through some steps, and I think hopefully the light will come on. This is additional to what you've got here, right? This is the part two. When you get down here, there's a part two. This is a part two to it, right? So figure out who your ideal person is. Who's your ideal person that we want to look at? So I'm going to give you an example. So I have you guys have probably already seen it, but I have a little PDF that people just go gaga over called the Campaign Sales Saver, right? Or the Sales Saver campaign. And it's a one-on-one campaign, follow-up campaign. It just works crazy good, right? But it's actually works better in a software that's designed not like an autoresponder where it sends separate messages, but where it sends conversational messages to it, right? And there's a bunch of software companies that do that, right? Smart Lead, Instantly, GMass. I mean, there's just a bunch of software companies that do that, right? So if I ask somebody like I like one of my ideal avatars for coming into Ronin is agency people, and there's a lot of agencies out there that do cold outreach, and they're using these software tools, right? And I just know that they get tired of having clients, right? So one of the things I could do, and I am doing, is reaching out to companies like Smart Lead and Instantly, saying, "Hey, people are using your software for doing cold outreach stuff, but I figured out a different way to do it to reactivate, right, people that didn't purchase, right? And I'd be happy to make this available to all of your people, right? Would that be something that would help them, right?" I've also got one called Credit Card Sales Saver, which is very, very similar, but it drops the people's credit cards that didn't go through. And that works amazingly well, right? But I can take that bonus and I can license them the bonus. Now, I could probably get a cash payment too, right? But what if I just had them when people purchase Instantly or Smart Lead? There's literally there's probably a dozen of them. There's all kinds of these. They've got verifiers, email verifiers. There's literally, I could probably work deals with dozens of companies, right? And I've got a person that's going to be focusing on that for me. But they could all be offering, get the campaign sales saver, right? Hey, this works great for cold outreach, but Travis Sago's figured out you can actually use it to get people to buy that haven't purchased yet, right? And we're going to give you this campaign sales saver as a bonus, right? For anybody that's taking the trial or anybody that's whatever we want to do, right? They could give it to somebody that's stays on for 3 months or just purchases or any of those kind of things. And then I would be in their download area or somewhere in their welcome package, right? Well, I don't have to do any of the work. And they say, go grab your campaign sales saver here. And they're going to click on a link, right? That takes them to my landing page where they put in their name and their email and their address and their phone number. And then they get the campaign sales saver, right? They use that. They're going to love it. They're actually going to get some results, right? And then I have them as a customer to sell them other things or invite them into a free community that I have, right? Hey, the sales saver, you may have questions on it. I put together a community where we can all chat about it if you'd like to do that, right? But there's all kinds of stuff that I can do because there's so many tools and software as a service stuff now, and they all are trying to give better service, a better deal to all their customers, and they're trying to beat competition as well, right? So there's just so many places that we can piggy bank. I call it piggy banking, and getting our buyers leads completely for free by using our IP, right? Using our bonuses as a form of payment. Now, I'm not saying that you can't license this for money. You probably can, right? I'm just saying, like, do I really want the licensing money or would I rather have the buyers, right? Does that make sense? There's lots of ways you can monetize that buyer list, right? Now, the last thing I would just encourage you, if you don't have a bonus, like you haven't created, go assemble one from somewhere, right? Like if you come to me and say, hey, Travis, I've got a company that would love to have your campaign sales saver, right? They get 100 new people every week, right? Then I'm happy. I'll give you the bonus. We can share the list, right? Or if you were having to work out a licensing deal, happy to do that, right? And you could work out the same kind of deals with other people if you're not doing my stuff, right? But you want to think of yourself as a curator and a collaborator or an assembler of great stuff, and then just go put it into the flow. This is kind of my PS down here, which I didn't go very deep into, right? So the key thing is start out with a bonus and maybe give it onesie twosie, or make a post, or you could buy solo ads. I bought solo ads. I bought advertising, giving these away. Hey, do you have more than? Are you paying more than $500 a month for your autoresponder? What does that tell me? That tells me that they have a list, right? Do you have more than 1,000 customers on your Infusionsoft, right? This is a great Beamer partner, right? Those are all kind of just little angles that you can go into to get people to raise their hand, right? And instead of having them pay, now what you can do, I'm just kind of giving you some ideas. What you can do, you can put a price on it, right? So I could say this sales saver, if I'm going to sell it to the market, it'd probably go for $99, or it was only part of a membership that was $1,000 a year. But here's all you got to do to pay for it is just send me a receipt. Send me your last bill from Infusionsoft, or send me your last bill from school, or send me your last bill from SmartLead, right? And I'll shoot this right over to you, no charge, right? Does that make sense, right? Or it's just all kinds of stuff that you can do with this to make it fun and such, right? And build your buyers list um, using bonuses and intellectual property um, as cash. I keep telling people um, the right intellectual property, the right content is the same thing as money these days, right? So there you go. It's a very simple concept. Don't overlook it. Literally, you could be out of prison and work this, right? Somebody finds somebody who's got something really cool. Um, maybe there it's a really great piece of content on the web somewhere, but hard to find. You could repackage it, offer it as a bonus, make sure you get all the agreements and all that kind of stuff, right? And what you're gonna, if they give it to you, what you're gonna agree to do, right? I've even done things like uh, just show them how to use a software, right? So I'd say here's the software, here's the buttons you need to check to set it up correctly, right? And that was the bonus, right? Because sometimes the software is like, whew, like how do you set this thing up, right? If you kind of notice, I'm doing that with school right now as I make this video for you, right? So there's all kinds of really cool stuff you can do pretty simply that people find very helpful. And what you're looking for is just people that have already purchased. There you go. Talk to you later. Welcome everybody. I'm trying to get my mystery man here set up here. Oh, there it is. That's how I do it. Okay. Perfect. So while I'm bringing some folks in who want to be panelists, uh, anybody want to just say hello?
Howdy, howdy.
Anybody that wants to come on today, you don't have to, but if you're having a good hair today, you want to be part of the shindig here. I like to see people's eyeballs. This is absolutely fucking useless to me if I can't see people's eyeballs because it's no fun. So I love it. Like if you guys want to hang out, but I like to try to have a few people where I can see some eyeballs. Here comes Jim. And if you have kids in the room, if you haven't figured out already, I cuss when I get excited, which is often. So you might want to put some earphones on or get ready for your kids to talk like sailors. So I'm probably going to get pretty excited today. Anybody else? There's Ricky Gonzalez. What's up, dude? You got a nice, I'm going to, not to make you nervous, I'm going to focus on your face. You got a big smile. That's going to like help my low self-esteem, dude.
All right, let's do it.
Jimmy. All right. Now I lost my mystery man. Where did he go? How am I doing? On a second, I lost him. Maybe I can find him. I think he jumped off. He's on. Screw this. Screw you guys. I'm going home. Hang on a second. Jimmy, good to see you, man. Jimmy Harden.
Good to see you, man. I'm hunting around for buttons just like you, trying to figure this out.
Yeah, I think he's messing me. Yeah. Hang on a second. My mystery man's messaging me. I don't see him though. I completely don't see him. Let me change my view here. Oh, there he is. I see him now. Hang on a second. I don't see your name, but I see you now. I was looking for I don't know what the hell I was looking for. Hang on a second. All right. Thank y'all for your patience. I super appreciate it. Most of y'all know me, so I'm not going to do this big, long superstar intro. Most of you guys know me already, but for anybody that doesn't know me, I think I should be upfront with you about some of my quirks. If you look behind me, There's two Breaking Bad posters. I like TV, so never expect to see me on the cover of Success magazine. I've already destroyed that chance just because I like TV. I know I can never be successful, but I like TV. The advantage to that is I've had to find out really leverage ways of doing stuff so that when I'm rewatching Breaking Bad, Jeannie and I are rewatching Suits. Anybody watch Suits? Anybody like that show? We're on second season of Suits. Um, so we're watching that. But I try to assuage my poor success identity with my wife by being able to do some really cool stuff sitting on the sofa, right? Either tapping in sales or driving traffic, those kind of things. So that's kind of an advantage that I like TV. Now, I'm not saying for you to like TV too, because you'll never be successful that way, but I'm just going to be me, goddammit, and just do what I want to do. That's kind of what I do. So I figured out how to be successful, even though I have some bad habits like TV and stuff, right? The second thing is I like to do weird experiments, and today will be no exception. I'm going to do something today I haven't done before. I don't know how it's going to go. I might drive you up on the curb. I hope you won't mind too much. Everybody okay if I try a weird experiment? What I want to do is get everybody on the same page and try to make this a better learning and breakthrough experience for you guys. Everybody okay with that? If you're not on the panel, you can put in the Q&A box. I would love to hear from you there, or the chat box would be great. And the last one I share on every thing that I do almost is I have very low self-esteem. That's part of the reason why I like to bring panelists on. If I see you like on your phone or playing the drums or not paying attention, it just crushes, totally decimates my self-esteem. And so it might take me time to recover. And so will you guys help me with that? Will you guys help me like keep my self-esteem high? So if I ask a question, will you guys raise your hand or at least nod up and down or give me thumbs up or thumbs down or something like that, just to know? Awesome. So that way I can keep my self-esteem intact. So today is about Bugatti traffic. Anybody drive a Bugatti? Oh, good. We're all losers, right? Like none of us drive Bugattis, right? So, but I did some interesting research on Bugatti, and the Bugatti Chiron at one point was the fastest race car. I think it probably still is, but I wouldn't bet my life on it. But it's the fastest race car out there. Can do like 309 miles per hour. But here's the really weird thing. Just like this Bugatti traffic source we're talking about, even if you have $3 million, which is what roundabouts what it costs to get a Bugatti Chiron, you can't just walk into a showroom and buy one. You can't, like, and this traffic source is the same way. Just because you have money, I'm not saying you can't just go in and brute force your way with $3 million, right? But money is not the number one requirement, or even number two or number three requirement to tapping into this Bugatti traffic source, right? So if you want to buy a Bugatti, you go to their event that they have, and they have specially designed questions. And one of them is, how many sports cars do you already own? Because if you don't own like several of them, they know you're not going to be a good Bugatti person. Do you own a yacht, right? And then if you own all those things, then they put you on a waiting list. They put you on a lottery style waiting list, right? So you can't even get this car if just because you have the money. And this traffic source is the same way. You having a big fat wallet doesn't necessarily mean you're going to be able to get that traffic, right? Luckily, my mystery guest and I have figured out a way to get this traffic without all the qualifications, right? So I did take a few notes so I don't completely drive us up on the curb here. So let me just go ahead and introduce him. He's been a mojo man for, gosh, over 5 years, 6 years maybe now. Been a Mojo man. I've seen him take complete new offers in this time, brand new offers, and make a multi-million-dollar sellers in a matter of months' time. Can you do it with every offer? No, but the Bugatti traffic is the fastest converting traffic, I think, arguably, on the history of the planet. It's been around for a while, right? And I don't want to release that yet, but Andy Hasong is with us here today. Anybody know Andy already? Raise your hand if you already know Andy. Awesome. For those that don't know him, like you're in for a great surprise. And for those who do know, maybe we'll get to see a different side of Andy. Maybe his backside or something today that you guys aren't used to seeing, right? Andy, you want to come on and say a few words here, and then I'm going to go into a weird experiment right after that.
Okay, yeah, for sure. Well, Travis, first of all, thanks for having me. Hi, everyone. I see a lot of familiar faces, see a lot of familiar names. Some people I haven't talked to in quite a while, like Jimmy Harding. What's up, Jimmy? Good to see you, man. Yeah, I just want to first of all say that I think Travis, I'm calling BS on the fact that he has low self-esteem. There is nobody I believe feels a lot, as good in his own skin as what Travis does. And so I just want to call BS on that. So not to blow your cover on that, Travis, but I just got to say that first and foremost. But
Yes, it depends on who you're comparing to, right? Like Grant Cardone just blows me out of the water, right? That dude has got some good self-esteem right there. Yeah.
right. Yeah. Well, so anyway, I just want to, thank you for having me on here. And, Travis and I were talking about this idea to jump on here and share some ideas with you. Based around the Bugatti traffic that he coined, and I'm going to let him kind of take it from there, what he's got planned here. And just so everybody knows, man, there is no agenda to sell anything. This is not a webinar type situation where at the end I'm going to throw a $997 offer that ticks away and by midnight tonight. So Travis, I don't know what else you want me to say right now, man, but I'm here. I'm all ears for you right now.
That's awesome. So we're going to get into this, but the reason I want to have Andy here, if you guys don't know it, I'm not saying to go buy my book, but he wrote the bonus chapter. We did the bonus chapter in my book, right? So if you know how to do pre-selling, you know how to sell, usually what you need is you need a whole bunch of traffic that's really ready to convert, right? But Andy has his take on this and a very successful take. I have my take on it, which is a very successful take for a little Arkansas guy like me that done some pretty crazy things, right? So I thought if we brought 1 + 1, Andy plus Travis, it might equal like 4 instead of 2, right? I'll let you guys be the judge of that afterwards, right? But I want to go into a little crazy experiment because what I want you guys not just come out with a bunch of step-by-step stuff, but I'm more, I want you to have an understanding of this, right? So let's try a scenario. I want you to pretend, let's go back to like high school or junior high school, or maybe it was grammar school, where we put our little imaginary caps on. And I want you to pretend like you are a school teacher and you've been teaching school for quite a few years. But your infant daughter, at about 1.5 years old, had a brain issue, and you had to take her to the hospital. And the first week of that hospital, they sent you a bill back for $200,000. And you're a school teacher. The average salary is like 60 grand, 70 grand, 80 grand. That was just for the first week, right? So you're trying to keep your head above water. You've got these bills and everything. But you're kind of your way out of this is you got this really cool thing that you've been doing at school, and you work with straight A students or really good students that don't have a whole lot of money. Maybe they come from lower income or middle income with lots of debt. And one of the things you've been able to do is help these lower income kids get into a fantastic college or a good college on full scholarships or 90% off scholarships, right? So
I'm just putting out some hypothetical numbers out there, somewhat based off of a real case study, but let's say that you help a very deserving, a wonderful student with good grades, maybe a little bit nerdy, like good grade kids, or good parents, right? They just don't make a lot of money. Got a full 100% scholarship into Purdue up in Indiana, right? Kind of close to where they live. That Purdue goes for about $23,000 per year. So you take 23,000, you multiply it by 4. What is that? Like 80, 92 grand, right? You save this family $92,000. Then you took another student that got into a $70,000 a year school, but they couldn't afford it. And you helped them get a full ride at 70 grand a year times 4 is 280,000. Their complete bill at the end of the 4 years was about 30 grand. You guys think that's a valuable skill to have, right? He does this with 10 students. He has success 9 times out of 10. 9 times out of 10. So he's got this skill. He's got the experience. Would you guys say high value or low value to a kid that wants to go to school? Awesome. Thank you for helping my low self-esteem there. Pretty high value, right? So what I first wanted to explore is what Bugatti traffic is not. So let's say that you were this teacher. You know you got this damn skill that can help families not only help their kids but help their grandkids, right? You know the cost of college is skyrocketing, right? For these kids that want to go to college, and you want to get this out to the world. So you go to a Facebook group. Like, how can I get this? How do I start selling this, right? So what is like the Facebook group? What do you think some of the things the Facebook group, it says it's a regular internet marketing Facebook group, how do you think they're going to start telling you to get prospective eyeballs on your offer? So I'm going to open this up. That was a question mark. If my Southern intonation isn't good, that was a question mark. So let's put it in the chat box if you guys want to just pop in verbally. That's awesome. But what are some of the things that you think other internet marketers would tell us to do?
In a Facebook group, Facebook ads, it's the cure-all.
Facebook ads, right? So that's one. Is that how fast do Facebook ads typically convert? You say like Bugatti fast, or more like tricycle fast? Right, probably closer to the tricycle, right? What else would they tell us to do, right? Are you in any Facebook groups? What do you think? What somebody said some of the other advice?
Got a bunch of answers in chat too, by the way.
Okay, cool. Oh, there we go. Yeah. Build a funnel. Yeah, build a funnel, right? Sure, but then how do we fill the funnel? How do we get to that? How do we get to the conversions as quickly as possible, right? Post in a Facebook group. Build a list, right? Is build a list building a list? But is it Bugatti fast? Right? Is it big like, oh, I joined Travis Sago's list. Now I'm ready to buy. That's never happened to me, right? Like
Travis, you got to get on the TikToks. That's what it is. You got to get on the TikToks and do all the videos and dancing.
That's it, right? You only need to go viral and have millions of views to possibly make 1 or 2 sales, right? Like, how long will that take, right? What
You'll
else?
Speed it up if you use our new AI bot.
Hey, just use AI. That solves all the problems, right? Like, first we got to figure out how to use the AI, right? And I'm a school teacher. We're a school teacher. We just know how to do scholarship stuff, right? So now where do I find the AI guy? And then what do I do with the AI after that, right? Like, what else?
Somebody would probably tell you to speak at high schools.
I couldn't quite hear you, Jim.
Somebody would probably tell you to speak at high schools.
Speed the high school. Say it one more time. My southern ears aren't quite getting it.
He's saying speak at a high school.
Oh, speak at a high school. Yeah, that's kind of cool. I think that's probably, if you get the speaking gig, right? I think that's probably a lot faster than you probably get a lot more people to convert at a high school, right? So I think that's pretty interesting. What else? So far, Jim's been the closest.
Team up with Ronin.
What was that?
Team
Fabio?
up with the Ronin guy.
Team up with the Ronin guy. Okay. Now, as great as that is, right? Usually we want to run a bunch of tests first, right, with our own audience, right? And I'm not saying any of the Ronin, but most of the Ronin want an audience already, right? We want to walk into that situation already. So I'm even basing on what we might tell them in Ronin, right? So. What else? Let you guys, cold email. What happened? A cold email. Like, nothing says Bugatti speed like cold email, right? Like we only need to mail like 2,000 people to get 20 replies, right? And then they're like, how likely are they to trust us on a cold email? Really high trust or low trust? And so we're kind of getting into why Bugatti traffic works, right? Part of the reason why Bugatti traffic converts so fast is because the trust level is super high, right? The higher the trust level of the traffic, the faster you're going to convert. The faster you're going to go from 0 to 304, right? 304 miles an hour. Cold email, cold called cold for a reason, right? I'm not saying it doesn't work, but it's just not very fast. Does that make sense? So I think I've like kind of shown you, hopefully, right, what most people would say. You guys ready to know what Bugatti traffic is? It's been around for a while. But like a Bugatti, most people don't know how to get into it, right? It's called endorsed traffic. Endorsed traffic. So let's talk a little bit about, Andy, if you want to, like, how is endorsed traffic different than affiliate traffic or different than JV traffic, right? JV traffic is one of the things you excel in, and it's just one form of endorsed traffic or referral. What's the difference between a referral and an endorsement? Do you want to tackle that one, Andy?
Sure. Well, just, you mentioned at the beginning of this call that we have different ways of looking at all this.
Yep.
And just in my opinion, anytime you can get, to your point with what you're talking about, Bugatti traffic, get speed to, getting eyeballs on your offers and so on. Anytime you can get somebody to recommend you, whether it's a full-on endorsement through a focused campaign through a Facebook group or an email list or whatever. So it could be a joint venture deal, it could be affiliates or whatever. But to me, endorsed traffic is anytime you can get somebody who fully gets behind what it is you're all about and allows you to piggyback on the tails of that person or piggyback on the endorsement of that person who's already recommending you. So it's like Travis hinted at earlier. You have implied trust right from the start. And you guys who have been in the Ronin group or have read Travis's book and so on already kind of have that kind of idea in mind if you're not already implementing it. But I would just say that anytime that you can get someone to fully believe in what you're all about and then can go out there and recommend you to their audience, you've get that's the best way to tap into endorsed traffic.
That's awesome. And so we see things the same on that, right? Just for a little bit more distinction, like a referral is different than an endorsement. Can anybody tell me how? Anybody want to tell me how a referral is different than an endorsement? Interesting. So this would be like new stuff, right? Like, so a referral, if I go, let's give you an example. So I went to my dentist, and my dentist normally cleans my teeth and he looks for cavities, right? And then I said, Doc, I got a little like bump on my gum down here, right? And he's like, oh, well, you need to go see a periodontist, right? He said, there's a one over here, right? But there was no like, I like this guy. Here's why I'm recommending this guy. He's just sending me somewhere. He's just referring me just because he knows that person. Does that make sense? Is it better than me just walking in, like looking at the periodontist and the Google, right? Probably, right? It carries some more weight, right? But it really wasn't an endorsement. It's just like, yeah, there's this guy, he can help you. Does that make sense? And so I went to that periodontist and I didn't really like him. And so I didn't really see so I didn't go with that guy, right? Which was kind of interesting, right? But that's kind of a difference between a referral, right, and an endorsement, right? As far as that goes, and it has to do with the level of trust that they're conveying, right, over from that, right? Like, hey, doc, are you saying you trust this guy? Would you take your kids to him? Why would you take your kids to him, right? Or would you go to him, right? And those are the kind of things that would go along with a strong endorsement, right? Go ahead.
Would you say that they're kind of putting their reputation on the line with the endorsement?
That's right. They're putting their reputation on the line. It's going to be very important when we talk about the hows of this here in a minute, but they're putting their reputation on the line. It's a very good point, right? So that's part of the reason why you can't just buy an endorsement. I'm not saying there's not some unscrupulous people out there that you can't get to say anything, right? But you can't buy a legitimate endorsement. You just can't go out there and buy a legitimate endorsement, right? So I want to talk a little bit about why endorse traffic. One is we've already talked about the speed of the sale. Why we have the speed of the sale? Because the reputation and the trust comes along with that endorsement, right? How much trust do you get when somebody's just promoting something as an affiliate and they just hit their list and say, oh, right, I've got a buddy who's got the most amazing AI bot, right? And you should go buy it. Like, how much trust is coming with that? Thank you. Very little, very little. If you guys in the chat box, I know sometimes I ignore you guys, but I'm trying to improve on my low quality skill stuff. And so I'm trying to keep an eye on this chat box. So let me see if I'm looking at it the right way. Perfect. I'm looking at it the wrong way. I'm at the top instead of the bottom. Perfect. So this kind of says, what's the difference between affiliate traffic and an endorsement, right? What's an affiliate? I'm not saying this is true in all kinds of cases, but what's an affiliate normally interested in is the primary reason why they're recommend or they're telling you about something.
Incentive.
They're right. Money. And I like money, but that's not what endorsed traffic is about. What's the number one reason somebody will endorse you? If you were that teacher that, I'm not saying you have the cure for cancer, but if you can help 9 out of 10 kids that parents can't afford college get into college at 90% savings, 90 to 100% savings, right? Go ahead, Ron.
It'll impact your reputation within the community that you represent.
That's right. So if you make a bad recommendation and it doesn't work out, right? Like that's going to hit your reputation too, right? So affiliates mostly about money and endorsements are mostly about trust. And we're going to get a little bit deeper in that here in a minute. So what's the question do you have, right? Like that should be, or maybe popping up in your mind right now. It's like, okay, so if let's just call him Sam, the scholarship guy, right? If Sam, the scholarship guy, it's really got this magic that he can do. How can he tap in and get an endorsement that'll take him from 0 to 304 miles per hour as quickly as possible, especially if he's an unknown?
Do the magic trick for somebody worth doing it for.
Good. So a demonstration. I like that, right? It's a demonstration. Why is the demonstration important?
Highly observable.
What's that?
Oh, people can see it. It's highly observable.
Perfect. It's observable. And if they can observe it, what happens? Trust it less or more when they can see it?
Trust it more.
More, right? How is that going to make if you're going to get somebody to try to make an endorsement for you, they either have an audience, right? Or something, right? Is that going to make them feel safer?
Make them look good and feel safer.
That's right. That's right. So Carlos just tapped on any endorsement that you want within reason. There's one fundamental thing that makes this happen. With it, you can get just about any endorsement that you want. Without it, it's going to be really hard to get any endorsements. Andy, do you want to talk about this number one thing? And if you're going to write something down, right, let's focus on this because this is the core bedrock foundational principle. It made me a cash millionaire in 2008 when the fucking whole economy was going to hell, right? It's how Andy brings brand new offers and has them do multi-millions, right? Within months when it goes really great and smaller results, but still amazing other times, right? So Andy, you want to go ahead and talk about that?
Well, if this is what you're referring to, I know what I think that is. And to me, it's about tapping into who that end user, what they really need, what it means the most, what means the most to that end user, finding out, like in my case, when I'm putting together these types of endorsed traffic deals, I forget what I care about regarding my own product, my own or my client's products, and I will find out what it is that these people are looking for solutions for. And if you can find out, if you can show that you really care about that end user and what they are wanting solutions for, then by tapping into that, you can let this person, this potential partner, this potential endorsement partner, you can really tap into their belief in you by just sharing with them what it is you think you can do to help their people. And if you can show them how that is, then they're going to believe you a lot more, and they're going to feel like they're taking a lot less risk in endorsing you to their audience. I don't know if
Yes.
that's what you're talking about, Travis.
Yes, I'm going to boil that down to just a few little letters though, but like we're
Okay.
on the same page there. The audience owner, the influencer wants to know that you can help their people.
Right.
But why do they want you to know that you can help their people? If you help their people, how does that make them look?
Oh, it's going to make them look like a hero. I mean,
That's right.
right.
4 letters or 5 letters, right? Depending on me and Andy were giggling over this when we did it, but HERO. It is that simple. If you can make your audience owner or influencer look like a hero, they will endorse you. If they feel like they're going to end up with any amount of egg on their face, they won't do it. So the other that we were joking because the female version of hero is heroine. And the way I say it is like I don't think that's the right thing. So we come up with Shiro. So hero or Shiro. If you can make your audience owner look like a hero or Shiro or theyro or whatever the hell they're saying these days, right? But they have to look better. They have to look amazing to their audience. If you can do that, I don't care who you are, how much you've been around the block or not been around the block, you're going to qualify for the Bugatti traffic. You will qualify for that Bugatti traffic. So what's the question now? And Andy alluded to it a little bit.
So don't make them look like they're a hero, but don't make them look like they're on heroin. I feel like would be a Travis statement, man.
I love it. It's awesome. So isn't the question, how do we do that now? How do we make them look like a hero or Shiro or theyro?
Knowing the pain point that you're going to solve?
By getting their people results.
The key word is their people. Their people. A lot of times when I see people do cold emailing, right, whether it's for an influencer or to get endorsements or whatever, they try to open the conversation based on, I'm going to get you more sales. Would you like more sales? Would you? And around the influencers world, seems like a logical place to start, right? But it's way easier to get a conversation opened talking about their audience. Talking about their audience, right? It's easier for them to talk about their audience, right? So if we have a solution for their audience, what does their audience need to have before our solution has any relevancy?
A problem.
Right? And if they have a problem, usually comes with problems. Now, this is the toughest one, but it's where it would be a big freaking breakthrough. How do you know somebody has a problem?
You just describe it as a scenario with some sort of inkling of it, a symptom or something like that.
You said it. Symptom. Every problem has symptoms. A symptom is maybe another writer downer that you can hear, feel, see, taste, or touch. It requires no thinking for your influencer or audience owner to understand that their audience has that problem. So I'm going to give you an example. I'm gonna have Andy give you an example, and then we're gonna go to our scholarship Sam, and we're gonna work on this together, right? And first we're gonna pick an influencer, the type of influencer, and then we're gonna kind of say how do we open this conversation if we bumped into him in Walmart. So in 2000 and it was actually about 2007, 2006, I started doing it. But and this iPhone came out in 2007. It completely changed the dating game. People, and Skype did too. Skype and the iPhone completely changed the dating game. People started getting into more and more long distance relationships, right? So I always open up with a situation they can see, hear, feel, taste, or touch. So I wanted to, I had a product called The Magic of Making Up. It was a very unique product, and most of the stuff, the relationship advice out there was like, hey, let's make you have a better relationship, right? Mine was let's fix the relationship after it's broken up already. But a lot of them, the people that we were helping were what's called a long distance relationship, an LDR. And it's kind of a fairly new phenomenon back then. So I could email an influencer and I could say, are your people in LDRs? And shut the fuck up. STFU. Shut the fuck up. Just like if you were bumped into him at Walmart, right? You wouldn't have a big long ass pitch, right? You'd be like, oh, Andy, it's a good thing I bumped into you today because I got this really great thing. I got this brand new system for people that are just broken up. Want to jump on a call? Almost always the answer is going to be no or ignore, right? But by a question they didn't have to think about, that was it about them or was it about their audience? Was it about them or was it about their audience? There you go, to their audience. Super easy. Hey, are you people in LDRs? Yeah. Almost always, yeah, they're in LDRs, right? And part of the reason I use LDRs, right, because it was code language, right? I'm not saying I couldn't have done it if they had a long distance relationship, but it's code language. LDRs. Oh God, he knows LDRs, right? And then once they said yes, I said, do they send you really long emails about their LDRs breaking up? And I knew they do that. So they did it to me. They're like, oh my God, yes. They was like, it's part of the when people will talk about it at length, it's a sign of a very easily to convert market, right? Oh my God, yes, all the time. Like, then my next question was, are you doing anything to help them with what you already got going on? Like, no. I know that they need some help in that area, right? Which completely opened it up for my solution now, right? But if I would have pitched the solution too soon, I never would have got an audience. So you just say, hey, I don't know if it'd be a fit or not, but do you think they'd be interested in help getting their LDRs back together after it's broken up? They're like, oh my God, I know they'd crush it because they ask me about it all the time. They say they don't want to go into another, because everybody tells them just go find another fish. There's plenty of fish in the sea. Or there was even a dating site called Plenty of Fish. I think it's still out there. I don't know. I've been married 30 years, right? But right. But it's very easy for me to open up conversations. And we're going to go into a little bit deeper into this by understanding that we had a solution to a problem that their audience had, which is the number one thing that you need to get to be in order to be a hero or shiro to them, is to solve a problem that their audience has that they have not had time to solve, or they don't have a good solution to solve right now. Does that make sense? So Andy, let's go to you, and I'm putting you on the spot, right? Can you think of any examples like that? And then I'm going to take it to the audience. And
yeah, for sure. Well, one thing that you always, and I kind of referenced this earlier, and this will be an example of reaching out to someone that you would love to get to promote you as an affiliate or a JV partner. Now, this is still an endorsement if it's done the right way. Okay. And before you do that, though, I kind of hinted at it earlier. First of all, you want to make sure that you forget what it is you want. Yeah, I want someone promoting my product, right? However, you want to forget about all that when you reach out to someone who you've kind of, pinpointed as someone who has a list or an audience of people who you think would be a great fit for your product, right? And first and foremost, you got to understand that nobody knows what's a fit for someone's list better than the list owner. So never go to them first of all and say, hey Joe, it's Andy. I haven't seen you in forever. I wanted to know if you would promote this product of mine because it'd be a great fit for your list. I just know it'll be great.
Does that not totally work?
Yeah, that's totally it's something that is insulting if you think about it, right? If you've ever been approached that way, raise your hand if you've ever been approached by someone to get you to promote something and they come off in that way. You just kind of go, I don't know if, depending on your relationship with them, you might just be like,
I call that a pitch slap, right? I call that a pitch slap. Like when you promote your product too soon, right? Like,
yeah, exactly.
Right, exactly. Yep.
Yeah. So what's worked really well for me over the years, and for those of you who don't know, I've made a business out of connecting people who have lists with products to promote and help pinpoint what would be the best fit for one another, right? And I come from a background I learned to be an insurance salesman. And I was horrible at it. I hated going in there because I always felt like, man, I'm trying to get them to do something for me that I know they don't want to do. I was looking at it all the wrong way. I wasn't looking at, what's in it for them. I'm thinking, why would they buy from me? Something that no one likes to buy, right? And so that stuck in my head for years. And then when I became an affiliate manager over about 20 years ago, I gradually got out of that by figuring out that what the best way to reach out to these people is, again, forget what you want and just start asking them, hey, I understand you are, well, let's just start from scratch. So I would say, hey, Mike, how have you been? I was just curious. I see that you still have this product that teaches people how to make money with Facebook ads, right? How's that going for you? Right. And I don't just jump into anything. I just get a conversation going with them because first and foremost,
you talk about their thing, right? You talk about their baby, right?
Yeah. And it's not a ploy. It's not some kind of a trick or anything. It's first and foremost, you want to care enough about them to see how things are going. And he'll come back, say, hey man, good to hear from you. It's going great. We've been, making a lot of sales, business is good, whatever. What you got going on? And so it's a back and forth situation. And so I would answer them, let them know how things are going with me. And I'd say, by the way, so great to hear that's going well for you. So what is it? What else is it your people are looking for? So they're obviously interested in getting training on how to make sales with Facebook ads, right? What about LinkedIn, or what about some other form of traffic? Are they open to other types of traffic? Yeah, sure. They'd love get traffic from wherever they can get it. Oh, is that right? Okay. Well, cool. Well, I don't know if this would make any sense to you or not, but I was just curious. I actually have an offer that helps people get traffic from different types of social media properties. Obviously Facebook, you got that covered, but also TikTok, Instagram, and so on. And it's actually been helping a lot of people. And I was just curious if that's something you think your people that might resonate well with your people. And then shut up, like Travis was saying, just shut up and wait for them to answer. And you're not asking them. What's that?
You didn't say it right. You left out some words.
Shut the off. Yeah. All right. I'm not a choir boy, but I just don't want to.
I know. I get
on your call here. But anyway, so in doing so, the point of all this is, and I'll continue in a second, but the point of all this is a way you can reach out to people and invite them to recommend you to their audience and feel good about it, because you're not reaching out saying, hey, promote my stuff, right? You're reaching out because you care enough about them to ask about them. ask about their people, most importantly, after that, find out what really makes them tick, and then just kind of make a decision yourself internally. Hey, this does sound like it might be a fit. So I'm just going to ask him if he thinks it would be a fit, right? Because, and then I always throw in there, hey, because you know your people better than I do. But tell me what you think. And so that's how you get people first and foremost to respond favorably to you, get in a conversation so that they, and this works even if you don't know them, right? If you don't even know each other, this works to kind of break the ice. And, before you know it, you can feel good to just suggest to them, hey, I've got this offer that is doing really well. And it seems like your audience is the same type of people that has been working, that my offers helped, other people with. And by the way, I'm a lot better at typing this stuff out than I am verbalizing it, but
Me too, brother.
yeah, a lot
That's
better.
why I'm a talker.
Yeah, I can think it through a little bit better. But
Yeah.
But in a nutshell, that's basically what it takes. And again, you can feel good about that. And it
Yeah.
really all begins. Let me add this, Travis, real quick.
You're
Even
good,
before,
dude.
yeah, even before you reach out to anyone, you have to have that realization early on. And there are different things you can do. And I typed down some notes for this call, but basically you can feel really good from very beginning. Once you realize, you take inventory of what it is you actually do to help people to begin with your offer, with your product, your coaching or whatever, and really look at the people you've made a difference in their lives. And realizing to yourself, you are doing this industry, whatever industry you're in, a disservice by not making them aware of what it is you got. And why not put your heads together with other people who serve that audience and let them know, look, I'm willing to help too. Let's, see if we can collaborate and put this in front of them, see if they respond well to it. And then you just, you just reassure them that if they do work with you to put this in front of the audience, let them know that, hey, I'll do everything I can to take care of your people, and then really do that. Right. So once that, let's say you get something in place where they're willing to endorse you in their Facebook group or an email, or like a call like this, like Travis having me on here, that's an endorsement, right? He's recommending me to come on this call. I've spent some time to really think through how I want to serve you guys. And you do the same thing with your people. And when you do that, again, that makes them, the partner you're working with, look like a hero, because you are pulling out all the stops for their people. And then that allows you to just kind of leverage from there to make sales with one another, get their recommendation to other people who might consider endorsing you to their audiences. And it just snowballs from there. Just starting with one partner. So that's an example I have.
Questions for you, Andy.
Okay.
So like, did you start doing this? Like, you've been doing this for more than a minute, right? Can you give us like some, like, and I want this people to understand this, because this guy's very humble, right? But he takes people that are sometimes unknown or with an unknown offer, and the things he does is pretty incredible. So like, can you just give us some dimension on like how long you've been using this approach? And
yeah, well, just to give you a little background, I started out as an affiliate manager for for an internet marketer by the name of John Reese back in 2005 through late 2009. So almost 5 years, I think it is, 4 or 5 years. And he taught me by working with him, and he's come and gone as, a guru of sorts, but he was one of the big guys back in the day. Right. And he taught me so much about, it's all about the offer, right? Once you realize that if you have a solid offer, and again, kind of like I was talking about before, that really helps people, then you can feel good about reaching out to people. So I've really kind of developed it as I've gone when I was helping people get to promote his Traffic Secrets training, which Russell Brunson, I think, bought the domain off of him, and his Reese report and so on. I kind of learned as I went. And then around the time I was ending my time with John, when he decided to retire from doing all this stuff, I thought, man, what am I going to do now? Well, maybe I can teach people how to do this. So I came up with a course that taught it. It was called JV Attraction Formula that I took off the market after a while. I just didn't keep it going. It's a long story I won't get into, but had a lot of great feedback from that. And that kind of evolved over time as because I started out doing that just as an affiliate manager for one client at a time. And then I moved into doing that for product launches, which sucked, by the way, when it was all said and done. Just that's another story for another day. But then I started doing this for people with webinars in 2011 and have continued doing that to this day. And so that's evolved over time.
Let me pause you for a minute.
Yeah,
I think there's some good dimensions here. Like, and I just want people to understand the breakthroughs that are here. So one, since 2011, today it's 2024, 13 years this shit's been working. Right. Anybody know John Reese or know what John Reese is famous for? By the way, I know probably you got a little gray hair, you probably know. The young bucks may not. John Reese was one of the internet marketers that had the first $1 million day. Remember Bugatti traffic? Bugatti traffic, $1 million day from like, I mean, I'm not saying you didn't know anybody, right? But to do $1 million in a day was like this record back then, right? Again, because it's the fastest converting traffic known to man, according to Travis Sago, right? But that's, so that was back in what, 2004? So you've been at this 20 years, right?
Yeah. So, it launched in August of 2004. So it's been 20 years, 20 years next month.
Can you don't have to name any names, but can you just name some situations? Maybe they were kind of new on the scenes and then kind of what happened, like you got them hooked up and like, I'm not trying to press you for like super specific results, but just kind of broad strokes.
Sure.
Levac.
What's that?
Levac.
I wasn't going to say any names, but so you remember. Okay. That's awesome. So back in 2014, Ryan and I were at a mastermind. There were 25 people there. It's Keith Baxter's mastermind. It's called Nothing Held Back, which now is a Facebook group that he sold to Alan Sultanic and has blown up. But in this little mastermind, I met Ryan. I heard his name a little bit, and this was before he wrote his Ask book, before he had the Ask method and quiz funnel stuff, all that. He's sitting next to me during that mastermind. We had 20 minutes. We were all on Zoom on our own laptops, and each person had 20 minutes to present something. And he presented something called survey funnel formula. And I'm sitting there thinking the whole time, I've been doing this webinar JV thing for a while. And I was like, during the break, I was like, dude, have you ever thought about taking this to the webinar circuit? And he goes, do you really think it would do well? I said, heck yeah, it would. Because I don't know, and that was only when I was 3 years into doing the webinar stuff or JV stuff with webinars. But there are certain things that I just know is going to be a hit, right? And so we worked it out where within a month or two, I think it was about a month later, we did our first one. And then that snowballed into another one and another one because it converted so well. And it was lower ticket too. It's not like the $997 and above webinars these days. There's like $297, I think. But people were eating it up, right? And so as that happened, it only took, and this is kind of the point of all this, it only took a few partners promoting it to all of a sudden he's got this exposure. He's got these different people recognizing who he is. And of course, in the internet marketing space, everyone's on each other's lists. So it only takes one promo really from a big gun, right? And at the time,
let me pause you.
Yeah, go for it.
This is huge, you guys. It's the same thing that happened to me. I got 2 or 3 big relationship advice people. Even in the relationship space, everybody's on everybody's list trying to see what they're doing. You get that one domino to fall. Next thing you know, it's like bam, 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 bam. Like you just holy crap, you got to be ready for it, right? So sorry to interrupt you, but I just want you to dimensionalize that. Like it just takes endorsement partner. I don't want to sound like Russell Brunson, right? And it may not be the first one you get up at, like that. You get that domino to tip, and all of a sudden, like you go from 0 to 304, right? Super fast, right? So sorry to interrupt you, Andy. I just want to
you're good.
Point that out.
Oh, that makes total sense. And what's really cool for me, like everyone has their memories of how they started in the industry, right? The people they met at live events and so on. And at the time, I was also working with Todd Brown, and I worked with him for a few years. Right around the same time, Ryan and I were working too. I've had different clients at this, at the same time or whatever. Well, what I remember is introducing them, right? So I introduced them, and I still remember conversation and how much they hit it off. And that's one of the key things that you should write down too, is that part of all this, it's not just all digital, right? It's not all, hey, will you promote this guy, or will you promote me, or whatever, and then you just do it all through chat, right? That happens, don't get me wrong, but I always recommend doing what I call a 15-minute brainstorm call with one another. And the reason for that is there are different reasons, but my reason is I want them to get on the call. And this is me setting up a deal and putting two people together. But if it's just you and someone else, try to get on a 15-minute brainstorm call. And you want to position it that way. You don't want to say, hey, you want to hop on a call. Everyone hates, well, no, a lot of people like myself hate just to hop on a call without any kind of direction, right? But if you do like a 15-minute brainstorm call, you can get on there and just let them know, hey, I just want to discuss strategy a little bit. Make sure when I promote for you, I really nail it, the positioning or whatever. The real secret behind getting on that call is that it allows you to get to know each other on a personal basis. Ask a few personal questions, just getting to know them, have some laughs, whatever. And by the time you get off that call, yes, you've discussed strategy, and yes, you've probably gone over the 15 minutes, but you don't care by then because you've got this rhythm going. You're building that rapport. You're getting excited for one another because, hey, we're going to make each other a bunch of money. Really like this guy or this gal, and I really want to go to bat for them. And I really get a sense that they want to go to bat for me. Now, if you don't do that call, man, the chances of that being the case are slim. I'm not saying that you wouldn't still do your best for somebody, but man, after you've gotten on a call with someone like that, and if you're like me, half the time you kind of didn't want to get on the call to begin with because you're busy and you just don't want to, I don't know. I love talking to people, but it's getting on that call that, is the rough part for me. But once I do, and once these people do, what I find is that so much rapport has been built that it makes you want to keep on rolling and just do the best you can. And I think it leads to better sales, a lot firmer endorsement of them, because even in the emails they send out, they can say, hey, I was on a call with my new friend. You can admit to them it's a new friend of yours, right? I really believe in this guy after seeing what he's been doing, yada, yada, yada. And I kind of got off track on that, but I get a little excited and fired up.
That's awesome. I think part of it too, we're going to segue into our Sam character, but how many of you guys have seen a quiz funnel? Yeah, have you guys been through seeing a quiz funnel? Ryan Levesque started a lot of that stuff, right? So it's about a solution. What does it solve? It solves people that their stuff isn't selling, right? Because they don't know what the customer wants, right? So the survey was the solution to that. And I normally see this as with where, and Andy did a lot of stuff in the webinar circuit, which is probably a little more financial based, right? But like in our scholarship example, people will endorse you even if they don't make no money. And we're going to talk about that here in a minute, right? Because it's based on the power of solving a problem that the other people have, that their people have, that's painful for them, and they want to look like a hero, or somehow they benefit. Call this NEAR, naturally existing economic relationship. Their people benefit by that, so that they're happy to do it as long as you solve that problem, right? But Ryan Levesque solved a lot of issues for a lot of people with a simple quiz and survey funnel, which he's really, really smart. So he took it, he went little 1-inch hole a mile down, right? Like on that. So, but
Can I add something to that?
Yeah, absolutely, dude.
So what I want to mention, just a couple quick things. So again, to your point with Ryan, so it was a survey funnel formula, and then he let me know, hey, I'm writing this book called Ask, and it's basically about surveys, which again turned into funnels, whatever, or quiz funnels, whatever, down the road. And so he asked me if I'd help him with that launch too, and so I did. The book was launched, and so on. And I think it was around after the book launch was over, I kind of stepped aside. I just had other client stuff going on and my own goals. But then, that led to quiz funnel and all that stuff, right? So I'm not saying that I created that, But to Travis's point, just that one little conversation I had with him led to him getting his first JV deals going with webinars, and then it just takes on a life of its own, right? And but the last thing I was going to say about all that, pay attention to this because this is important. When I brought up Todd Brown, I brought up Ryan, right? How I introduced them, they partnered together and they promoted each other's offers, did really well. But the cool thing is, a couple cool things is that they became good friends and they spoke on each other's stages at their live events after that. And I remember being at, I think it was Todd's event, MFA Live, and Ryan's on stage. And it's not a case of me patting myself on the back, but there's gratification in my heart of, man, it's so cool to be the one that kind of connected them to begin with and then see them become friends. And so in your case, keep in mind that when you do these types of deals, it's not, I mean, you can make it a transactional type thing if you want, and they all have to be somewhat transactional so we make money, put food on the table, right? But if you keep it relational, also build that bond with them. Who knows where that's going to lead? Multiple promotions for each other, stage time or whatever. And the last thing about that is I'll say that, one of them had a tragic event in their life. And I remember the three of us were on a call, and I remember some tears being shed during that call. And that just really shows, that everyone's just real people. These aren't just email lists and affiliates. This is real people with real lives that we have an opportunity to join together with and endorse one another's offers to our audiences.
Yeah. Can I say something, Travis?
Sure, dude.
Okay.
You're Jimmy Harding.
Yeah. Oh no, man. No, I just wanted to touch back on what y'all were saying, and like back when Andy was promoting Ryan, that was like when we first met. And it was funny, and I bring this up because of the trust and the endorsement. Like, I remember the only things I would promote to my people, a tiny little list of 1,000 people. Like, I would only promote things that I thought would truly help them. So everything that came along, I didn't just promote. And when I did, it was something where my people were going to get results. So they knew when I promoted it that they needed to grab this thing. And it was interesting how all of these guys with 100,000 person lists and all, like, I was showing up in the top 5 and the top 10 with them with my little 1,000 person list where I had like 300 buyers on it.
Yeah.
And so the difference was that endorsement, not so much just emailing, but what I believed in and my outcome was to help my people get a better result that I couldn't provide for them.
That's amazing. Go ahead,
I think
Andy.
that's a key too, what you said, Jimmy. I remember that. And the key to that is the relationship you have with that list, because people ask me when I'm, making these introductions to people, hey, how big's this person's list? I'm like, this size matters, right? Well, in this case, it doesn't all the time. And what I'll say is that relationship you have with the people on your list is so critical. And if you can find others who have that type of relationship, that's even better for you. And you'll know it too, because those are the people that will ask you, they'll dig a little bit deeper about your product and what you're all about, making sure you're legit, making sure, you're not going to be some wacko that goes off on these people or whatever, because they really want to take care of their audience. And that's why I think you did so well, man, because I know how you've always kind of, had a really tight relationship with those people.
Glad you chimed in, Jimmy, because it's going to segue nice. Like, so let's go back. We're Sam, the scholarship guy. We can take 10 kids or kids and their parents that are low to middle income, and we know all the things to say in the application, what to put on the application, how to have their kids interview, right? We know all these answers to get a deserving family, help them get their kids into college, right? It would be a shame if we couldn't figure out how to get this out to the world, right? But first we got to figure out who are our audience or influencer, right, that we're going to go to that may have an audience that has this problem. So let's brainstorm that a little bit. And I think what Jimmy said is like, we don't want to like just think about who's got the biggest, right? Because it's been my experience too. People, you know, I run campaigns for people that have like 8,000 person lists will perform like somebody's got a 250,000 person list, because the 250,000 list has pretty much been buy. They don't really give a shit about solving a problem. It's just like, hey, here's the thing, right? But the other person like only offers things that solve the problem. So let's put a brainstorm caps on, right? So if we were that scholarship guy, and we're really selling to parents here, I'm going to give you a little hint. We're not selling to the kids, we're selling to the parents here. So where can we find small pockets or big pockets or larger pockets of parents, and who's going to kind of be like the influencer or the gatekeeper of those audiences? There's no right or wrong answers here, but does somebody want to go first?
PTA.
That CPA? Let's talk about that. Why would a CPA?
Oh, I said PTA, but CPA too. Parent Teachers Associations.
PTA. Okay, so I have my ears hear what they want to. But yeah, a PTA. What? Why not? Why? Hey, that makes sense, right? That could be. They have the little local PTAs, and then there's the national PTAs, right? I love that. So PTA. What else?
There's a guy named Richard Rossi who has Future Docs, and he holds these huge events with like 7,000 students. So he has a list with all of those parents. So I would say, like, you know, Richard Rossi and probably a clone of him across, you know, the spectrum.
Perfect. What else?
Someone that has a podcast.
Somebody who's
I probably need to clean out my ears or something. But what did you say, Michael?
So, someone that has a podcast, like
yes. But who's the someone? Can we add some skin to that someone? I like your idea, but like, who? What kind of person that has a podcast? Anybody want to brainstorm that? Like, if we went to go to somebody on a podcast, what would be a podcast topic?
A person that helps parents with teenage kids and the troubles of raising teenagers.
Perfect. What about homeschool? Like a lot of parents, a lot of influencers to help you with homeschool, right? Probably have a homeschool podcast somewhere, right?
tutors,
parenting podcasts in general.
Maybe parenting podcasts, good, North.
Maybe even churches. Like
I like that. Yeah, absolutely. Churches, I think so. Like how much, you know, it's like we're parents. I like see all these ideas we're coming up with, right? Go ahead.
Sports clubs.
Yeah,
sports clubs, right? Like I like that. Like all the martial arts schools too that have kids in their class and deal with the parents, right? Like any of those sports related things. That's awesome. So we're coming up with all these ideas, right? Like what about insurance agents
or financial planners?
Dude, financial planners. There's a guy named Brian Kay that works with financial planners, and in fact, what he does is to show them how to get more clients. He shows them how to help kids with their college education, right? And they have he starts with that as their front end, right? That's how popular that is, right? So these are all audience owners that have parents with kids, right? That maybe that they have that same problem. Does that make sense? So let's pick one. Let's do the financial planner, right? Let's say we've got a big financial planner in a pretty big city, right? And we want to reach out to that financial planner. Like, what's the number one secret to getting an endorsement? You guys remember?
To being able to help the audience of the person who's going to endorse you.
Four letters or five letters.
Hero, to being a hero to
how do we make them look like a hero? This is the thing we want to keep in our minds, right? And how do we make them look like a hero? We got to solve a problem for their audience. And then Andy gave us some really good advice on that opener, but we haven't talked to this person before, right? Let's say we bump into them at Walmart. We just happen to know that they run the big financial firm here in town. What's something that we might ask them in the bread aisle at Walmart, right? That wouldn't require any thinking on their part.
Do your people got kids graduating from high school?
Perfect. Yeah, of course I do. Right? Perfect. I love that. That's a great.
Do they send you really long emails about how hard it is to get them into top schools?
Perfect. I love that. So now we're already in, right? So, oh my gosh, of course they do, right? And then what would be a question we would ask them after that if they say yes?
Are you doing anything to put those kids into top schools?
I love it. I would probably slightly modify it because we're trying to help kids that are lower to middle income or middle income that maybe are really good students, right? But maybe their parents can't quite afford it, right? So I might tweak it there. Do you got any parents with straight A student kids? Yeah, like we got some really good students, right? Do the parents ever come in on meetings to you and tell you they don't know how they're going to get them into college, right? Like the AG Edwards and stuff like here, right? People still come into the office. Does that make sense? Do they ever come in and they tell you like, oh, or do you ever do any financial planning that's to help the kids get into school? Yes. Are your parents ever coming up short now with the high cost of college going up and up? Yes. Like, what are you doing to help them now, right? Well, I just try to help them save up a bunch of money, right? Are some of them starting too late? Yes. You think they'd be open to something? Like, you see where we're going with that? Like, it works like a fucking charm, right? To even people that are don't know you, right? Does that make sense? But that gets the door open, right? For you to have that brainstorm, right? That Andy's talking about. Does that make sense? And so you can showcase what you can do there, right? Now, this is just a little interim step, which I find is very, very useful. Kind of you just want to say, hey, why don't you blast out a letter for me to everybody? Yeah, it might be such a great big thing for them that just like, hey, I got this guy, he come in and showed me how he's helping all these kids, right? But what's a simpler step that we might do, right? What's a simpler step that we might do that would be less of a risk for the endorser, but also very, very helpful?
You have anybody come to mind that I could help one-on-one?
Good, right? But I want to get a whole.
Can I do a free training for your people?
It's absolutely right. Like, because there's a billion questions on their mind, right? I call this a first date or a test, right? Hey, let's just put like, don't even know what to do. They don't know what to say. They don't know what grants they qualify for, what scholarships, what to put on the applications, right? I can do a training for these people if you think it would be useful for them, right? Now, let me ask you this. How many financial planners do you think are tech savvy? I don't know. Like, I would say probably most of them aren't tech savvy. So if you say, hey, let me handle all the tech for you, I'm going to set up a Zoom, right? You just tell me what date you think would be the best time and date. Probably be in the evening. What do you think would be the best day, right? Like, what's going to happen when they endorse the training to you if you're handling the tech side? Does anybody get this?
You get the list.
You get the list. Right?
I just want that soundbite, Travis. That was great.
I'll never be able to do that again in a million years. Right? So Chet Holmes called this educational based training, or EBT, right? It works amazing, right? Right. So I'm endorsing Andy here, and he's not got nothing to sell. He's going to try to get your email here at the end, right? That's all he's going to try to do, right? But educational based training is the easiest first date, right? Does it matter if 300 people show up or 5 people show up? Does it really matter? Especially on your first go around? It'd be cool to have 300 people show up, but I would think you'd probably be better off if it was your first time just having 5 people show up, right? You're going to give more attention to them, right? And then I would try to take it scale from there. Does that make sense? So brainstorm it. Say, gosh, you think if I put on a training for people about like what scholarships they might qualify for, even they don't have money, how and what never to put on an application and what to put on an application, and then what never to say on the interviews, right? Do you think that might, oh my God, that'd be amazing. You put on a free class for my people? Hell yeah, I put a free class, right? Right. And even if you didn't make an offer at the end, right, you've kind of warmed up, and then you can make an offer to the people on the class after the class. But if you really feel in your oats, you could just say, hey, this is what we do. Right? If you just rather me coach you through this process or do this process for you, right? Get in touch. This works in all kinds of markets, from SEO, reputation management, right? I've done it in relationship space. It works in every market where somebody has a problem that's very painful, and you can offer some education-based training to do that, right? Does that make sense? This is the Bugatti traffic, right? You get it. What do you think happens when all the other local financial planners see this guy's giving this amazing training to people? You think he's going to want that for his people too? Hell yeah, right? You just say, hey, I put this on for A.G. Edwards in Philly. Would you like me to do it for your Ameriprise? Hell yeah. Like now you got the competition thing going. Does that make sense? Think these people will convert faster than cold emailing? Slower or faster? All right, cool. So I wanted to spend some time on that. Making them look like the hero is the thing. You got to say, how do I make them look like a hero or a shero or a they row, whatever I wrote, right? And then you do that by finding a problem their audience has and pretending like you're in Walmart when you bump into them, right? So it usually goes situation, right? Something they can see, hear, feel, taste, or touch, right? The more you can keep it see, hear, feel, taste, or touch, the better your results are going to be. Until at the end, you say, hey, like, what do you, I know, and don't make them feel bad, like they're losers. Like, hey, I know you help them with all kinds of their annuities, their stock trading and everything, right? Do you help them at all get scholarships for their deserving kids? Like, no, I don't do that at all, right? Do you think that might be useful for them, right? Do you think that might be a service for your people, right? Well, gosh, again, you can have this whole conversation in Walmart. And I would really try to put yourself in there at Walmart. How would you say this at Walmart, standing in the middle of the bread aisle? Because just because we're using email or direct messenger, we don't want to change the conversational flow. Does that make sense? This is kind of the secret to the Bugatti traffic, right? Does that make sense?
Well, it just goes back.
Go ahead, Andy.
I was just going to, sorry, I just hit my microphone. It just goes back to what we were talking about before. You can, as long as you feel like feel good about what it is you can bring to the industry, whatever niche you're in, then doing it that way, like you're just talking about, just having that conversation with them, asking them questions about their people. It's no different than, like you said, running into them at Walmart. You're at a party together, ask how they've been doing, what you got going on now. Yeah. Tell me more about that. What is it they got going on? Stuff like that. I mean, that makes it, I'm not saying it's easy, but it is. I mean, it can be if you really love what it is you are doing for people, and you can just dig deep into how you might be able to help their people, then that's the best way to go about it.
Good segue. Let's talk about how to make this even easier, simpler, right? So there's a couple other things that will either help you or hurt you doing this. One of the things that will really help you is having a mission that's above and beyond your product and your problem, right? Ryan Levesque in Surveys. It wasn't about surveys, and he wrote the book called Ask. It was about how to make a lot of sales, right? How to get your word out there by asking people what they want first, right? Do you think it would be easy to be on a mission if we were Sam the scholarship guy with everything that's going on out in the world there? Do you think it's a mission that you could get behind, right? College prices are skyrocketing. They're getting harder and harder. It's getting harder and harder to get even for upper, if you have 3 or 4 kids, like, I don't care if you make multiple 6 figures. Like, if they're going to good schools, god dang, it's expensive, right? So that's a mission that you can be on, right? It's a mission. It's easier to get people talking about a mission than it is about your product and talking about, and you want to be excited about the mission. Does that make sense? You guys ever get the sense that I'm excited about stuff? Like, I buy into my mission, right? Like, to me, I don't want to just make money, right? I've got a mission that I'm on. So if you can't figure out the mission that your thing's on, I'm not saying you can't make it work, but it's going to be a lot harder. So it's about making things easier. So a good mission. The other thing that will really help you is having what I call a CDDC. And you guys have been around me for a while, know what a CDDC is, but let me explain it for the rest of you non-nerds. It's a clearly different and desirable concept, right? In other words, new. But I want to add some skin to new, because what is new? New is a clearly different and desirable concept. When Andy helped Ryan with surveys, probably one of the things that Andy thought, I didn't know Andy back then, but I'm just going to pretend like I know Andy, right? He's probably like, this is different. God damn. And I can see how, like, if people would just ask people, like, holy moly, right? So it's different. So now he's got something that will help. He can be on a mission and something that's clearly different and desirable, right? Does Sam the scholarship guy have something clearly different and desirable than what the financial planner is doing, than what the PTA is doing, than what the homeschooler? There's probably podcasts with thousands of homeschoolers on there listening. And, hey, are you helping them get, again, I don't start there, right? Hey, do you have straight A students? Do you have parents with straight A students? Yes. Do any of them ever send you emails or DMs saying, like, they're having a hard time affording college for their kids? Oh my gosh, all the time, right? Big long emails, right? Boom, and then you're fucking in, right? Sago does oversimplify things a little bit sometimes, right? But I've done this so much, right? But you just don't lead out with the product. And if you get that mission, you got something clearly different and desirable that's going to help their people. They got an idea that they're going to look like a hero. What else could go wrong? Let me tell you what else could go wrong. And Andy probably deals with this all the time. All that shit can go, I call it big shit popping and little shit stopping. I don't remember what rapper that, I think it was T.I., I could be wrong, but big shit popping, little shit stopping. If anybody knows, correct me in the chat box, right? But their little shit be stopping. and I see this all the time. For every 15 minutes of work that they have to do, you've just delayed the deal probably by 15 days, and I'm being conservative. For every minute of stuff that they have to do, you've just delayed the deal by a day, right? And pretty much past 15, it's just not going to get done. So if you want them to endorse people and send them to a webinar, who needs to write the endorsement?
You do.
You do. I mean, you don't have to, but you probably won't get the deal either. Right? But when you make it super easy, don't worry, I'm going to take care of all the tech. I'm going to write up a little email for you. You can tweak it if you want. Hell, I've even logged into their autoresponder accounts, right? Or mail for people. I just did an endorsement deal where, like, all he did, I said, all I need, dude, is for you to give me your customer list, right? All he had was emails. Well, I went up and reverse searched all of their snail mail addresses. Then I wrote up a letter. All he had to do was look at it. He said, oh my God, this makes me look so fucking good. He didn't say fucking because he's a nicer guy than I am, or more clean cut guy, right? Oh my God, this makes me look so good. Makes me look so good, right? For $100, I could hit 100 of his people as a test, right? Got 6 responses back, right? With his halo on it. These are for multi-6-figure deals, right? But all you had to do is say, we got a brainstorm call, right? All you had to do is say, yep, yeah, like that sounds amazing, right? I didn't even do the educational based training. I'm just, let's just send them a letter out, right? But I didn't ask for any money up front. So I gave him such a good deal that made him look awesome too. I'm like, hey, there's no deposits or anything like that. I'm strictly, if I make you money, you pay me. If I don't, you pay me a percentage. If I don't, then I've got all the downside risk, right? But if you make them do work, please heed my, like, the biggest area I see deals going to crap, even after you get the deal, right? We make them work too hard. I'm wingmanning some people that are doing some Ronin deals right now, right? And they're doing, this is after they got the deal and the offer. Now they're just pinging the guy like multiple times, right? And I get it, but that's not what people want. They don't want to be pinged multiple times, right? Put it all in a document, make it as easy as you possibly can, because the more you ping them, the longer the thing's going to draw out, right? If you make them think for very long, the deal goes bye-bye. It just goes bye-bye, right? So we want to get in there and do as much possible, quote unquote, elbow grease and work for them. And part of it's going to be to your advantage. You're going to say, let me handle all the tech, which AKA means like you're going to get all the leads, right? And not only are you going to get the leads, you're going to get the most active leads on their list. Again, Bugatti traffic on steroids, right? So not only is it like you getting the endorsement, but you're getting the people that are so active, they're willing to sit through, right, a training session. Does that make sense? So now I'm going to be my mind reader person, crystal ball people, because I just know you guys get this question, right? Anybody wondering, and just give me a thumbs up if I'm right, thumbs down if I'm wrong. Anybody that pop their mind, you think it would be a good next topic to talk about? How do you compensate? How do you pay your endorsement people? Right. So let's have a little talk about that. Andy is in a different space. So I think we're going to add dimension to this, and then I'll talk about it a little bit. But Andy, what are you seeing? Like how, and not just money too, right? Like if you only think about money, right, you're gonna hobble yourself. But Andy, let's talk about on your end. Like, how do you see the compensation go? How do you have that discussion?
Sure. So with what I deal with guys that are promoting webinars for one another, they like to get paid not just on time, but they like to be paid quickly. Yeah, right. And so, similar to what you were talking about, Travis, about making things easy and doing it for them and so on, when it comes to paying people, letting them know up front that, just as an example, someone promotes a webinar, you're not going to have to wait 30 days past, until a refund period is over before you start getting money. We'll pay you 75%, let's say, as an example, of your owed commissions within 7 days after the webinar ends. And then you'll get the balance and any split payment commissions, after that 30-day refund period. And they appreciate that. But then you really got to follow through with that, because some people say they'll do that. And then a week goes by, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. Hey, I thought you were paying, a portion of our commissions. Oh yeah, we'll get that to
Yeah.
you. We'll get that to you later today. And then the weekend goes by and they haven't been paid yet. Right. So paying quickly, paying on time, and being generous too with the commission. And Travis and I were talking last week about this. Again, not to bring up the same name again, but Todd Brown, when I was, at his event, he was talking from stage about being willing to pay as much on the front end as you can if you know your lifetime customer value. If you know people are coming into your front end product, 20% of them are up leveling into a $5,000 product, and let's say 10% of them are moving into your high ticket mastermind. If you know those numbers, be willing to pay more on that front end. Don't be greedy because you want to make every last dime up front. Really make it worth the partner's while, and so on. So that's kind of it in a nutshell right there on the money side of things for what I do anyway.
Great. So I always say a deal is just what two people agree to, right? And you want to do a deal where every party feels kind of like they got the bigger end of the stick, right? But let's talk about on the low end, and we'll talk about on the higher end of this stuff. So I've done deals, and I've had other people do deals where they didn't have to pay anything. They didn't have to pay anything for the sales that they made. Now, why might that occur? Why might that situation occur that they don't have to pay anything?
Because you wanted the quality of the clients that they give you.
Well, no, I'm saying that. So if Sam, the scholarship guy, puts on an educational based training, right, and at the end he makes 20 grand, but he doesn't end up owning the financial plan or anything. How can that? What kind of situations would that happen in?
The guy looks like a superhero, not just a hero.
Yeah, he looks like a superhero. There's a naturally existing economic relationship with them, right? They refer more business or something other than the money, right? And they're really doing it to help their people out, right? So really good example I use all the time. It's just easy to understand. Got a girl doing reputation management for auto dealers, right? She was cold calling them, and she was doing okay, right? Because people having a bad review or having a bad Yelp review really hurts them when it's on the first page, right? But she was just running herself ragged, trying to do one-on-one calls and everything. I'm like, there's a NADA, National Automobile Dealers Association, in every single city or area, right? So she started reaching out to the NADA, just kind of following this. Hey, do your people ever get bad reviews, right? Do they ever get unfair Yelp reviews? Like, oh my God, we get them all the time. Like it's a big sort. They don't know what the hell to do. She almost didn't even have to ask anything after that, right? She's like, do you think they would like if I put on a training on how to push down all those reviews or get rid of all those reviews? Like, oh my God, it'd be so amazing, right? So she would have the NADA go into her webinar, right? And she'd just tell them everything. She would tell them everything how to do it. But at the end, she'd say, if you just want to sell more cars and want me to do it, right? I can't remember how much she charged. It's like a couple grand, right? And she would just kill it. Did NADA care? No, because these automobile dealers are paying them money, right? It's part of dues, right? And the better their dealers do, the better that they do, right? So it was completely what Jay Abraham calls host beneficiary. But another insurance guy, I can't remember, I think it was Walter Bailey, calls it near naturally existing economic relationship. So on the bottom end, you can do $0 kind of deals if it's really helping their people out, right? Matter of fact, for your best endorsements, money will be a tertiary thing for them, not a primary or secondary thing. So it'll be like third place, right? So the less significant the money is, typically the less amount of money that you will pay them, right? As far as that goes, right? Also realize there's other things than money. There's other things than money in this world that you can trade with, right? I've got a really smart, he's not in there anymore, but his name was Yassine, right? And he would help people with real estate education companies run campaigns. One of the smart things he did is he went to a guy that ran a mastermind that had like 50 7-figure real estate education people in there. And he's like, hey, I would like to run a campaign for you, right? You pay me nothing, but if we do X amount, will you give me a spot in your mastermind and endorse me? He's like, yeah, right. And so he did a bunch of deals from that, right? So there's other things that you can trade, right? If you're short on cash, right? So if you have a really big ticket thing, right? Again, you kind of want to look at what industry are you in and what's big ticket for them, right? So for an insurance agent where they sell annuities, right? And you can Google like what's the average commission on an annuity or whatever, right? So and how big are the average annuities? So you just want to kind of get a range of what kind of money are in those kind of things, right? And what they normally get paid, right? But for a lot of this is a side income too, if you were to do anything. But here's my verbiage for people I don't think I really need to pay that much, but I want to pay them a little bit. So my verbiage is like, hey, I know you're not doing this for the money, right? But I like to take care of people that help me on this mission, whatever that mission is, or that take care of me, right? Like people that help me on the mission of getting more deserving kids into the colleges of their choice and not letting money be the thing that stops them, right? So if any of your parents decide to hire me to help them get into school, I'd like to give you percent of what I make, right? Now, is that going to work with the internet market? Is that going to work with any of Andy's people? No. Different industry. Does that make sense? Right? But I still like to compensate them a little bit if needed, right? As you go, again, so it's dependent on your industry and what's going to make sense for two people, right? I used to work out deals with radio stations with my relationship advice because they'd always have spots that they couldn't sell. So they would run my relationship advice ads late at night. Guess what I paid them? Actually, I paid them everything, 100%, right? I paid them 100%, right? Because they're getting paid money up front for those spots. And I'm saying, hey, don't pay me money up front, but I'll give you 100% of everything that you guys sell. Right? Now, why would I do that? Why would I give them 100% of everything that I sell?
Buyer leads.
Buyer leads? What else? Do you think everybody that heard about me on the radio station knows they just only bought through that URL? No. Right? They would Google me, right? All those kind of things. So I'd make a bunch of sales other than that, but exactly that's right. I just wanted those buyer leads, right? Coming in, right? But what I'm saying is don't get tunnel vision over money, right? Think about what the other value is. If it's a really big influencer, right? And you know that they got lots of other influencers on the list, you might cut them a really sweet deal and just give them 100% of everything you make on that first, for 30 days after that educational based training. Why would you do that? Why would you do that? Question mark. to you.
LTV.
Yes, but what else?
You strengthen the relationship with that person, with the
Yes, but
endorser.
what else? What happened when Andy promoted Ryan Levesque through Todd Brown's list? I mean, they got that backwards. What
Other
happened?
influencers are watching, other people on the list.
Influencers. You got a big influencer to give you that endorsement. You got all these people on the list. God damn, you got it made. Does that make sense? Or even if they're not that big of an influencer, you still have other people on there, right?
It's the first domino.
Domino to topple over, right? Let me tell you, I'm part of the human race. I understand humans, and humans get super focused on dollars, and they fuck themselves. They play checkers instead of chess, right? So I'm trying to encourage you to pull back, be objective, and see what we're really trying to do. What's worth more than money here, right? I'm not saying not to make a lot of money doing it, right? But if you know there's going to be other influencers, it's going to be a stepping stone for you, right? Don't be greedy, right? Be abundant minded, right? So I want to leave you with one last thing. And then we're going to kind of open it up. We'll just do a free for all. Right? We like free for alls, right? We'll do Q&As, whatever you guys want to ask. So a lot of you guys here endorsed me and helped me sell my book, and I'm very much grateful for you guys. I'm trying to figure out how to do this without tooting my own horn. Any of you guys notice like people making posts with me? And I only asked one time way at the end, right? But you guys notice people like saying, hey, buy Travis' book, buy Travis' book, buy Travis' book, right? Same thing in the relationship space or anything that I do, right? I've kind of found a trick or a hack that will get people to promote you that works better for me than anything else, right? It's kind of like a little bonus to this, right? And it's not about the offer. It's not about all these things, but it's just one statement that I found that works amazing. If you can change somebody's behavior in even a small way, you fundamentally change where you're at in there. You raise the trust level, right? And they'll be much more willing to endorse you. If you change their behavior in a small way. This is one of the things I try to do in everything that I do. That's where I spend time with people. So what I'm hoping is one of the things you'll do that will change the way that you guys do things, right? It's how you do your openers, how you approach those things. If I can get you to do that, you're like, oh, that Travis is pretty awesome, right? And somebody asked me about it, I'm like, oh my God, like right? This is the thing that if you can help them change their behavior, right? Everything from bum marketing method back in the day, right? All the way up. The kind of the secret to me is like, if I can find one small behavior that I can change that gets them a result, right? It's better than trying to change their beliefs, right? Or all the other marketing stuff. What can I give them that will change their behavior in a small way? So it's kind of a bonus thing that I wanted to put in there for you, right? Doesn't have to be huge, just something small that you actually get them to go out there and do, right? You guys have been in any of my short-term Facebook groups? I always focus on one thing I'm getting you to try to do. Like in the phone sales machine, it's to send that T1, right? It's not even about the whole course. It's to send that first T1. If I can get you to send that first email out, right? Then also people will respond, and that'll motivate you to do the next thing. But you will forever remember that I'm the one that got you to do it that way. Does that make sense? Right? So changing people's behavior in a small way. So I'm going to shut up for a minute. One, because I need a drink of my tea. Two, because I know Andy's probably still chock full of stuff. Andy, like what do you want to talk about? And then we can open it up for Q&A, dude.
Well, I just want to say that, I know I've talked a lot about my industry, right? The webinars, promos, and people that are, on lists and on each other's lists and so on. But some of you might not be in that situation where whatever it is you're promoting, there would be somebody who, let's say someone endorses you to their Facebook group. Maybe there aren't a ton of people in that group that are potential partners for you, just as an example. However, what you can still do, and I wanted to, I thought of this while you were talking about, similar stuff, Travis, is that what you can do is just still, you make sure you do all you can to make sure that endorsement, that promotion, or whatever, is great and it makes him or her look like a hero. Their people are taken care of, and hopefully you have some nice conversions on the promotion, because then what you could do is just take that information and when the promo is all over, always recommend going back to that person who promoted for you and say, hey, thanks for, endorsing me. I really appreciate it. So how do you like it? How do you think your people liked it? Right. And before you even say that, make sure you've paid them a little bit first. Pay them a chunk of their money. Say, hey man, want to let you know I just PayPal'd, $5,000 over to you, whatever the amount is. And let me know if you got it. Oh, thanks. I really appreciate it. Well, they're always going to respond to that, right? And so that's a great time to say, hey, what did your people think of the promotion? What do you think? And when he says, hey, it was great, and so on, that's another great time to ask them if they will record, just get their phone out and record a 30 to 60-second testimonial of what it was like to endorse you for that promotion, and ask them if you can use it on whatever called a JV attraction page or whatever document or page you have that's selling your JV or affiliate opportunity, for instance, right? And so you can do things like that, and really leverage those results, whether you have someone that's a potential partner on that email list or in that Facebook group that may have seen your promotion or not. So I wanted to add that you can still leverage that in different ways, just by thinking strategically and how you follow up with them at the end of a promotion. So yeah, so that was an extra thing there, but also, yeah, just, any questions you guys have about anything related to, again, my specialty is being, on the joint venture JV/affiliate side of things. If you have any questions around that, if you have any obstacles you guys are facing with, how to get through to somebody, how to just feel better about, getting someone to promote your offers or whatever, that'd be great. And by all means, put in the chat box or in the Q&A, depending on what access you have on this call, some details about yourself if you want, to share what you got going on in terms of, a struggle with, a webinar or anything else you got.
Awesome. So, just so you guys know, there's not going to be a replay of this. I'm not going to offer a replay. Any replays that I offer, if I offer them, are going to be paid replays. But Andy wants to give you a replay of this. If you guys have been on this call and you got like replay, he's also going to get you transcript and notes, I believe, right, of the call. One of the things I want to just point out that how long we've been here now? Hour and almost 2 hours. Andy's been at this for 20 years. He knows, he's got like forms and things that we can't even begin to touch on here. So he also wants to give you some heads up on that. He also has 20 years of network buildup. I kid around. I'm like, if Andy doesn't know Jesus, he knows somebody that knows Jesus, right? So if you have an offer, he may have a great audience for you already. He's got the trust factor already built up, right? Andy's a good domino to know, right? But Andy, again, he's like any other human. He wants to look like a hero, right? So take all this stuff, right, and show him how he can be a hero, right? But Andy, do you have a URL that you can send them to, and I'm going to drop it in the chat and the question, as well as verbalize it for?
Yeah, I went ahead and dropped it in the chat, which I think everyone should be able to see. It's endorsedtrafficpros.com/Travis. So we've been talking about endorsed traffic. So it's just endorsedtrafficpros.com. Travis. And when you go there, it's not an opt-in page. There's actually a couple goodies on there for you already. But then once you do, there will be a pop-up comes up. Go ahead and opt in there. That'll get you on my main list. And the only reason I didn't set up an extra opt-in for this call, long story short, is we're changing email providers soon, and I just didn't want to go down that road. I thought, well, we'll just keep it simple today, and get on that list. And I'll update you about different stuff I got coming up on this side of things. But it looks like we do have a question here from Basil, I think. He asked, how can we also get, how can we also get in contact with Andy and get access to some of the notes? Okay. Well, I just told you on that. So just go to that link.
He's reading our minds. Good job, Basil. Yeah.
Well, he had another question that I meant to ask, that had slid down the feed here in the Q&A, but he asked, can you go more in depth about opening conversations with strangers along these lines? Yeah. So what I will say there, especially, this used to be a challenge for me, and it's a challenge for anyone who's an introvert, especially, right? Whether it's in person, online, or whatever. But what really helps me and would probably help you is to take a little time to really gather your thoughts on what it is you're trying to achieve here, right? And be selfish at first, right? You want to reach out because you're hoping at some point they're going to love what you have and want to promote for you, right? So yeah, there is that, I guess we'll call it selfishness on the very front end. Okay, what is it I want to get out of this, right? But once you get that out of the way, like I said before, you forget about what you want and start thinking about, okay, their audience, I really believe could be a fit for what I have. How can I get in touch with them in a way that doesn't annoy them, that helps them trust me, and so on? Especially, let's use Facebook Messenger as an example, or LinkedIn, for instance. I don't use LinkedIn hardly ever, but either one applies. Raise your hand if you've ever been contacted by DM by someone who just straight off the cuff says, "Hey, I see we have some of the same friends. What are you doing?" And your guard goes up. You know they're going to pitch you something, some kind of a coaching thing. Yep, there we go. I think that was Carlos. Yep. They're going to pitch something to you. So you want to keep that in mind when you reach out to them. They're going to have their guard up no matter what, especially if they are a stranger. Just like they would if you walk up to them at an event and you don't know each other or whatever. But the key is to ask about them after you've organized your thoughts, and ask about them. And kind of like we were talking about earlier, say, hey, I notice you're doing this in the industry. It looks like you have a course that's about X, Y, and Z. And just really have a real conversation. Ask them how that's going. Let them know. All right. Don't just leave it at that. Don't just say, hi, my name's Joe. How are you doing? I see you have a course about Facebook ads. Don't just leave it at that. Always include a because, I just had an idea that I thought might help your people. But I just want to make sure, are you still, doing that? Are you still teaching people how to make, more sales with Facebook ads? And because you gave that reason why, that's going to, get them to answer, and they're going to be a little intrigued what your idea is, right? And they still will have their guard up, but you're being honest with them right from the start, but without overwhelming them. So keep the message very short and sweet. Just try to engage them in a conversation. And again, I know I'm kind of rambling about this, but it really all comes back to making sure you get the point across to them in a short and sweet fashion, that you care about them and their audience, and that you're not trying to, hammer anything over the top of their head of promoting a product or bringing up that you even have a product yet. Right now, you're just trying to find out more about what's in it for them at this point. So that is really about, what's that, Travis?
That's awesome. That's great. I'm really passionate about this topic. It's way simpler than people think, but it's so simple that they won't fucking believe me. That's the problem. So, and Basil, maybe you came on late, but here's the secret. You pretend you're going down Walmart in the fucking bread aisle, and you run into somebody, but you just don't know that much about them. But what would you say? Let's with Andy's. He's getting his Weber, or he's getting his Wonder Breads. I'm getting my Wonder Breads, and I see Andy, and like I only know this little bit about him, right? And I'm like, Andy Hassan, aren't you the guy that helped John Reese with his $1 million day? And what the fuck do you think Andy's gonna say? Spammer, get the fuck out of here. No. He's like, yeah, that's me, right? Now you've got the conversation open, right? If I bump into Jimmy Harding, right, just based off what he told me today, I'm like, Jimmy, are you the guy that crushed it with a little tiny list on Ryan Levesque's promo? And he's like, yeah. And then we can talk like, man, your people must really love you because, like, I know you were competing against several big people with lists probably double your size, right? That'll leave Jimmy like, oh, no, they're triple, quadruple, right? So the thing is, here's the secret. 5 minutes of fucking research. 5 minutes of research. I literally open conversations all the time. I do 5 minutes of research, and I'm like, hey, are you the dude that did X with X, right? And like, that's me. And yeah, you got the conversation open, and now we can steer it over to their customer. So now, like, yeah, that was me. I helped John, and Andy's very humble. So like, well, there's a lot of people involved. I helped a little bit, right? Like, like, so you're still helping a lot of webinar people today, right? Yeah. Do they ever complain that their attendance rates are down or that their show up, right? Like, oh my God, yes, right? Is that something that you help them with, right? With their show up rates? And Andy, is that something you help them with, their show up rates and attendee rates? And
on a very small scale, but not by any means enough. So yeah, I would definitely be interested in what this person has to say.
well, dude, I know we're both trying to make some sandwiches here. Like, would it make any sense for us to exchange numbers, right? Because I have something that might help them. I was just working with some people, and it's kind of off the wall how I do it, but it works like gangbusters, right? And maybe we could just get in touch, right? And I could show you what we're doing. If you think it's useful for your people, then you could tell them about it. It works, but it's too simple for what we think. The 51-step motherfucking cold outreach, motherfucking super system strategy, assertive, benevolent alpha nipple twister thing what we need to have, right? Like, that could possibly never fucking work, but it works all the time, right? So you want to open up a conversation first, right? And then kind of use exactly what we've been saying. And Andy's going to have the transcripts of this, right? But I've opened up multi-million-dollar convos with strangers just using that. I do licensing deals, right? All these kind of things that we can use these for, right? With people you don't know, but it's focused on getting the conversation open for the secret 5 fucking minutes of research. Find something they might be proud of that you can open the conversation with. If you were walking down the bread aisle in Walmart, right? How would you strike up that conversation? And it's not going to be, oh, Andy Hassan, it's your lucky day. You ran into me, right? And blah, 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 blah. Paul, right? Like some non-human, right? That ain't the way it works, right? So what screws us up as humans is we get this thing called email and DM. We think like, well, can I tell them everything in one whole block? No, that's not the way you talk in Walmart, right? Talk like you talk in Walmart. Don't worry about like, oh, I got to get it all scrunched in here, everything I'm going to say, right? Say your line and then S T F U and wait for a reply, right? So I'm being ridiculous because I want these things to stick in. Like, again, this is the thing. If I can change your behavior on this, stop sending those long ass fucking emails about how awesome you are and how you know their business is struggling and how their business is going, right? And just kind of stick to what I'm telling you. Like you open up conversations like crazy, you'll get endorsement deals like crazy, right? Assuming that you have something really clearly different and desirable, right? For people, right? And it'll work. So like
Yeah, and I'll just say too, if well, first of all, let me just jump in. A couple of you reported not having a pop-up come up at that link. So if you just go to the main site at endorsedtrafficpros.com, there will be a pop-up that comes up unless you have a pop-up blocker on. But if you want, just I'll give you my email address here. Just Andy at endorsedtrafficpros.com. You can email me, you can find me on Facebook, or drop your email address in there if you want me to get with you, get added to the wait list for some of the announcements I'll be making. So we'll get you taken care of one way or the other there. But what I wanted to mention there, Travis, was I have a memory from 2011. I remember it was an event I worked at for a product launch, and a dude came up and slapped a business card in my hand. I still remember his name. I'm Facebook friends. I'm actually friends with him now, but at the time I didn't know him. But he came up to me and very matter of factly, I'm getting ready to ask about him. And he just said, "Hey, my name is so-and-so. I'm doing such and such and such and such. Here's my card, blah, 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 blah." Right. And he was gone in like 20 seconds. And I'm like, sorry, but what a douchebag, I was like,
you don't want to tell his name?
no, I don't. He's a good dude. Anyway, after that,
Sorry
I mean
about that, Andy. I
what's
won't do it
that?
again. Sorry about that. I won't do it again.
Yeah, okay, it was Travis. No. But no, the point is that whether it's live or online, virtual, or whatever, people remember that stuff, right? They remember the good, they remember the bad even more so. And they say good news travels, but bad news travels faster, right?
Yeah.
It's a similar type of thing. So just use common sense and approach people like you would, just face to face, and be cool and make it about them. So, I mean, really, that's how simple it does get down to. And like Travis was saying earlier, 5 minutes of research, and that could just be, I mean, that could be nothing more than, because one thing I love, like if you guys are on Facebook and you have contacts on Facebook that could become clients, it could become partners or whatever, man, spend 15 minutes in a Facebook group or just even scrolling through your feed and look for people to comment, comment. You could help them. You could just put a GIF or a GIF, depending on how you will pronounce it or whatever, funny, something funny, humorous, whatever, just to get a little engagement going, right? And you'd be surprised how many people reach out to you saying, "Hey man, I've been meaning to get in touch with you about such and such." But those are things you can, when you are chatting with them, you can reference. You can say, "Hey man, I saw where you posted about your kid's bicycle accident or whatever. Man, I hope he's doing all right." Or something funny the guy did, you could bring up in a message and just kind of break the ice a little bit, even if it's someone and you haven't talked to in a while, just to kind of get on common ground again. But you could just keep it light in that way too. And Travis taught me, as a part of his Mojo Mastermind, not taking your thoughts too seriously about things. Don't get all bent out of shape like, oh, I really don't want to reach out to these people, but I need to, because I there's that word need, Travis. It's a word that, we don't like to use, but man, I got to reach out to these guys to see if they'll promote for me. I hate to ask people to do anything for me. Quit that stinking thinking and look at it from the other perspective we're talking about, where, you make it about the other guy and the people on their list just looking to help, right? And you don't even have to talk business right off the bat. Just engage with them, see how things are going. And you'd be surprised. I do this from time to time. I'll sit down behind me on this couch for 30 minutes and I'll do nothing but I scroll through my Facebook Messenger feed, where it has a green light on it on your phone, for instance, it shows who's online, whatever. I will hit up just random people that I'm Facebook friends with who are online on Messenger, just see how they're doing. And you'd be surprised what kind of conversations that leads to. And in a way, it's a fun thing. And it's kind of a test that I'm doing when I do it, but I really care too. I really care. Now, I'm not reaching out to people I don't really want to chat with because, they've, just the way they come off or whatever, not to be judgmental, but you know what I'm talking about. There's certain people you just really don't want to have a discussion with because maybe the way they portray themselves online, you know what I'm talking about. But that's kind of stuff you can do. Just have fun with it. Don't, that's about it.
Those are wise words, dude. I think too, what happens to people when they get like, oh, I don't want to bug people, is that their focus is on their product, right? They're like, oh, I got to pitch my product, got to promote my product, and all those things, but they're not thinking about who their product helps and the mission that we're on. So again, if you're Sam, the scholarship guy, like maybe a more useful thought, I try not to give any thoughts too seriously, but a more useful thought is what parent and child and their grandchildren am I going to fuck over today because I don't want to reach out to somebody and get a referral? How many people can I fuck over today by not getting my stuff out there? Right. And if you don't feel that way, right, maybe get a different mission. Right. I'm just saying, consider it, right? If all you're doing is about making money and pimping out your product, right, that could be the core cause that's because I know when I get excited about stuff and I'm on a mission, like I don't have any problem saying you need to buy this if you got this problem, right? Or your people have that problem, right? Or again, it's like pre-selling, right? Pre-selling the price, or just keep living with what you're living, right? But like, who are you going to screw over today because you're not going to go out there and get an endorsement deal that could help so many people, right? So you guys can use that or not use it, but whenever you feel like, right, I feel like I'm bugging people, that's where your mindset's gone to your product and like you're being so, and even if you have a great mission, right, sometimes it'll happen because we're human, right? But refocus on what's the mission? Who am I really helping? What is their life going to be like if they don't come into contact, right, with this leverage or this tool or this solution that can help them? If they don't figure out that there's scholarship money out there, and if you just knew what scholarships to apply for, how to apply for them, and how to get through the interview, like you could get 90% of your kid's college paid for, right? Who's not going to get that information tonight, right? Because I'm too busy watching Breaking Bad or whatever, right? So I try to figure out automatic ways to make that shit happen, right? Because I do like my Breaking Bad and my Suits and those kind of things, right? So it's cool if you don't feel like doing it, but get somebody else to do it for you, or figuring out how you can get that mission accomplished, right? The mission impossible, mission accomplished. We want to get that mission accomplished, no matter how tough it is, right? So let's open this up for Q&A. Daniel, I made you a panelist. Iverson, if you want to come in or not, that's totally cool.
Can I ask a question related? It's really related to what you just said. Like, it segues nice.
Yeah.
Andy, you said the dude, you didn't mention the name, but he pissed you off at first. The first impression was the wrong impression, and now he's a friend, right? How did that reverse? Like, how did you suit you that? Because I've found myself do that so many times early on, a long while ago. Like, I feel like it's important, but it's because I learned, for me anyway, unless you have a different take on this, it's also learning the temperament of the type of person that you're working with. Like, introverts, like I'm an ambivert, and extroverts tend to, raise my dander real quick too, but like, they're not always bad people. And sometimes the intention's there, but they just don't know how to, they just like a dog that, jumps on you, it's a Great Dane though, right? And you got your nice suit on, you're like, oh, God damn it, get this thing off me. So, you get a little ahead of yourself. So sometimes I find that, I don't know, I feel like it'd be a useful thing to talk about how that person reversed it and how do you deal with it? Because sometimes getting into conversation with people is not always, not just what Travis said about your product. You also don't want to necessarily, maybe you see yourself as in a lower pecking order than the person that you're reaching out to. You're like, oh man, I'm nobody. Why would this guy, give me the time of day or whatever? So you don't know, maybe you get overly excited. Maybe if I wow them with this or whatever, anyway, sure. My question makes sense. Or was it too long-winded?
No, I get it, Carlos. No, it's a great question. And in this instance, it was just time, just time, it took time to build that relationship because I mean, I saw him at a live event and then I think he may have reached out maybe a few weeks later and then, time passes before we communicate again and got to know him a little bit better at live events and so on. But really, myself, I can only speak for myself, but I don't I don't hold grudges and I forgive easily. And first impressions aren't necessarily lasting impressions with me. I give people second chances. I try to understand that people are having bad days, or in his case, it's just different personality. And maybe it's something that's worked for him and he just doesn't know any different. And so I try not to pass judgment onto them. When I said that before, is just more or less that was the first impression I got. And so when I'm a when I'm approached in that way, I tend, I obviously I'm not real fired up about getting to know this person right away. And so that was just more of an example of how not to operate if you want to make a good first impression, right? But so I think that the key to all this is in reaching out to people. First of all, show yourself some grace, right? You're going to make mistakes. I still do, man. Like there are times when I will get excited about a client's offer, right? And I hit up someone, and this is part of it too. You got to know who just wants to know the facts. Some people you do need to do a little, dance with a little bit and go back and forth for a bit before you let them know about something. But I make mistakes. I'll approach someone just a little too aggressively, and I could just tell that it was too aggressive because the way they kind of responded, they didn't get ticked off, but they kind of ghost and so I'm like, yeah, I came on too strong with that, right? So show yourself some grace and understand you're going to make mistakes. And so, other people are going to do things in a way that you don't like too, right? But it's just people being people and we're all just trying to figure this out as we go. You know what I mean? Um, so so there's that. And so I think if you show yourself some grace, and it kind of goes back to what Travis was talking about, you don't feel like reaching out to someone, or Carlos, like you said, you feel like you're not as high on the pecking order, so to speak, or whatever. That's just us pointing the finger at ourselves, like, and that that stinking thinking in our own minds, no one's a worse critic for most of us than ourselves, right? And you got to turn that finger around like, okay, well, quit pointing the finger at myself in this case, right? And let's point the finger at, okay, who can I who can I help today, right? Because we all feel better when we've helped somebody else, right? And so if you are focused on that end client, that can help you as well to get out of that, stinking thinking, like I like to call it, or if you're an introvert or just don't feel like, asking people to do something for you, that's because you're thinking of you, right? Think about that in person again, like Travis was saying, before with, whose life are you ruining or hurting by not making what you can do for them available? So, kind of a roundabout answer to your question there. I don't know if that helped.
How did it reverse, if you don't mind me asking? How did
Like that
your relationship reverse with that one particular instance?
Well, I kind of hinted at it, I guess, but I was over it like quickly. That was just kind of it. By the end of that event, I probably saw him and thought, and it, clicked in my mind that, oh, that's the guy that slapped that business card in my hand. But maybe I talked to him again a little
Like
bit.
2011, he's probably studying pickup artist things, like doing a drive-by. Let's just drive by, say hello, and drop my card real quick, right? Like, so
Could
people
be.
get all techniquey and stuff, and like,
Yeah.
but it's a big mistake. He started talking about himself, right? But I think what
Yeah.
Andy's saying is like, okay, well, he's not just going to hold that against him forever, right? Now, some people will, but Andy's not typically like that. But one thing I want to say is about the nobody thing. I think nobody is the best position to come from. If you're even playing the status game at all, if you have a ladder of hierarchy where you think there's different status things, like the game is not to try to climb higher up the ladder, at least from my experience. The game is to step away from the ladder and not play the game at all, right? And you make it about your mission that you're on and tools that you use, right? I'm trying to promote my principles and tools, not of me being some kind of wonderful, perfect person, because I'm far from that. It's just too much fucking work for me to try to be perfect and all that kind of stuff. just, do I have something that works? Do I have some kind of tool of leverage that works that I can focus on, that if people were to put that to use, that their lives would change, right? Whether it's my thing or a partner I'm promoting, right? But to me, the strongest position to come from my perspective, is a nobody. I'm a nobody, right? But I can find good stuff, right? And that just takes me off of the ladder, right? And then I don't, when people reach out or I reach out to them, I'm not like, oh, like they're so much higher than me. Like, no, you
Yeah.
just step off of the ladder. Everybody, I don't care who they are, puts their pants on the same old way, right? Mostly, right? But do they have an audience? Do they care about their audiences? Does their audience have problems that they don't have the time, money, energy, or bandwidth to solve? And that's where I'm coming in, right? With my hammer, right? To talk about the outcome. And it's less about the hammer, right? And more about the tool, right? Will this tool be useful? If they say, no, it won't be useful, it's not about me, it's about the tool. Does that make sense, right? But the easiest thing for me is just get off, to step off of the ladder and let everybody else play the status game. I'm playing an energy game over here, right? And I want people to buy into my tools and my processes. Whether they buy into me or not is not hugely important on my good day. Sometimes I get stuck in the ego too, right? So, but we want to step away from the ladder, come at it from a position of nobody. Actually, trying to come at it from a position of somebody. There's no way to win that game, right? Because either you feel like people are below you and you talk down to them, right? Or you're too nervous about the people that are happen to be a rung above you. And there's always somebody above you. You get somebody with 100-foot yacht and there's a 200-foot yacht, right? Right? And there's somebody, if you play that game, the easiest thing is just not to fucking play that game, right? And the whole world opens up when you play a different game, right? With boldness, mojo, and you're on a fucking mission to help a group of fucking people out there that would probably not be sending their kids to college, or those things that they want, right? If you didn't present them that tool in the right way. So I think obviously I'm a little bit passionate about that, but one of my missions is to help the regular guy go do big shit, right? Using leverage and tools, right? I'm getting a little bit gray. I still feel like I'm 27, right? I have no health issues and stuff, but I'm getting a little bit gray. But that's my thing. I like to take regular average people and show them how to use leverage and go out there and do great shit. And the first thing I got to do is try to take them out of that status game, because you can't win that status game. You got to play a different game. And it's a game of leverage.
Yeah. And I'll say too that, just in my time in doing all this, like, shoot, I was a post office clerk when I met John Reese at a live event. I felt like, when I walk into the place, I was kind of pumped up because I'd been to the one 6 months before that. It was called the System Seminar in Cincinnati, Ohio in 2002. And I was just a post office clerk, called in sick just so I could get the day off to drive to Cincinnati. And John Reese, I walk up to him. I didn't know who he was. And I just made it about him. And we just started talking about stuff, and that was it. And because I really believe it's because I went up to him and just made it about him. There were no games. I was just being cool, I guess, cool with him. And about the same age, we just kind of hit it off, started talking about stuff. And he asked me what I did. I said, I'm a full-time worker for the post office doing some affiliate marketing. He goes, oh, hey man, that's cool. I go, what about you? And then he told me his story. I was like, holy crap, I need to pay attention to this guy. And so what I found was that guys that are doing big things are going to put, what is it? I can't think of the word right now, but really take them under their wing. That's it. Take them under their wing.
Mentor. Yeah.
Yes. Kind of, just bring them in just by being cool and so on. But when it comes to doing the JV stuff or getting endorsed traffic partners and all that, like Travis is saying, it comes down to the offer, what it is that you can do for people, the mission that you're on, and so on. And if you, when you're making it all about them, and then they come back to you and ask you what you've got going on, and you say, yeah, well, you can even say, I'm on a mission to do X, Y, and Z because, I help people, get these types of results. But, oh yeah, tell me more about that. And again, they don't know you from Adam, and they don't care. Most of them just don't care about the whole status thing. If what you can bring to the table is something that can help their people. And especially with all the podcasts out there, just think, this is a tip for you too. If you have stuff to share with people, you could get on all these podcasts just to share this stuff. All these guys are looking for solid content to share and would love to interview people that most people haven't heard about. They like to be the ones who kind of introduce the world to
That's a
them.
great point.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so do that if you want to get some experience, get over some being an introvert or whatever, and do that to get the word out there, because that's a great way for them to endorse you intrinsically through the podcast. But then also another tip for you, people will use podcasts as a pre-sale to a promotion later on. And so if you can get someone to agree to interview you as part of their podcast, but strategically talk to them ahead of time, hey, if this goes well, what do you think about possibly endorsing my webinar, if you have one or whatever, a couple of weeks later? And then they might say, well, you know what, let's do this. We'll just, when I'm interviewing you at the end of the interview, we'll give them a link that they can go ahead and sign up for a longer training that you'll give them, which is the webinar that pitches your offer, right? And so that's, ways to work around that too, understanding that they don't care how famous or internet famous you are, or how much status you have, as long as you have something that can help their people.
Questions you guys got? I saw a little bit of energy, man. Like I got a little bit of energy. I don't think dinner's on the table yet. Let's see what else you guys got.
Can I just add useful? I don't know how this is going to be used, but I think it's something useful based on everything that you guys said. That I know that Andy, you have a lot of respect, man. I got to tell you, you come across as super respectful, which I find is like really underestimated or undervalued in today's day and age, in my opinion. Like, yeah, respect is just like a lost art. You know what I mean?
Thanks, man.
Yeah,
appreciate it.
Be useful is what I'm hearing. Just come across as trying to be useful. And a funny story in this regard, if I may, like trying my hardest to be useful to somebody that I use now when I'm doing work for other people is this woman. I stopped at a fast food place, and this woman, admittedly, she was hot, okay, but her fly was down. So I wanted to tell her. I was like, holy shit. So I walked up to her, right? And immediately, I was going to say something, and she like put her hand in my face. And I was like, oh, like her girlfriend was there. So I was like, immediately, I looked like a jack, right? To everybody. I was like, oh man. And then I was like, but like her fly's still down, right? So she's in front of me in the line now, and a little while later, I just walk up to her slowly, and I was just like, I just want to tell you, I'm not trying to hit on you. Don't yell or anything. Your fly is down. That's all I wanted to say. And she got so embarrassed. Like she just, she froze. And I was like, yeah, that was it. She was like, thank you. And then all of a sudden, long story short, we had a conversation after that. And yeah, we actually exchanged numbers and stuff. So it did turn into something a little bit, but yeah, like that was like a useful little segue. I was like, how the hell do I get past this barrier? I'm really trying to, point out a flaw here. You know what I mean? So the intent was there. And then the thing that I see that Travis does all the time is, and I find it, I was thinking about this. He's he knows how to hold his boundaries so well in such a nice way, man. It's so like amazing almost. It's like he delicately like redirects you. No, thanks you. Like can hold his boundaries just so it's a meta thing to watch happen, and I love it. And I don't know how to explain it. I think about it a lot, but understanding how to hold yourself, even if you don't have I don't know, like if you don't, I don't know, if you're not trying to play a status game, you still hold yourself as you have respect for yourself, and holding yourself in a way that's I don't know, but you can't be pushed around or whatever, if that makes any freaking sense. So thank you.
Welcome, Carlos.
Yeah, thanks for sharing that, Carlos. Yeah, respect is what it's all about. I mean, what you were saying, it's not about kissing butt or anything like that, whatever you want to call it, man. It's just one thing I found, Travis and I have talked about this before too. Again, I've usually been kind of the middleman between two different people who are trying to get stuff done. And you deal with a lot of egos, a lot of different personalities, pluses and minuses. And my job is always to smooth those relationships as these deals take place and afterwards, right? And you don't build a reputation or be able to do that long term without respecting the other people, and respect starts with yourself, right? And so if I'll tell you this too, if most of what we do is online, right? 90% of the time we're responding to someone's Facebook post, Facebook message, or whatever, and it still kills me to see people not taking the time. And I've probably been guilty of it on some level. I know I have on some level, but I tried, the older I've gotten, the more I try to think through my responses, right? And so I think that's it too, being respectful online, regardless of what someone claims or whatever, or even if they're accusing you of something privately or whatever, take the time to respond thoughtfully versus reacting out of emotion, right? And so again, I don't mean to get on soapbox about that, but gosh, I tell you, it just drives me crazy to see how many people just blow up. And dude, just take a minute and think through your response, or just don't respond at all if it's not even to you or about you, if it's not affecting you. Anyway, I could go off down a lot deeper road than that, but respect is where it's at.
It's a good conversation to have. In the straight line leadership, a guy named Dusan Jukic, he has a little chapter on it, and I think this kind of is really relevant to the boundaries and thing. But he has a chapter on pleasing people versus kindness, right? And so we think being kind is the same thing as pleasing people, right? But a girl with her fly down, probably there's not a whole lot of downside to that, but like if you're not worried about pleasing her, then you be kind, right? Like you can be as bitchy as you want, but your fly's down, right? Like, but I think what we get into is we try to please people, right? Rather than be kind. And we got to do the same thing to ourselves. We have to be kind to ourselves and not be pleasing to ourselves. So somebody reaches out and says, hey, I want to jump on a call with you, regardless of who they are. Like, hey, dude, I've retired from jumping on calls. Good to see you. Retired from jumping on calls, right? Like, and usually that just kills it, because for some reason when you put retire in something in front of something, they're just like, oh, okay, he's retired from it, right? Doesn't mean I won't get on a Zoom or something. I'm not jumping on a call, right? Does that make sense? But I will push back. I probably push back against you on things where I think, hey, like, I just want to be kind to you and tell you the truth as I see it, right? And I think that'll do you more good than me just blowing smoke up your ass, right? Like, and those kind of things, right? So I think that there's a difference between being pleasing and kind. Like most of my groups, I say, hey, I'm not here to please people. I'd love it if I pleased you, but I'm not here to do that. I'm here to help you get a result, right? And so I think helping get a result and being kind is a different distinction than pleasing people. And I think we get into pleasing people because we're on the ladder of hierarchy and we see them as higher than us or something like that. So we're trying to please them. So the big secret is just to get the fuck off that ladder, which is easier said than done, right? Way easier said than done because we have a lifetime of programming, religion. I'm channeling my George Carlin now. Like, if you don't act right, you go down to hell and you're going to roast on a spit for years and years, right? And God loves you, right? So they teach you that if you don't please people, that there's great rewards if you please them and eternal damnation if you don't please them, right? So it's not, don't get me wrong, I'm just not saying, hey, just step off the ladder. It's that easy, right? But if you see, sometimes the trick is just seeing the game, right? And then it's a practice like anything else, right? Are you doing shit you don't want to do because you're afraid of what somebody else will say, or you want, maybe not even afraid of what they're going to say, but you want them to think well of you, right? You know, and I think that's different than being kind, right? So I think it's a good conversation. I could probably talk about it for hours, but you guys don't want to listen to, right? But any other questions on this? What do you guys go
It looks
ahead?
like Basil has another question for you, Travis. Yeah, so when you do your 5-minute research before reaching out, are we necessarily trying to find something on their side that matches our product or service, or something general we can compliment them on? What should our target be
Yeah.
in that research?
So let me give you the simplest version of it. And it's so simple, people don't think it works. But if you reach out to somebody and say, aren't you the CEO of blah, 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 blah.com? That works. They're like, yes, yes, I am. Right. But most people don't do that level of research. Right. So it can be that simple. You don't have to lead out with a compliment. Again, one of the things I call them bosses. Bosses recognize in an instant other bosses, and they repel and reject people pleasers. So one of the mistakes that I see people make when they're doing cold outreach or any tapping is they're too fucking syrupy nice. Take the fucking syrup off that shit and be kind. Help them get to a result. I'm not saying not to validate, but validating is different than agreeing, right? So you don't want to reach out with big syrupy, "Ooh, I love what they're doing. I love," without a because. If you really love what they're doing, be very specific about why you love what they're doing, right? So all it really takes is doing a little bit of research, right? And I'm like, you know, I just was thinking of a recent reach out. He was the owner of a SaaS. I'm like, so I looked at his SaaS. I looked at his Facebook profile. He had a bunch of kids, like tons of kids. I can't like kind of like Andy, right? Like, aren't you the CEO of this SaaS company? He's like, yeah, that's me. I'm like, how in the hell do you run a SaaS company with 7 kids, right? Like, you know, I'm just being human, right? Like, you know, and then we talk about that for a little bit. Now the conversation is open. It is that simple. It's just about being human, doing a little bit of research. It doesn't have to be this amazing research, and you're not trying to wow them. You're just trying to get them that they don't have to think about that. Yeah, but also let them know that you've done a little bit of research on them. Does that make sense? So that's the kind of 5 minutes of research that you can do. So yeah, I try to find out what business there, and maybe a personal point, right? You know, maybe 2 or 3 points that I can have in my repertoire, right? Arkansans can't say that word, repertoire. Sounds like I'm saying tar or something, but that's all you need to have. And a lot of times it's just me regurgitating, hey, aren't you the CEO of blah blah blah? Or hey, there's somebody I just say, hey, I didn't know him, but he's actually a referral, but I didn't know him, he didn't know me. Somebody kind of put us together. And so I did 5 minutes of research while we're saying hello. I'm like, oh, you're down south, right? Like, we were talking about the Zoom call. I'm like, hey, if your Zoom's like mine in Arkansas, like maybe we'll have a good Zoom day, right? Like, he's like, oh, I know what you mean. Like, and just the weird, like, yeah, I had to have satellite for years. Me too, right? Well, hey, if that breaks down, we can break out our Dixie cups and twine, right? Like, yeah, right. So it's about, again, the 5 Ps, right? Personality. You put a little bit of personality in there, right? Like, it helps a lot. And then you pre-sell the reason to talk to you, right? And it's pretty easy, right? But again, we've been programmed. You gotta say all this stuff. You gotta say it real pretty, right? And all these kind of things, rather than just being a real human that you bumped into at Walmart that you happen to know a little bit, right? In the bread aisle, what would you say, right? Or a picnic, right? Those kind of things. I don't know if that helps, Basil, but just like one of the things I do a lot is I read people's books, right? So I read so many books. Like if I want to go get a new partner, I just go what book that I really like, who's got something clearly different and desirable, right? And I just reach out to them. I open a conversation up almost every single time, right? With it, right? And so it just doesn't have to be that difficult.
You know, speaking of books, I happen to have Travis's book right here. That
Who's
you know,
bought it? I think
what's
everybody
that?
here bought it. Every face I look at, I can't think of. I don't see anybody that hasn't purchased it. And thank you
Yeah.
guys. Really appreciate it.
Well, and I was going to say that I know that this interview, or not interview, but this discussion we're having today is going out to book buyers and different people on your list. I was going to say, if you don't already have that book, get it, you know, and definitely, I'm not saying this because, you know, for any other reason than I was going through this and I was reading through the interview that we did. I was like, oh man, I said that. I don't even remember saying that, but man, that's a good point or whatever. And, and I was just thinking, if you guys want some more from me, man, just pick up that book and read that chapter at the end.
Ever feel like you're staring up at this massive mountain? Like that goal of building a following just seems so big.
Oh, absolutely.
It can be super overwhelming, all the things you have to do. But what if we could turn that climb into something more manageable, like a scenic hike, right? With awesome stops along the way.
I like that.
That's what this deep dive is all about. We're diving into Travis Sago's Fans and Fortunes formula from his book, and hopefully ditching that overwhelm and finding seriously useful tactics. You ready?
Let's do it. Break it down for us.
Okay, so the heart of the Fans and Fortunes formula. It's this idea of achieving small but meaningful results.
Small but mighty.
Yes. Not the
Yeah.
big flashy wins that feel impossible.
Yeah.
More like guiding your audience step by step from struggle to, I can totally do this.
Exactly. Sago actually calls it the journey from, get this, Hell Island to Heaven Island.
Okay, love a good visual.
Yeah.
But seriously, what makes a result meaningful, even if it's something small?
It boils down to being something tangible, something your audience can actually achieve quickly. Like Sago even talks about wins you can get in under 20 minutes.
Seriously, 20 minutes. That's what, barely enough time to make a decent cup of coffee.
Right. But just like that perfect cup of coffee, those quick wins can totally change how your audience sees what's possible, no matter how small they seem.
Okay, so it's got to be quick, but it also has to nail a specific problem they have, right?
Absolutely. Hit those pain points head on. Think about it. If you're a graphic designer and your people are struggling to find the right color palettes for their websites,
Ooh, been there.
instead of throwing a whole color theory course at them, right? What if you offered a simple guide to creating like 3 different palettes, done in under 15 minutes, downloadable, bam.
Now that is smart. Instantly achievable, solves a real problem.
Makes me think of when I was first starting out with podcasting, so overwhelmed with all the techie stuff. But then I found this awesome tutorial. It was like, reduce background noise in 3 clicks. Felt like a huge win.
And that's the thing, that feeling, hey, I did that. It makes you want more, you know?
It's addicting, almost.
Totally.
And speaking of wanting more, Sago's big on not just the quick wins, but also giving them a name, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Name your method, he calls it.
Yeah.
Because honestly, think about it. Are you going to remember that cool color palette trick or the 15-minute website palette perfector?
Okay, yeah, the second one, hands down. It's like official, you know? Exactly. It's that shareable language within your niche. Like, you can't deny the memorability of Sago's bum marketing method, right? Love it or hate it.
Oh, for sure. I've got to admit, I've used his clean slate method for apologies more times than I care to admit, honestly.
It works.
It does. But that makes me think, even with the best plan, sometimes you've got to adjust based on what people tell you, right? Real world feedback.
100%. Sago is all about that beta testing, getting feedback, tweaking. His own bum marketing method, it went through a bunch of changes based on what his audience told him.
So it's finding that sweet spot, what works, and not being afraid to tweak it.
Exactly. It's a process, not a one and done kind of thing.
Okay, so we've got these impactful wins, they've got catchy names, and we're always refining them. But how do we take it further? How do we make those deeper connections, turn those followers into like diehard fans? So we've talked about giving those quick wins, those aha moments, but how do we turn that initial spark, into a lasting connection? How do we go from just followers to fans?
Well, I think this is where we tap into a little bit of psychology.
Ooh, I like where this is going.
Have you ever heard of the Benjamin Franklin effect?
Okay, Benjamin Franklin, founding father, kite flying. What's he got to do with building a following?
So the story goes that Benjamin Franklin, he had this political rival, right? And he wanted to win this guy over.
Makes sense, political rivals.
But instead of showering him with gifts or trying to be, super nice, Franklin actually asked this rival for a favor.
He asked his rival for a favor. That seems a little backwards.
Right, it's counterintuitive, but that's the thing about the Benjamin Franklin effect. It suggests that we often end up liking someone more after doing them a favor.
Okay, now my brain is doing a little twist. Explain this to me.
It all comes down to something called cognitive dissonance. Our brains hate it when our actions and our beliefs don't line up.
Okay, so like if I'm all about healthy eating, but I crush a bag of chips, is that cognitive dissonance in action?
Exactly. Your brain's like, wait, if you're all about that healthy life, why are you elbow deep in those chips? So to make that icky feeling go away, you might start rationalizing, well, they're baked chips, not fried.
Oh, 100%. My brain is the king of justification. But how does this all connect back to Franklin and the favors?
Okay, so think about it. When you do someone a favor, especially if you don't have super strong feelings about them one way or another, your brain tries to make sense of it.
Because why else would you do something nice for someone you don't even really care about?
Right, your brain's like, hold on, I just helped this person. Maybe I like them more than I thought. It's trying to smooth things over, create consistency.
So Franklin, by asking for that favor, even a small one, he kind of nudged his rival's perception of him in a more positive direction.
Exactly. It's like a subtle shift in how your brain sees someone. Our brains, they really like to maintain this consistent self-image. So if I'm doing something nice for this person, our brains go, well, I must think pretty highly of them.
I mean, that's kind of wild how these little mental tricks can totally change how we view our relationships.
It's true. And the best part is we can use this to build a loyal following. Instead of just showering people with free stuff and tons of value, we create chances for them to contribute, even in a small way.
Okay, so instead of just giving, we get them involved, make them feel like they're a part of it.
Exactly. Ask for their feedback on something, maybe have them vote on a design, even just encourage them to share their own experiences related to your content. Little acts of contribution, but they can really make people feel more connected.
So we're triggering that Benjamin Franklin effect by giving them a chance to contribute, making them feel more connected to us, our work.
Exactly. It's a win-win. They feel more involved, more invested, and you get those valuable insights and a stronger bond with your audience.
This is so smart. We're not just building a following, we're cultivating an actual community.
And that's where the magic happens, right? When people feel like they're a part of something bigger than themselves, they're way more likely to stick around, engage, become those true fans we're talking about.
So let me get this straight. We're offering these quick wins, impactful stuff, give it a catchy name so people remember it, and then we're actually asking for favors to build that connection even more. That's the fans and fortunes formula and this Benjamin Franklin effect all rolled into one, right?
You got it. It's like we're baking a cake here. You've got your base ingredients, those small but meaningful results, but then got to add the special touches, the things that make it amazing.
The frosting.
Exactly. That memorable name, giving your audience a chance to contribute. That's the frosting. It elevates the whole experience.
And it's not about being manipulative, right? It's about genuine connection.
Yeah.
Mutual respect, shared values, all that good stuff.
100%. Creating a space where everybody feels valued, like their voice matters. And when you empower people to contribute, you're not just building a following anymore, you're building a community.
It's like that feeling of belonging, being a part of something bigger.
Yeah.
And that's powerful. It makes you want to stick around. So thinking back to Sago's formula, is there anything else we should keep in mind as we actually start putting this into practice?
You hit the nail on the head with that stick around part. See, Sago, he's big on consistency. It's not about dropping one amazing quick win and then disappearing,
You got to keep showing up.
Exactly. It's a consistent stream of value. You're always looking for new ways to guide your audience from Hell Island to Heaven Island, remember?
No rest of the wicked, huh? Always look for that next stepping stone.
Think of it like tending a garden. It takes time, care, consistent effort. You can't just water it once and expect a ton of tomatoes, right?
Okay, love that analogy.
Yes.
So as we wrap up this deep dive, what's a one thing you want our listeners to take away and actually use today?
Here's the thing. I want you to think about one small but meaningful result that you can offer your audience right now. What's that quick win, that thing that solves a specific problem they have? Got it. Good. Now give it a catchy name, something memorable. And last but not least, find a way to work in that Benjamin Franklin effect. Give your audience a chance to contribute, even in a small way.
Boom. Simple, actionable, and might I say, brilliant. This deep dive has given us so much to work with. We're not just building a following here, we're creating a thriving community around the things we're passionate about.
And remember, it's not just about what you offer, it's about how you make people feel. Empower your audience, make them a part of the journey, and you build a bond that goes way beyond just a simple follow or like.
And that, my friends, is how you turn casual listeners into loyal fans, the kind of people who can't wait to see what you do next.
So I wanted to prepare a little bit for this, but I didn't want to over prepare to kind of leave it. This comes really, really second nature to me. So I don't know, maybe sometimes what I think simple is not simple. So I kind of wanted to leave it open a little bit, but I'm going to share my screen. You guys see that? The one traffic source? Awesome. So obviously there's a gazillion ways to drive traffic, drive leads, and all this kind of stuff. I'm not against any of them. I think that once you've got, all of us here have some kind of seed audience already, so we don't even have to go out to somebody else's seed audience. But you know, I've driven 30,000 visitors a day for years, right? You look at constantly look at my stats, right? Hundreds of thousands of buyers out of my customer databases. It's never going to stop working, right? These are all kind of things, and we can all do it. Even if we lost everything, we could get it started back up today. So today is kind of a case study of that. But the thing is, deal or offer making, everything is an offer. But I think we get hamstrung and think, well, offers are only for making sales, right? Offers and deal making are fantastic for driving subscribers, driving new members, right? Basically what we're doing is we're using our own audience database to grow the audience. Affiliate marketing, if you want, like affiliate marketing, they're just not doing it to promote your thing, right? It can be to promote your thing, right? But the other thing I really like about this is I don't have to be an expert in everything. I don't have to be an expert at YouTube or Pinterest, or like I can say, hey, do you have a YouTube following, right? And I can make a deal with them to promote me on their YouTube account. So I decided to put this together, this little recent case study with my new group here. I think when we're not running sales campaigns, and sales are going to be an effect of how big our audiences are, how much bonding we've done with our audiences, right? And so forth. So one of the things we can do is build our assets up in between it. And so we can run campaigns to build our assets up. And it's not even about subscribers only or members. I'm going to show that to you here in a second. But let me see if I can make this a little bit bigger. Oh, I can, but I give away the whole enchilada with that. Okay. Well, note to self. Can you guys see this okay? Basically what I'm trying to do is like we've got exactly 1,009 members when I did this. I started it, I seeded this group with 609 folks that came from my profile, some other groups, and some other little ways, but mostly from my audience. I use feminine mojo first, and then I use some masculine mojo, but 609 folks. They come in, they watched a couple of videos, right? I did some posts, right? I basically watering the seeds. That's step 2. I'm watering the seeds, giving them some braingasms, got them to take some small actions. Jeannie and I were kind of discussing this a little bit. And she's like, yeah, it's like you have to give them the goods, right? On some level. Like if you have a yard sale and you're promising Coach bags, but they come and they find out they're knockoffs from China, right? And the reason I'm using that is because people regurgitate information, or it's all the same. It's nothing new about it, or there is no brain-gasmic thing, right? It may not have the same effect. So watering the seeds is kind of important. And then once I look at, we're going to go into the group and look at, once I look at it, it's like, hey, are these seeds starting to take to root at all? Are they starting to sprout at all, right? Then I can do a multiply, right? Instead of asking folks with the right fruit on the vine to make a sale, right? I didn't finish that thought, I guess, to buy something. I made a different offer, a deal, right? Send referrals or traffic, right? This is called a gazillion things. Andy would probably call it JV traffic, but I think about it a little bit differently, right? And then step 4, repeat with bigger and bigger and bigger harvest. So we've all heard of compound interest, and has anybody not heard of the doubling the penny for the month kind of thing? Like you start out with 1 penny and you double it every day for a month. By the time you're like, you got $5 million or something ridiculous like that, right? 10 million bucks, right? This is the same thing when we double our group, right? Well, I didn't do doubles, but I'm going to walk through some of the numbers here. But we started with 609. We now have 1,009. That's 400 new members. So if you take 400 and divide it by 609, that's a 66% growth. Now, I only started this group like a month ago. And all I did to get this growth, I'm going to show it to you, is make a couple posts. That's it. So I didn't even put that much work into it. So could we get 100% growth? Yeah, I think so. I think it's a little easier to get those bigger numbers depending on what niche you're in, right? Obviously, if you're in the martial arts space, like you're going to cap out at a certain level, right? There's only 11,000 some odd people there, but it still works, right? So 66% growth, but what does that mean? So 609 turned into 1,009. If I were to run it, another one of these would turn into 1660. If I run into another one, it'd be turning 2755, right? Another one 4574, other one 7592, and then 12,604. That's just running the campaign 6 times. Now, how fast do I want to do that? How fast can I compress that? That's kind of up to me, right? You can probably do one of these little couple post ones every month if you wanted to. You could spread it out to every couple months, right? The cool thing is everybody has fun with it. And it's kind of like the old, none of us are 18 or under here. So, back in the day when you had the cereal boxes and they'd have those contests, hey, write in and tell us what you like most about Lucky Charms cereal, right? Or whatever, Cocoa Puffs, right? And win this prize. They were like killing a whole bunch of birds with one stone, right? But the big thing they were doing was increasing loyalty from the kids that were eating the cereal by saying what they liked the most about it, right? So it's the other thing that's happening too. If they're recommending this group, or they're recommending people get on your email list, or recommending people follow you on YouTube, right? Whatever your thing is, then there's an implied bond there, and you're actually building that loyalty and authority, and you're getting spread out all over the place on this. So just for grins and giggles, I thought I'd carry this out a couple more times, right, to show you what happens, right? If you did this 4 more times, then you got 95,000 at the end, right? There is again, it depends on your niche and where you're at, and it won't always necessarily grow like that. But when you're starting out, actually, I'd probably say, up to this level, like you could probably, in one campaign, if you tried harder, you could probably get it up to 4574 right, in one campaign, right? When you're starting out with your little saplings, right? So, and you can do some real fucking business with 4,500 people. in a Facebook group, an email. Not only that, all the people that are coming in gives you an opportunity to run some ask them, hey, thanks for joining my group, right? Ask them some questions, right? If you wanted to follow up there, right? So just making sense so far, right? And why I would, this is always my go-to traffic source, right? This is like, if you can seed it, right? My first list was seeded from a paid forum because they allowed you to have signature files in the forum, right? So I'd make a post, I'd get some more subscribers, right? I'd get more subscribers from that. And then I use my subscriber list to build my subscriber list, right? In various ways. By the way, Lynn probably already knows this. He's the LinkedIn master here, but I just been playing around with some LinkedIn. My God, like they're way more ready to do business. But here's what I didn't know about LinkedIn. They let you, in all your comments, you can see your headline in there. It's like the old forum signature post. So I just made a couple comments, and of course my headline's pretty juicy, right? But I've got people in my DMs just from making some comments, right? They're like, man, that's the best headline, or they call it a headline in LinkedIn that I've ever seen, right? So, but anyways, what I'm saying is you can like go in these groups, none of us really probably need to do a whole lot of seeding from out there unless we're going into a brand new niche, because we already have this, right? But we can take this and ramp it up. So I want to show you some of these posts just to give you a better feel. And there's actually these 400 new members aren't even what I consider to be the biggest asset bump. And I'm going to talk about that here in a second. Can you guys still see? You should be looking at my group now. Just give me a head shake yes if you can see it. Awesome. Okay. So I'm not going to go into all these, but here's the 2 videos I've got done so far, right? And these are meant to, actually, let's go ahead. I said I wasn't going to look at them, but let's go ahead and look at them, because I probably wouldn't do this until I have these set up, right? So you can tell I'm getting post reach. I've only got, when I started this, again, this is only a month ago, right? And so we've just added 400 members really, really quickly. So we've already got 690 post reach, 140 comments on this, 100 or likes and 168 comments. And a lot of these coming off of here. Oh, Caleb O'Dowd. My connection's running a little slow with all the Zoom and everything. But I'm having them do my producer mojo. This is the main braingasm. Have them tape it up so they're seeing it, right? Some people posted it just in the group, and that was cool too, right? But this is kind of the braingasm that I gave him there, right? So I wanted to have this set up because as the flow of traffic comes in, that's going to be the most important real estate when they come in, which I can eventually, if I want to, change this and put more stuff here, like, hey, you know, do this first, do this second, do this third, right? Because this is pretty valuable real estate here. Reach out if you like, blah, 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 blah. Does that make sense? But I wanted to make sure I had this real estate before I started multiplying this. So let me go back here. Come on, baby. There we go. And there's another video like that. So this was the post that kicked off the little campaign. It was nothing really dramatic, but hey, you're doing freaking awesome. I'm about to serve up some of the meatiest meat I got in the Mojo Meat Shed. Here's what's cooking up. And so I just did some bullet points on what's coming up here, right? Here's the deal. I could pull out my price labeler and start slapping tags on the meats. I don't want to do that though. Here's my thinking. I'd love to get this group to 1,000 folks. Would you help me? That's all you gotta do. Sometimes just fucking ask. Would you help me? I'm pleased so many of you have invited friends to the group from the invite feature in Facebook, but it doesn't work so great to actually get peeps in the group. What does work? And here's a tip. A recommendation or endorsement from you. So I'm feeding them how to make the referral and then give them a link to the group. I'll put the link in the comments. I could write out a post, email, or shout out for you, but I think it'd be more groovy and authentic in your words. I changed my mind on this after I saw the ways they were trying to endorse it, right? And I'll show you kind of how I pivoted from that. You can use the about section or any of the post videos as inspiration. I'd super appreciate you. It's my way of saying thank you. If you post a pic of your email, post, or shout out, I'm going to set up a group Q&A Zoom for everyone who pitches in, no charge. That was my only give here. And this would love to get to 1,000 people before I start grilling again. That was a motivating factor too, and you'll see that here, right? Thanks kindly in advance. I put the link in the group for you below. Please send your folks there, post a pic of your shout out, and I'll get you into the free coaching mentoring, right? So deal making. I just made him a deal. I just made him an offer, right? Instead of saying, hey, pull out your credit card and give me some money for this, for something, I just said, hey, you'll pitch in, right? This is the official thread, right? So 59 likes. Here's all of the comments. I'm just going to kind of go through this so you can get a feel for it, right? These are people posting what they posted, right? You'll notice that at the beginning, I'm thanking everybody, saying, wow, why am I doing that? Anybody take a gander why I'm doing that other than just being gracious?
Reward mojo?
Reward, recognition. Like any offer is still functions off the timer. So many people would practically die for you for a little bit of recognition in this world, especially your smaller people. Your big people will do it too. But what you're really trading a lot of times is just some recognition, right? Crushed it with my affiliates because not only did I try to get the big JVs, but I got the small ones that would send me traffic on a continuous basis. They actually made me more business than the big JV that would just send an email one time, right? My people that would that had blogs, right? And would post 3, 4, 5 times a month because of the recognition, right? It's huge, right? So huge that you recognize, especially at the beginning, you recognize some folks. And I actually made some posts where I come out right in the post. I said, hey, I want to give a hat tip to blah, 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 blah. And Ben Newcomb was the first one that did this, to Ben Newcomb for sending all these invites over, right? And that would get it more, because guess what they want? They want to be recognized, right? So what we're really trading here is recognition. It's a very, very important point, right? We're still giving them what they want. We're just trading some recognition, right? So, so here's, I'm like, oh, these guys, one of the things I'm going to help them with is how to do pre-sales, right? I'm going to look at this post here in a minute. So I actually had to give them some copy to use, right? So it wasn't just terrible on some of these. And I learned this doing affiliate marketing too, right? Like I didn't want everybody out there giving their own relationship advice. So I would have to give them the good nuggets of wisdom, right? And give them like a starter ingredient kit so they could go out there and put it together, right? So, but you know, look at that. Look at all this. These are all like audiences like I probably would never have got distribution to. And how many people are talking about the group or about me now, right? Just going, people start reaching, like PMing me, and like everything starts working better because everybody's talking about this, right? Arvel send out 1, 2, 3 of these, right? So again, a little bit of recognition. Ooh, what a man. Thank you. You know, just a little bit, you know, just keeps going and going and going, right? let's go look at this post here. There's more, but they didn't all get on this thread. Actually, let me back up for a second. So remember 80-20, right? It's just like in any sales. 80% of the people aren't going to buy from you. So you're 20% of buyers. These are every person that posted. Well, maybe not every person, but these are my people that are doing it, right? These are my buyers. So, right. So I'm going to go in, I'm going to put a special list together. I'm going to thank them profusely for their help. Hey, I'm putting basically, this was like I did with my affiliate list, right? Hey, would you like to help me on some other promotions? I'll give you even better prizes and stuff. Well, yeah, right. So I'm going to put them on I'm going to treat them special, right? Because they're the ones that's going to go out and promote this again, right? So I can focus my attention on the people that are going to do it. Does that make sense? Just like you focus your attention on your buyers, hopefully, right? Like Rebecca, she had buyers that were 2 years old. And they're like, well, maybe not this much, but she focused on them, right? And brought them back in. Way more valuable to do that than go out and get 10 more new people, right? Does that make sense? That you don't know that will ever come down there. So every one of these is like Arville Craig, man, like, whoa, like what's the value? If I can get him to do 4, 5, 6 promos for me, right? Some of these people will keep doing, like that's the value there, right? This is how we get to an infinite ROI on our stuff, right? Find 1 or 2 more utilizations for something, right? Instead of just thinking about a Facebook group or an email list as a way to make sales, right? This is how we get wealthy. We find 1 more utilization for something, find 2, and it's like game over, right? So let's look at some of this here. Come over here. So, hey, Superstar, here's some copy to share with the group. I didn't say you guys are doing a terrible job, but it also tells me like, hey, these people really need some help with some pre-sell stuff, right? Like, how do I pre-sell things, right? So I just gave them some copy to send out. By the way, anytime you make it a little bit easier, you're going to get a lot more people to do it, right? This really got people on the bandwagon to do it. Now, what I didn't mention here, and I should have, is I did later on down here. Folks, please tweak this to match your voice. If you're a lovely woman from Sweden, you'll likely have a different voice than my copy. Because people were just copy paste, right? They weren't, and it was actually, I don't want to call her out, but well, she did it herself. So just a sweet, sweet lady. And she's from New Zealand. Her voice is very different than mine, right? But she didn't change it at all. And she actually brought in some people, right? But hey, I copied yours and had friends after if I'd been hacked, right? So like, and I know better, but I just got in a hurry, right? But you want to have them tweak those kind of things up, right? But there's a whole bunch more people. So great. I sent it, right? So more assets here. And then let me go over here. And there's one other asset that popped up. At least. Sorry, it's not letting me do this very quickly. Oh, I'm giving my PC a workout apparently. Where it be? I know this is the most exciting thing. You can see me scrolling through comments here. One second. There we go. So this almost always happens, and the bigger your group gets, the more this is going to happen. Your people that really are fans or whatever are going to rise to the top, right? Don't fucking ignore these people. Like, I'm going to get with this guy and see if he wants to help me with more contests, right? I'll give him, like, these are your volunteers, right? I can have him be my contest guy, right? Or my my helper on this, right? These are really simple. Like, hey, here's what I want to do. I want to give them I want to give the person who does the most referrals a gold coin, and the second prize a silver coin, and everybody else I'm going to give a free group coaching call to, right? And they can run with it. They can run with it on that, right? So your people are going to, I keep wanting to say rise to the top. It's not a top or bottom thing. It's just that, like, the people that are like really, really into it, right? And those kind of things, you're going to have those people rise to the top. And I view that as a superb asset, right? I'm thinking everybody that works for me on some kind of basis was in my audience at one point, right? So these are really super easy to get help with. And I really, again, you can see I didn't put a lot of work in it. 2 posts, right? Thanking some people on the comments, right? And then Ben went in, and this wasn't the first post. Ben did like 5 or 6. Guys, we only need like 60 more. Like, we get it going. Like, it was 60 more. Like, he was really, really, and other people were into it too, right? So that is pretty cool. So when you're not doing sales campaigns, do a little asset multiplier campaign, right? Super simple to pull off. People really dig it. Gets you out everywhere, right? Even this is just a teeny tiny group. How much do I get? 5,000 people, and I've got 100 people out there, right? Like, everyone's like, holy fuck, what the hell is going on? Right? Does that make sense? You guys want a cool little hack when you're seeding your group? It has to do with masculine mojo. Cool. So your feminine mojo is when you're posting on your profile or you're posting in your email list that, hey, I've got this new group, right? That's your feminine mojo. So everybody that likes and comments on it, or even sees but doesn't like and comment on it, doesn't mean that they don't want to come in, but they're probably just scrolling real fast or something like that, right? So we could look at all the likes and message them individually, right? And say, hey, like, thanks for the love on the post. I'd love to have you in the group. Would you like a link? And we do really, really good. But what's the problem with that? It takes a long time to reach out to all those people, right? So I've got about 5,000 people on my profile, right? I'm not saying all of them would be good fits, right? But it would take me a long time to go through all my 5,000 people and PM them all, right? The ones that would do that. But what you can do is you can go invite. And you need to do the feminine mojo first. This doesn't work as well if you don't do the feminine mojo first. So do your feminine mojo. Like, again, you got a feminine and masculine mojo. So first, you can look for groups you already belong to. They'll let you invite friends to your group with groups in common. So you can do, there's one, it was called Big Ticket. And this is my group, but here is a group I belong to, almost named the same fucking thing, right? Do you think they might be interested? If they're in this group, they might be interested in my group, right? So you can click that, click apply, and it'll pull up all your friends who are in that group too, right? This can be in the hundreds or thousands of people. I went through, you can see all the shaded ones, the people that I've either invited, right? Or they're already in the group, right? But bang, 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 bang. Unfortunately, they don't have just the all button on these, right? But you can go through these and invite them pretty quickly, right? I was inviting like 300 people at a time, and like boom, 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 right? Like, you'll start seeing people come in there. If you do the feminine mojo first. If you don't do the feminine mojo first, you'll get very, very few people to accept your invites. I'm not saying you won't get any, but it definitely works better. But this is a way to, because what happens when you send them the invite, it shows up in their box like, oh yeah, I remember him talking about that, right? But it's not quite as masculine as if I would show up in their PMs, right? But it works pretty dang good, right? Just a little thing to help you seed from your list, right? So. Now they do, let me turn this off, the share, so I can see your lovely faces. I do almost everything ghetto, right? Because when I get bogged down in the tech, it hangs me up and I want to know it works before I put the investment in the tech. There is tech out there that you can take this to another level. One of them is called UpViral. I can't remember the gentleman's name, but it's called UpViral. And really all it is affiliate program software that's designed to help you with contests and stuff. So you can say, hey, if you like my post, right, then you'll get so many points and you get this thing, and it helps you. You can build your list from those people. It gives you landing pages so they can send people to those landing pages, right? So there's tech on this so it can help you blow this up to another level even. And all it is affiliate program software, just kind of designed to be used for contests and sweepstakes and those kind of things, right? So just like with any campaign, there's 1,001 ways to slice and dice this campaign, just like sales campaigns. I could do a campaign just for email, right? Hey, if you have an email list, right? So I can get out in people's emails. If they have a YouTube channel, right, I could just do a campaign for YouTube. Again, this is why I like this so much. I don't have to master all these traffic sources, right? If they have a LinkedIn following, a LinkedIn group, Pinterest, right? I don't know, but all these different things that they may have, right? Post on their Facebook profile if you think that's going to be good, right? There's 1,000,001 ways to slice and dice this, right? You can give them something to give away, right? Just like anything. But instead of just thinking about our audience as an ATM, right? If we think about them as a way to help spread the mission and spread the word, right? This has never been easier than today with all the social media out there, right? And then our next sales campaigns do that much better, right? Because you have more people, and not only the people that are in there, if they've promoted you, I cannot stress this enough. If they've promoted you somehow, they've made an implicit decision, right, that you're worth promoting, and they're going to buy your stuff way more fervently, right? This is not some Arkansas boy telling you this. They figured this out a long, long time ago, with loyalty programs and getting people to refer and all that kind of stuff, right?
Implied endorsement is huge.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're really stoning 5 birds with one rock, right? Like getting 5 birds stoned with one rock with this, right? So, but we get too narrowly focused just on, okay, content so they'll like and comment on it, or content that'll make sales, right? What thoughts do you guys have? What questions do you guys have? The biggest thing I want to make sure is this is useful for you guys. Like, is this something you guys can go out and even on a small level start using like really quickly?
100%. I've tasked my team with growing the YouTube subscriber list to 100,000 within 18 months. I'm just thinking that this could accelerate that process without having to kind of do the normal stuff that everyone else does, right? So yeah, it's pretty cool.
You can do it, again, you can slice it a million different ways. You could say, You could run a campaign with email, right? Go from YouTube to email, like, hey, here's the email list. If you want to, I'm giving this away. You want to jump on the list and promote it, right? But eventually we want to take our assets off of social media and put them into something we have more control over, right? Almost nobody's doing, right? So that's another type of campaign, like, hey, get this free thing, right? And if you send people to the page, this is where the up viral and stuff will help you. And not only will you get the download, if you would send, 5 of your friends here, you get this many points, or how many, like, so you can, again, you can cut and slice and dice these so many different ways, right? Using other people's time, energy, influence, all these kind of things, right? Again, I'm not saying never to use another traffic source, right? But this is I could take anybody, right, that has some kind of brain-gasmic content. If they don't have it, I just find somebody with brain-gasmic content and you can put them together, right? But you can grow any of your audiences, right, by using deal making and offer making, right? Find something they want, and instead of asking for money, ask them for an action, right?
What I like about it is that it does tap into, the whole endorsement side of things. So if these people are posting things like that, sharing it with others, then those are seen as recommendations. And so if those people
That's
are
right.
interested in what they're posting about,
Yeah.
they're going to trust you intrinsically before they even come into the group. So
Yeah.
that's what I like about that. And then you also mentioned the just the simple process of thanking them, showing them recognition. I guess I wasn't even thinking about that today when during a reunion call, I was in the chat while we had a guest expert, Jason Fladlin, talking for close to 90 minutes about stuff. Well, actually over 90 minutes. And I was going back and forth having private conversations with people, thanking them, first of all, for just being on the call and just asking them. And one thing I learned from you was asking them about something that you already know about them. And so, I did that, and that encouraged a lot of conversation. And it all started by just thanking them for being on the call, So
That's great. Your point about the implied endorsement or the endorsement coming in, you're totally right. Way better than cold traffic. Way better than even traffic that knows you a little bit. If they know you a little bit and get an endorsement from somebody, like, that's super powerful, right? So
right.
I always used to say when I did webinars, Andy, I loved getting people. I didn't even care how many sales. I mean, I know the partner cared about the sales, but I didn't really even care about the sales because I would get all the registrations. And so I wasn't just getting their list. I was getting their most hyperactive people on their list and getting the endorsement from it, right?
Yep.
Which was more valuable than the sales coming out of it from my end, right? So just getting that endorsement from people, even if they didn't even show up to the webinar. Think about that. Even if they don't show up to the webinar, you're still getting that endorsement from them, right?
And you have a reason to follow up, hey, we missed you.
Right.
Here's the replay, or here's another one.
Even if they don't register, right? They're still seeing my name, getting the, say you promoted me, right? And they're like, they didn't take any action, but they still saw you promoting me, right? They're like, ooh, must be a pretty good dude if Andy the song's promoting him, right? Like, does that make sense? So
yep.
Those are some intangible assets that people discount, right? They're like, oh, I didn't make no monies off of it. Crap, right? Not realizing that money comes from assets, right? So we want to focus on the assets, and then we don't have to worry about the money anymore. That's the big thing. Lynn, you like you're saying, getting ready to say something smart, but maybe not. I don't know.
Did you say Len?
Yeah, I saw you.
No, you
back on the
guys.
screen. Like,
No, well, that would be a great setup. And now I wish I had something really smart to say to you know, you're making what you've made me think, and I don't know whether I'm alone in this, but I'm so guilty of continuing to do the same thing, email my list in a very similar way. And what you did for me today is I got to do things differently. And what I love is being able to take them somewhere, give value in exchange for them showing up, build that rapport in a way that I just don't think I have been, because I was able to get away with not doing it this way for such a long time.
Yeah.
And so today was great for a couple different reasons. So you got my head spinning, but that was great for me today. So thank you.
Awesome, man. She jumped off the call now, but Irene's in the same boat. But Rebecca has purchased 6,000. She probably did some filtering on it. 6,000 snail mail addresses of all the martial arts schools, right? To me, if you get this thing working on a certain level, right, there's only 11,000 or 12,000 martial arts schools, right? But it almost, if you can, I told her to mail 1,000, right? Send them, have her text them. Hey, text me. I'll give you a link to the group, because that'll automatically build an asset, a text asset for her. It almost doesn't matter. Like, as long as it's not a ghost town, like there's not, as long as it's not nothing, right? Even if she only pulled 10 people out of 1,000, the first 1,000 mailing, and got 10 people in the group, you can take that 10 people, right, and get out other places, right? Now, I think she'll do a lot better than 10 people, right? It might take a couple goes at it, right? But like free stuff, and written really, really personally, like you can get between a 7 and 10% response on some of these things. So best case scenario, she puts 100 people in a group, right? Kind of averaging probably 50 people in the group, you know, off of $700 spend on the mail, right? But she'll build other assets there too, right? But then you take that and circulate it and grow it, right? Then it's like, sheesh, you know, if one of those people buy something, that's going to cover her costs on that. But then we got all this growth factor that we can do as well, right? So,
Travis, I always appreciate that when you give us some specific example, like the thing with Facebook. That's so simple, but it's so easy just to go do that next week with the group I've already got. I mean, I love the idea of current assets, just taking those and using them versus, especially what Lynn said, versus just creating, you know, just creating something else or just staying in the same rut. But just that's a wonderful blend for me. And it's just like one step removed versus I got to create a whole new ecosystem.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, like in yours, like it's probably some relationship advice groups, right? And you could go join those groups if you don't have, but you can join the group, and then then you can add your friends that already belong in those groups, right? And it just makes it easier. Again, do your feminine mojo first, right? But then you can say, oh, here's my friends that belong in these groups too, so they're more than likely going to be interested in this group, right? Yeah, it makes it a lot simpler. I want to go over this because it is one of the most counterintuitive concepts for people, and it could literally be something simple that means millions to you, on how you structure your offers and your payment plans and stuff. So you want to keep in mind that the richest people on this planet are bankers, insurance companies. There's a reason, right? Because they offer financing. But I want to take our focus off the money for a minute and remember the purpose of business. The purpose of business is to get customers. Customers are the assets, right? So we want to get more customers, right? Because it's the customers that are going to end up giving us the money. So we really want to, if we take a focus on how can we get more customers, the money will naturally follow. But what happens is people start worrying about things like how many people are going to complete the payment program. And just to answer that question, I'll come out and say, like, the way that we do it here on Planet Mojo, about 70 to 80% of folks complete the payment program, but that's not the real strategy why we offer the payment program, right? Which I'm going to kind of go over here with you, but it will change your whole business if you start focusing on how do you create assets, which are the customers, rather than just focusing on the money. Remember, the wealthy don't work for money. The wealthy work for assets, right? So we want to create our business and run our business, so we're creating assets, and then the money will take care of itself, because the money is a byproduct of the assets. And people end up kicking themselves in their man and lady parts by being too focused on the effects, which is money, of the cause, right? Rather than the cause itself, which is having as many customers, happy customers that want to pay you over and over and over again, right? So let's take a look at this real quick. It's just real simple. I kept this really, really simple. I call this millionaire math, right? If someone is currently selling, IP, it doesn't matter what they're really selling, but IP or a digital course or whatever it is, or even, a physical product, right? But they're selling it for $1,000, and they normally sell 50 in a campaign, or they want to sell 50, right? A lot of times they get too focused on, let's get our $50,000 in the door, right? So we're just going to do a 1K full pay, or maybe they'll even split it up to 2 or 3 payments, right? And they're literally walking by millions, right? So let's look at this. So this is financial leverage. It's a payment program, right? So anytime we can add financial leverage, we want to do that, right? So let's just look at, if all we did was make this $220 a month, right, for 12 months. Now, if people are paying $1,000, right, I'm going to run a couple of examples here, but if people are paying $1,000, when you bump it down to 220, you're probably going to get 3 times to 5 times as many people to go into your program, right? Of course, people are like, but what do they worry about? Oh, how many of the payments am I going to collect, right? And I'm going to show you why this is not what you want to look at. But let's just run simple scenarios. Let's say all we did here was, let's say we didn't sell anything more, right? Let's say we didn't get any more assets, 50 people, but we bumped it up to 2640, right? That's 132,000, right? It's a lot better than 50,000. It's like $82,000 better, right? So even if we got 70%, right, of 132, which is our normal collection rate, we're still way, way ahead of the game, right? This gets better. So hang with me here, because I really want you to get this. This will blow you away. When you see it, it'll blow you away even more when you do it, and you just have more money than you know what to do with. And I'm being a little bit crazy here, but it really is amazing, right? Let's say that we doubled the amount of people that would come in on this 220. It's so much easier for somebody to say, I'm in at $220 a month than $1,000 down, right? Say we got 100 people to come in, right? Times 2640 is 264,000 or $22,000 a month. And you can run your own math on the collection rate, but you're going to see here why this is not what we focus on, right? Let's say we do 3 times. That's 150 people times 2640 is 396,000. Now we're 8 times the money. 8 times the money, right? $33,000 a month. Now we're making more a month than we even, well, almost as much. In 2 months, we'll have almost as much here, right? So hang with me, because I haven't got to the best part yet, right? So here's the thing. Now, the real reason I do this strategy is, one, to get more assets, right? So I'd much rather have, and here's the thing, I didn't even go, like, we've had 4 and 5 times as many people come in on this, right? So I'm not even running the numbers on all those, right? But the reason I do this is I want the customers, because
if you're delivering your magic and you're actually getting people a result, 30% or more will upgrade to a more expensive program or continue with you on the past 12 months if you offered something else. This is why I want to bump this up, right? Because if I have $1,000 a month program after this, right, and I get 30% here, that's going to be 45 people coming into my $1,000 a month program, right? Whereas if I only have 50, right, 30% is only 15 people, right? So and still, I haven't got to the best part, the people that people love the most, right? And here's what else we're not talking about. We're not talking about, again, if you're delivering, right, 50, like, wouldn't you rather have 150 people or 100 people out saying, wow, you are awesome, right? I went through this guy's course and he's really awesome. And they tell other people, right? This spreads the word of mouth a lot faster than the 50 people, right? But I still haven't got to the best part yet. Here's a hint. After they say, yes, I'm in to this, so you present them, you don't even talk about the full pay, right? So when you do your T3, right, or your love letter, right, you just say it's $220 a month for 12 months. That's it. Don't talk about the money they could save on the full pay, because what you want to do is get the micro commitment to I'm in. So much easier to say I'm in at $220, right? But here's the best part. After they say yes, or I'm in, ask, we have a full pay in full discount. Would you like to hear about it? They say, yes, I can save you $740 if you want to pay in full $1,900 today. I don't have a horse in the race. What works best for you? You know what happens with this? Depending on your market, 50-ish plus % of the people will say, yes, I want to do the full pay. I want to do the full pay. So what does this mean? Look at this. If we have, let's say we doubled our I'm in conversion on this, right? And 50% of the people want to take their full pay. We still, in this case, collect $2,000 instead of the $1,000. That means we make $100,000 for 50 people. Up front. If we get to the 150, then we have 75 people pay in full at $2,000. I'm rounding up a little bit, $1,900, right? 75 plus 2,000, 150,000 up front, collected today, right? Just by making the payment option first. So what people are focused on is, oh, I'm going to lose some of this 50,000, right? And focusing so hard on getting these full pays, right? They literally are kicking themselves in their banking private parts, right? And so this is the part that most people like the best, right? Now, you don't have, if you have more of a cart situation, you don't have to ask this question. You can just take them to the cart page where you have both options, right? On your shopping cart, right? And again, they'll still take like 50% plus on that. It depends, different markets. We've had it go down as low as 40%. We've had it as high as 80 and 90%, right? Especially at the $1,000 level, right? And this kind of like has worked across all different kind of markets, right? So this is really why I call it the millionaire math, right? It's very, very counterintuitive. It takes me a long time for me to explain it to people, and it really makes people nervous to try it, even after I explain it, right? But here's the other thing too, right? Is I really don't, it's not the front end money I'm trying to make. I am focusing on the assets, right? And what I will do, I'm not saying you have to do this, but the people that are on the payment program, if they up level with me, I cancel. I tell them, I don't say cancel, right? I say I'll pay off your other one, right? For you,
right? Because I really want to give them an incentive to become a long-term customer. That's what we're really trying to do here on Planet Mojo. We really don't think people are customers until they buy from us at least 2 times. And I'm even coming more to the belief that people aren't really customers unless they're paying you every single month, right? So that's what I'm really going. I'm looking for the 45 people that will continue with me on a month-to-month basis, right? If I only have 50, right? 30% of that is 15. That's a big, big difference, right? If you run one of these campaigns, right? Like most people, 50K for a year, right? And just keep on doing it again every single month or whatever the heck you're doing, right? Or every other month, right? It's not a whole lot to write home about, right? But if you stack these up, right? Let's say that we get half of these on full pay, right? 75 times 2,000 is 150 grand in the bank, right? And then you still have 75 people paying you on the month-to-month basis on this, right? But then all of a sudden you upgrade 30, 40, 45 people into your month-to-month, right? Here's what happens on Planet Mojo. People don't always need to keep selling every month, right? They get, 50K a month, 100K a month. They're like, hey, I'm just going to work with the people that I have because we know that 100K a month is going to be coming in over and over and over and over again, right? And then if people drop off in their long term, they can come in and they can do another one of these campaigns, right? Right here, $220 a month for 12 months, right? And they can put some more people in, right? But it's so much easier to get people to come in at $220 a month for 12 months than plop down $1,000. Again, you can change the number. So there's a $5,000 number, right? So much easier to get somebody to come in at $990 for 12 months or $990 for 10 months, right? Than it is to plop down $5,000. So you can change the numbers up, run the math your way. But I hope that this makes things clear for you because it's going to make a world of difference for you. Is what I've seen. It's made a huge difference for me. It adds so much time to my calendar and so much more money in my bank account. And I hope it does the same thing for you. All right, let's do it. 1,000% markup mojo. Sometimes I get a little really excited and jacked up about things. That's one of my flaws. I get excited about stuff, but I sold millions of dollars worth of stuff as an affiliate. And I think if somebody would have shared me or I'd have known this concept, I probably would have done tens of millions of dollars. And I might have done that. I've lost track, right? But for every dollar you can make as an affiliate, you can make $10 or more if you just change what you're doing there. So that's what 1,000% markup mojo is. We're going to talk about the what, the why, the how, and this isn't that difficult. It's mostly some negotiation and when you do the negotiation. And I don't think there's a more higher paying skill than knowing how to negotiate small things, right? It's like $1,000 an hour work, $10,000 an hour, $100,000 an hour work, some small negotiations moving from affiliate to being a licensee, right? Has allowed me to bring in a lot more money with a lot more flexibility and a lot more control. So if you already haven't figured it out, that is the what. What we want to do is go from being an affiliate. So say we've got our traffic, we've got our list, right? We want to sell something, and it's great. Don't get me wrong, it's great to sell something as an affiliate for 50%. But if you've got that going on, why not get double that, triple that, quadruple that, 1,000 times that, right? And I'm not just talking about negotiating the affiliate percentage, which you can. Like if you're getting 50%, they are like it's still worth it. Like, hey, I've sold 20 of your programs, right? What can you do with me? How can we work on the percentage? And they can give you a little bit. They can give you, well, let's do 60, let's do 75, let's do 90, right? Depending on what it is, right? I used to do 100% commissions. When I was the vendor, I would give 100% out because I all really cared about was getting the customer. I like 90% better because that way it would cover my credit card expenses and refunds and those kind of things. But I would do 100% all day long, but you're still capped, right? So you're still capped. Even if you negotiate from 50% to 100%, right? You're still capped. If it's a $99 product and you're getting 49 and maybe you got 100%, now you're still capped at 99, right? Switching it from affiliate to licensing solves that. So we're already kind of into the why, right? And you've already seen Millionaire Math, right? So the first reason why we got more flexibility and control, and we can earn thousands of dollars on a campaign, or we can earn 10,000, 50,000, or $100,000 on a campaign by moving it to a licensing model. So the first one that we've already talked about is the Millionaire Math, right? If you're an affiliate, you can't put something on a payment program, right? So if they're selling it for $99, right, and you say, hey, let's do 10 payments of $29, right? You can't do that as an affiliate, right? Or if you're selling something for $1,000, you can't say, let's do a 10 pay of $290, right? And get them to say yes. And then say, if you want to pay in full, it'll be $1,900, right? So you literally doubled quadrupled or not quadrupled, but tripled or doubled the price, depending on if they make the payments or they do the pay in full. But you can't do that as an affiliate, right? You're going to have more control, taking the payments and those kind of things. So if that's all you did, right, to say, hey, I'm going to take these things and I'll put payment programs on them, right, and massively boost the amount of conversions and collect more money up front, as we talked about in Millionaire Math, like you would totally be ahead of the game of any affiliate. But hang on. I've taken offers and added one or two bonuses to them and maybe even change the name of the program, right? To be a little bit, it's like changing the name of a title, right? One title sells like crazy where another title doesn't. And sometimes it just takes changing the title, changing the name of the program and adding some bonuses, and you can get double, triple, quadruple the price for it. A lot of programs have missing pieces, right? So just to take an example, so Travis Spiegel's My Peeps, he does a great job showing you how to drive traffic, right? But he doesn't talk a lot about how to convert the traffic. So I can bonus in big ticket email mojo to that, right? And take it from a $500 product to a $2,000 product. I actually sold big ticket email mojo for $6,000, right? But by bonusing that in, because I already have it, right? Instead of getting an affiliate commission from Travis, right? The other Travis Spiegel, I can say, hey, let's work on a licensing deal because I want to bundle in my big ticket email mojo to it, right? We'll talk about the negotiations here in a minute, right? And you don't have to tell them you're going to bundle it in, but this is what I could do. I can like, hey, I want to have this. I'm going to plug it into big ticket email mojo, right? And sell it instead of selling it for $500, I can sell it for $2,000, right? I can sell it for $2,000 because I'm bundled in big ticket email mojo, right? Now, what if I didn't own big ticket email mojo? I could take it from somebody else and work a deal, right? Like I would happily license you big ticket email mojo, right? If you want to bundle it in with something else. This is how we just create money. Licensing is creating money. IP is money. We can literally create money, right? By doing this. If we take Travis Spiegel's program for $500, take Travis Sago's big ticket email mojo, which is kind of collecting dust, right? I'm still using it for licensing purposes, right? But I'm open to those kind of deals, right? You wouldn't have to pay me
$2,000, we'd probably work out a deal where I just get the buyers or get a small percentage of it, right? Or whatever we'd work out. But now you take that and you could get $2,000, $3,000 for that. Let's say it's 2,000, right? Now you can put the 2,000 on a payment program, right? And say it's 10 payments of 290, right? Or 10 payments of 390, right? It's way easier to get 10 payments of 390 than it is one payment of 2,000, right? So do you see you've done there? You've taken a $500 product and now you're up to 8 times that, right? We're going to get to the how in the negotiation here in a second, but I want you to kind of really take this. You can't do all that as an affiliate, really, right? Yes, you can add a bonus to it, right? If you have program A, it's $99 and you're selling it for $49, that's awesome. And you can add a bonus to it as an affiliate and give out that bonus. But if the vendor is taking the money, like you can't really get the flexibility there, right? Does that make sense? So you want to have that flexibility because flexibility equals money. Utility equals money. The more things we can do something, the more money we're going to make with it. And you need to have flexibility to do that. This play is a super, super easy one. And it works in more markets than you might think. It works better with somebody's trash can assets, right? Than something that they're like currently selling right now today. So something that they were selling last year that's still relevant. But one of the like ways to add super bad to go from a $99 product to a $999 product is to offer master resale rights or sub-licensing rights, which means when you negotiate it, you need to get the sub-licensing rights, right? But if you can do that, you can take a $99 product and say, hey, and you can even do it as an upsell if you want, right? Or put it on the same page. This is what I do with Google the 2-page Google Doc Cash Machine. It was $99 if you wanted the base level. Which we called the muscle car version, it was $1,000 if you wanted to be able to sell it as well. I presented both prices. There were some things in between, but I presented both prices, right? It was actually muscle car, Ferrari, and then Bugatti. So Ferrari had an extra bonus in there, but Bugatti was basically the 2 bottom versions, 99 and 199. But they also got the rights to sell it and keep 100% of everything that they sold. And so that was $999. 80% of the people that purchased went with the $999. So if there's something out there selling pretty well, and you can figure out another place to put it, right? Where you know that your people already would be interested in selling it themselves. Like when you negotiate from affiliate to licensee, say that you want to have master resale rights to it or sub-licensing rights to it. It's just a few words, but it can make all the difference in the world. The gentleman that created Star Wars, when George Lucas went to negotiate the Star Wars contract, if you will, at the last minute, he just said, hey, I would like to get merchandising rights. Now, back then, it wasn't a big thing. They're like, yeah, whatever. And they wrote that into the contract, right? The next thing you know, there's sheets, clothes, t-shirts, toy boxes, lunch boxes, everything with Star Wars stuff on it. And that went to George Lucas because he was smart enough to negotiate those rights in the deal. And it was kind of a throwaway thing for them. So a lot of times, again, if it's not the pie they're eating from, they're going to be just like, yeah, because what they want, like they're making $0 from it or very little money from it now. So they want to work a deal with you, right? So you can kind of throw that in there. Hey, I would like to get master resale rights and sub-licensing rights for that, right?
And you can do this in all kinds of markets. Don't think you can only do it in BizOp, right? If you have a great keto, if you're negotiating rights for a great keto program that's unique and different, right? There's all kinds of other sellers in that market that could bonus or bundle that in. You could get all the money from that, right? Just like George Lucas said, hey, I want the merchandising, right? So then you got a little piece of every lunchbox that was sold. You got a little piece of sheet. I keep saying sheets because I had Star Wars sheets when I was a kid. Every sheet that was sold, every Star Wars hat, every Star Wars cup, right? You got little pieces of all of that, right? None of those people were in movie studios. They weren't in the movie business, right? But you can license it out other places. So don't just think, oh, this will only work for BizOp stuff, right? If you have, let's say you have a workout program for men who's trying to get six-pack abs, or they're men over 50 or whatever. Let's say they're men over 50 that's still trying to get six-pack abs or what have you, right? There's all kinds of supplement companies that you can team up with, right? That aren't, they may be selling supplements, but they're not doing anything with programs or coaching or any of that kind of stuff that you can team up with, right? That aren't really BizOp. They are businesses, right? But we're not just in the BizOp space. So don't just poo-poo the idea because it's not BizOp, right? There's been several weight loss lists that we've taken, and they want to become weight loss coaches, right? Not everybody, and very small amount, but enough that we're really, you can add 6 figures, 7 figures to a deal by going to people that maybe are on the paleo diet, but they want to be able to become a paleo coach, if that makes sense, right? If you can find something that's about how to become a paleo coach and offer it to those people, right? You're going to do great guns. So don't just think that it has to be BizOp. You guys see why I get so excited about stuff all the time? But like, we're kids in the candy store. The world is ours. If you understand content and intellectual property and licensing is the new money. If you don't understand licensing, if you don't use licensing, it's like being a cook without an oven or a cook without salt. When it comes to money today, in where we're at today, right? I'm doing this as 2024. If you don't use licensing, it's like, for money, it's like cooking without an oven or cooking without a stove or cooking without fire. Yes, you can make all kinds of stuff, but your options are super limited, right? So I hope that makes sense. We already talked about flexibility and control, and I could probably do a whole another training just on all the different flexibility and control and things that you can do once the flow is coming through you, right? So instead of having your vendor take all the money and then pay you affiliate commissions, now you can have the flow coming through you and you get all the buyers. You get all the buyers. Now, maybe they want the buyers too. It's really easy to share the buyers with them. You can automate it. You can do whatever you need to, right? The only drawback is you're going to have to pay anybody that's selling it for you, right? And you're going to have to handle refunds and chargebacks on your end. But this is part of the reason why you want more flexibility. Say it was a good program, but it was really missing a piece and people were refunding on it, right? They're showing people like how to do X, but they really needed Y with that. And so you could fix that by putting that Y in there, right? You have more flexibility with that, right? So we could go on and on about this, but ClickBank makes it super easy to set up contracts and pay out your affiliates without having to hire a bookkeeper. So that's one option. I don't know many, there's lots of platforms out there, but ClickBank is one of the only ones that actually pays the affiliates for you. A lot of them will keep track of it, right? But you'll still have to end up paying, which is not too bad. You can actually get a bookkeeper pretty inexpensively to handle those kind of things for you if you're paying out once a month. If you're paying out 2 times a month, still not that bad, right? But especially now you got the margins. Now you're not selling as an affiliate and you've got, 100%, 200%, hopefully 1,000% margins, right? Or 10,000% margins. I didn't want to, we're going to talk about that here in a little bit, but I want to keep it at 1,000% markup mojo because it's actually conservative, right? If you you'll do better than that. But we need to have margin. People underestimate the amount of margins that they have. So we want to have enough meat on the bone where everybody can eat from the pie and be happy, right? So you can give some to ClickBank, you can give some to your bookkeeper, or somebody who's paying out. Then you give it to your affiliates or your sub licensees, right? All those kind of things. That's the other thing too. Like if you get rights to a program and the sub licensing, you can have your own affiliates, and you didn't even create the program. Does that make sense? All right, so let's talk a little bit about the how. I'm going to tell you the easiest way to get this done. Obviously, there's a lot of different angles, and you don't have to do it this way, but here's what I found. So one of the smartest things is to start selling it as an affiliate. So let's say you're selling a course on how to do Chat GPT prompts, right? And it's selling for $99 and they're giving out an affiliate commission of $49. Awesome. So the first thing you want to do is, like, if you have your list or your traffic flow or wherever you're coming, is it converting? Is the offer converting using their marketing materials or stuff, right? You're gonna have to add to it, right? But what you want to do is you want to get, I would say, at least 3 to 5 sales, preferably, a dozen sales or more in as an affiliate. I probably have them pay me once, right? To see how great of a partner they are, how they handle their money, do they pay people on time, and all those kind of things, right? But after I know it's converting and they're a pretty good partner and my people aren't refunding, all those kind of things, this would be like the first date, right? Then I want to set up a coffee date, right? After that first date. And what I'm going to try to do is see what their wholesale price is. And what I mean by wholesale pricing, well, there's one price if you go and you buy, let's say you go and buy one shirt, right? You're going to get a certain pricing. But if you go and buy a truckload of shirts, you're going to get a lot smaller pricing, right? Because it's volume. They're going to reduce the price, right? So what we want to do is we want to figure out, like, kind of what is their volume pricing, what is their wholesale, what would they be happy with, right? If you could sell more, right? Because we can't eat percentages, right? It doesn't really matter if we're getting 80% of $1,000. We'd probably much rather have 20% of $1 million, right? I'm using some weird numbers there, right? But to kind of make the point, we can't eat percentages. We can only eat the dollars in and the benefits that we get. But you're going to be in a much better place. I don't think I've ever had somebody that didn't want to get on Zoom with me or Skype at the time or have a call after I've sold some of their product, right? Even if it was just a few, right? In ClickBank, you have they give you a certain ClickBank ID. And I would say, hey, this is Travis24. That was my ClickBank ID, right? Or whatever and they'd be like, oh, hey, man, right? I'd say, I just sold a few of your program, right? And then you get the conversation rolling. And then you have a conversation. It's like, hey, I would like to see if I can sell more of these, right? Can we get on Zoom or could we get on Skype and discuss that, right? There's not many people that's going to say no. Right? They all want to sell more, and it's way easier after you've already shown them that you're serious. Now, before you make any sales, everybody's like, hey, I really pinky swear what promise want to sell more of these for you, right? And they jump through a bunch of hoops and nothing ever gets done, right? So that's what I'm saying. It works better even if you sell one copy, right? But 3 to 12, it will be enough. If you sell more than that, it's going to be even easier. The more you sell, the easier it's going to be to get on Zoom and get a deal done. So these can go all kinds of different ways, but let's just say, just keep the numbers easy. Let's say it was a $99 product and you are already getting a 50% affiliate commission, right? So the first thing I look at is this something, is this product something that they're eating off of? Is this from the pie that they're eating off of, right? Because it's going to change your negotiations, right? If it's, but let's say that it's not, say it's somewhat close to the trash, or it's a trash can asset, right? And maybe they have a ClickBank gravity of like 2, right? They're back on the 3rd page, or you just know that they're not selling a lot, right? That maybe they're doing something, maybe they're working a full-time job, they're doing something else, or maybe their main business is one thing and this is kind of something else, right? You're gonna be in a much better position, right? But you would just say, hey, I would like to move from being an affiliate to being a licensee, right? I'd like to license your program out, and here would be some of the benefits for you, right? But before you do that, you want to find out, like, hey, if I could sell more of these, right? What would be the best price you could give me without being mad at me, right? Could we do a 60% or 70%? Like and you can have that discussion. But let's say that they say, well, you know what? Like I don't want to get any less for it than $29, right? Now, even if you just kept selling it like an affiliate, you're already $20 a sale better off. Does that make sense? But now we've got their wholesale price, which is $29, right? And here's where I'd go from there. I was like, perfect. Like, if I sold a bunch of these and you got the $29, you'd be happy with that. Yes, right? What I would like to do is sell a whole bunch of these, but I like to play with the prices and do some other things with it. Would you be okay with letting me do other things with it, like maybe adding bonuses, adding a payment program to it, those kind of things, and I would handle all that on my side, but you would just get the $29 per sale, right? And they're probably gonna be like, yeah, right. And you can even say, hey, I'm gonna try some crazy stuff, like trying to get $1,000 for this by adding some bonuses and stuff, but you'd still be okay with the $29. Yes, right? And they will be, because they just want more sales, right? Does that make sense so far? Let me slow down a little bit. So if it's a trash can asset, you might even try this, and this is my favorite kind of deals to do, is if they're not using it that much, and you can ask them, and you can find out like how many customers are going through this every month, right? If they're going to lie to you, you're not going to do a deal anyways. That's not the point to get that data. What you want to know is it a huge number? Are they paying their mortgage with it or something like that, right? Because what you might do is say, look, I would like to get full licensing rights to this, right? How can we do that? How can I pay you a one-time, what would it look like for a one-time fee to get the full licensing rights for this? And they may not know what full licensing rights is or are, right? But one of the things that you want to explain to them is like, they can still use, there's exclusive and non-exclusive. You can do whatever you want on your side. You can keep selling it. You can keep doing whatever you want, right? And you can just tell them what you want to do. I want to take this to my list. I would like to turn them into affiliates or whatever you want to do, right? Or I want to take this to direct mail, right? But I like to sell it for whatever I want. It would just be easier if I didn't have to, keep paying you a $29 for every single one, right? Would you be open to that, getting one lump sum, right? And then I would just do build a deal on it, right? We've talked about build a deal. You guys got build a deal, and they're like, I try to get them to say a number first. And you'd be surprised how low people go, right? I've got deals all the time, right? Where you can just pick it up for a song, $500, $1,000, right? I would say a lot of the stuff that I pick up that's in the trash can is like $500 or $1,000 one-time payment. I'm not saying you're always going to get that. It depends on what it is, right? But again, if they're not using it, this is money they would have never had, right? So that's kind of in the trash can. Now, somebody that's doing there's paying their rent and their electric and everything out from the current program you're negotiating is probably not going to negotiate like that with you. So you're going to have to look at other things like, can I license it to, can I get exclusive rights to a channel, right? If they're not doing anything on Twitter with it, maybe you can get exclusive rights on Twitter or maybe non-exclusive rights on Twitter, right? Or you can take it out in the direct mail. There's all kinds of ways. Again, licensing is so flexible in intellectual property, right? We create money with it, right? Or hey, I just want to offer this in as bonuses, right? To people that are selling $1,000 things in the relationship space or whatever it is, right? So you can be very specific and say, I just want the rights to that, right? If it's something that they're eating from all the time, right? Like one of the things you're going to be concerned about is, are you devaluing them? If they're selling something for $99, I don't want to see it out on the market for $9. Does that make sense? So that'd be one of the things if they're eating from it. If they're not eating from it, then they really probably don't care that much. Like if they don't have any plans, it's just kind of sitting collecting dust, they probably don't care that much. But the key is let them know they can still do whatever they want to with it. I don't see a lot. There's some reasons why you might want exclusive rights. And I'm not saying there's not those cases, but pretty much you're probably going to be safe and they're going to feel safer, right? And you're going to get a way better deal if you say you can still do whatever you want to do with it. Here's just all I want to do, right? You're going to get a way better deal than if they can't use it anymore. It's a key point, right? People have a tendency to think of intellectual property like houses, right? If I move in, they can't live in it anymore. It's not like that. We can literally copy and paste. Hey, I would just like the design of your house so I can go build that. I really love the design of your house. You don't have to move out. Can I have the blueprints? And I want to have my builder build one, 1,000 miles away, right? We want to build a whole track of them. They don't care, right? It's the intellectual property, right? So you're going to get a way better deal, probably a one-time deal, right? If you don't go for exclusive rights, right? So, and you don't say non-exclusive, exclusive. I mean, you can say it, but you say, like, I don't want to take it. You can just keep doing anything you want. You keep selling it. You can still do whatever you want to it. Here's all I want to do with it, right? Basically, we're saying, I want non-exclusive rights. And that can be by channel, by geography, by media, right? Say that it's a video course and you want to turn it into a written course or have worksheets made out of it, right? All those kind of things that you can do, right? I've got licensing deals with people in foreign countries, right? And if you're in a foreign country, that's an awesome thing to do. Find things that are hot sellers over here and then license them in your own country, right? Super. I don't know why more people don't do that, right? But it's a super leveraged licensing play that you can do. The other thing is, let's say that like you really want their licensing rights, they're going to do master resale rights with you, or even they're just going to give you they're going to turn it over to you lock, stock, and barrel, non-exclusive. Whatever you want to do with it is fine by them. Just don't make them look bad, right? Whatever it is, right? And let's say that they want 10 grand for it, right? If you can't get the price that you want, you can negotiate terms on it. If you can't get the price that you want, negotiate terms. There's all kinds of things you can do. One of them is like, hey, I'd be happy to do that. Could we do this? I'll pay you $12,000. And here's how it would work. I will give you 10% of all the sales that I make until you've got your 12,000, right? And they may say, oh, I don't want to wait, but I might wait if it was 15,000, right? Fine. Like it's a much lower risk for you. The other thing is if do they want more reach? Do they want buyers? You can share buyers with them, right? Hey, 10,000. I appreciate you working with me. I don't have that in my budget right now, but here's what I could do, right? Could we do 25% until I paid you 5,000, and I will share the buyers with you. So it's your program anyways, it helps me too, right? But now you'll get buyers at no charge, right? And I'll share the buyers with you, and you can sell them other stuff, or we can add them to your group or whatever you want to do with them, right? So you got other things that you can do. You get more reach. More people will know your name because I'm going to be going out in markets that you're not in, right? So think about other things other than just that money up front. Could we delay the payments? What else could they use, right? Do they want to be like I always wanted to be on Twitter or Pinterest or wherever, right? So this is a way for me to get out there, right? Without me having to spend money. And if I get buyers back, that's awesome, right? I do those deals all day long, right? To get reach and get buyers. Here's one last thing, and I kind of debated whether to put it in here. Not because I don't want to share it with you, but I could probably do, a whole training on this. But one of the things that you can do is you don't have to buy things outright, especially if you're not sure if it's going to work. Let's say you got a program that you think, wow, I'm really, these paleo diet people are really going nuts zongo over becoming a paleo coach on my list, but I wonder if it would work on other people's lists. And I wonder if I could license it out to other people. So you've got this program, maybe they want, they're just firm on that 10,000, right? I got to get 10,000 on it. So what you can do is you can give them an option, right? And what an option means, it gives the buyer of the option the right, but not the obligation to purchase whatever item it is, right? Land, real estate, stocks, or IP, right? So what you can say is like, okay, I want to be able to get this out and test it, right? Would you give me 3 months or would you give me 6 months, right? And sometimes you can give them a little bit of money up front. I'll give you $100 deposit or $1,000 deposit. Usually that's non-refundable, right? So, but you don't have to. Sometimes you don't have to do that. But if they don't have another buyer, why wouldn't they? And if it's non-exclusive, right? Here's what I'd like to do. I would like to pay you your 10,000. I just don't have it right now. I need to test a few things. Would you give me 3 months or 6 months, right, to get this out there and let me go market it, and I'll go ahead and collect some monies from it, right? For 3 months or 6 months and just make sure that it works, right? In the meantime, I'll just share half with you, but that would also go towards my 10,000, right? And then if I end up not doing the deal in 6 months, right, then you can keep all the money, right? Or you can just get the straight option, right? You can just say, hey, I would like to purchase this, but I'd like to purchase it in 6 months for 10,000, right? Would you let me go do some testing first, right? And then you have to be upfront if you're selling his stuff and taking money, right? But if you're just getting T1 hand raisers and seeing people would be interested and you're not selling it yet, that might be enough. Or you could go flip it to somebody else, right? So if you got the rights for 10K and you've got an option, and a signed option saying, yes, I will sell you this asset 6 months from now at 10,000, they're obligated to do that. Now, you're not obligated to buy it, but they're obligated to sell it. So now you have a piece of paper that is actual money. So if you can go get somebody to pay you 20 grand, right, you can keep 10. Again, licensing is the tool of money now. It is like the oven to baking bread, right? So we really want to start using these options and licensing and those kind of things, right? So just think like you can do anything that you can get somebody to agree, that you both agree to, right? Maybe you only need a month. Maybe you need, I try to get your option as long as possible, then you can exercise it before that point. So maybe it's a year-long option, but you can still exercise your option. You just put it in there. I'd like the rights to exercise this any point between now and the year, right? But the option expires in a year from now, right? If you just Google options, right? Straight options, right? Like they're really not a hard contract to understand. You have an asset, you have time, you have what's going to happen in the time within that time period, right? And that's it, right? But once you get somebody to sign that at a certain price, if you know it's worth way more, right? Or you're going to test it out and make it worth way more, you literally are holding money with that option right there. So that is 1,000% markup mojo. Again, just a little recap. Like once you got something working as an affiliate, work out a licensing deal. They're way more profitable. We have way more margin, way more flexibility. It's way easier to do it if somebody's got a trash can asset, right? If it's not a trash can asset and it's something they're eating from, you're going to have to get rights to a certain channel or a certain media format or a certain timing, right? Hey, I just want to offer this as upsells. That's a timing thing, right? Those kind of things. It's going to be a little bit tougher. Not impossible by any means, but that's what they're eating from right now. So they're like people in the pie they're eating from. They're always a little bit more watchful of that, right? And don't forget, if you can't get the price, get your terms, get an option, right? The whole world is yours. You need margin though to make it work, right? To get all the help and give everybody enough pie to eat that makes it worthwhile. And now you have the tools to do that. Thank you for hanging out with me. I'll catch you on the flip flop.
Okay, so let's talk about negotiating price in the newsletter. We'll walk through an actual conversation that happened. You'll see a lot of slang and not very professional information as far as like names. After an email or two, you'll see we're pretty familiar with each other, and you drop off the professionalism and make it very human, which is great because that's what you want. You want to be on. You don't want to be all stuffy and buttoned up with people in these kind of transactions. It generally helps to be on their good side, and it'll generally help you get a better deal. Hopefully you'll see that in this. So in this example, same approach. Sponsor the newsletter. Are you open to someone sponsoring the newsletter? This guy hadn't had sponsorships, and he was looking at, but he hadn't run any sponsorships, but I believe he was looking at them. So he was looking for a flat fee of some kind per newsletter. I was just wondering if that's doable. He was telling me he has 13,000 subscribers and a good open rate. So I was like, yeah, we can probably figure that out. Flat fee, he said a few $100s. My reply was like, yeah, we're probably in the same ballpark. So let's keep talking. Your audience and open rate are in line with the ranges we're looking for. Then I asked what his click-through rate was and if he had a specific investment amount in mind, which we'll come back to in just a second. Click-through rate varies, which can kind of be a little bit of a red flag. It was obvious that this guy was a kind of a one-person shop, and he generally wrote about the things that interest him as opposed to his audience. So that's why there is the variability, right? It could be as low as 2%, and some as up to 8%. He was kind of new, like I said, and since he's writing about what he wants to write about instead of what the audience wants to hear about, that's why he had such big swings. But hey, I mean, when you're new with a newsletter, that's bound to happen until you get your stride and really figure out what your audience wants to hear. So it wasn't really a deal breaker for me, but it's something to just keep in the back of your mind. Then he said, what do you mean by investment amount? I wasn't clear there. I used too big of word, or not big words, but too professional speak, right? With this person, we're very casual. Even at this point, even just within an email or two, there's no send off or sincerely yours or anything like that. And his first reply is just, hey mate. So yeah, you can be so we were very casual at this point. I should have just said, how much do you want? Or how much are you looking for? Something like that. And that's what I asked in the next email. What kind of price do you have in mind? Thinking $400. And yeah, it was kind of it was very wishy-washy. I didn't really like that price, and the way he's talking about his numbers and how the swings, I wasn't really digging it. So I probably would have walked away at a $400 price. But he also asked, then, are you an agency or are you looking to sponsor something directly? Which is a totally fair question. People will ask that. If you're looking to place your own ads, or if you're an agency, I personally don't see a whole lot of a difference, but I think people just like to know who they're talking to, who they're working with, and if there's going to be a lot of back and forth between an agent, a client, and them, that kind of thing. So I just told them, nope, we're not an agency. Looking to run ads for our own newsletter. Hope that's cool. And then, like I said, I wasn't big on that price. So I asked, is there any wiggle room on the price? And then I gave him a pretty good justification. I was running the numbers, and even if it was at 4%, we'd only be getting 200 people seeing our page. That's not even opting in. That's just even seeing it. So $400 for just 200 eyeballs, it was a little high for what I was looking for. And that's what I wanted to get across to him. But then, I was telling him my problem, but then I also wanted to put this in a positive light, because me and Travis both are like, we're not really the type who want to just beat people down and try to nickel dial it. It doesn't leave a good taste in the mouth. So I wanted to end it with something like, your newsletter seems great. We definitely want to run multiple if it performs well. What can we do? Is how I ended that. So I'm putting the ball back in his court. I want them to come back to me with a number, because I could have thrown a number in here like, hey, could you do whatever? And that generally is going to put someone on the defense. So I want him to suggest a number. And as you'll see, he came down quite a bit on his price. He asked he still wanted me to put out a number. What price did you have in mind? Super appreciate him asking, but I don't want to insult him. So what's the best price that he could give me without being mad? And that line has worked so well for me over the years. What's the best price you can give me without being mad at me? What's the best you can do without being mad at me? Because I don't want him to be mad at me. I want him to be happy with the deal as much as I am. And as you'll see, he came down quite a bit. We went from 400 to 250. And there is something to be said that maybe in that situation, I should have tried to talk him down a little more, because he might feel like, because when I replied back, I was like, yeah, let's do it. He might have felt on his end that he's like, dang, I went too low. So there is the case to be said that maybe I should have tried to get it at 200 and then settle at 200 or 225, whatever he comes back with, just to fight a little more, to make him feel like he wasn't just giving up ground he didn't need to. But it worked out good. He was happy with that. And we moved forward at the 250 mark. So that was the end of that transaction. Next, we will talk about price and copy negotiation after mailers happened. So we'll get into that in the next one. All right, so let's talk about newsletter sponsorships. Sometimes these are also called newsletter placements or just newsletter ads. And what we're going to talk about in this video is just starting that conversation, reaching out to the newsletter to see if they're even open to someone advertising or putting a sponsorship in their newsletter. Most are. That's generally how they make revenue, but some aren't, and that's totally cool. So, but it's a very simple and straightforward conversation, because we're basically approaching them and saying, can I give you money, right? So there's not really any posturing, any positioning that needs to be done. We can just come in and pretty simply ask. So here's an example of an opening email that I say with variation, but I'll send like a dozen of these out a day to different newsletters. So subject line is just, hey, sponsor the newsletter, ? Hey, person's name that we found, really dig, am loving your newsletter, whatever it's called. Can I ask, are you open to someone sponsoring the newsletter? And what we'll show you here is some replies that this is one particular conversation. So I took out the names, but the names in the newsletter itself, but this is an actual conversation that I just copied and pasted into a doc here. So let's kind of go over what was said. The person replied, hey, thanks for reaching out. Appreciate you checking out the newsletter. Glad you enjoy it. Everyone always likes a little compliment. So he was saying, yes, he would be open to a sponsorship. He was planning on rolling out sponsorship soon. So this is kind of an ideal situation because this person doesn't have a sponsorship setup already in place. So that means more than likely he's going to be more flexible as far as pricing, amount of copy you get, maybe the number of ads that you can place in multiple weeks for a good price, those kind of things. So this is kind of ideal, which is really nice. And then he asks, what kind of budget are you working with? This is also a very common question. People always want to know what our budget is so they can figure out how much to charge. I generally never want to answer that question, as you'll see here in my reply. So I replied, this guy got back to me super quick, so appreciated that. And I mentioned that I didn't want to push him into any sponsorship before he's ready, because he mentioned that he was just planning on rolling them out. But depending on what we could collaborate on, I could be ready next weekish. And then here's where we're talking about the budget part. To be honest, I'm brand new at this, and I don't have a budget in mind. I was hoping we could start with a 1-paragraph blurb, or depending on your copy length, you might just take out 1 paragraph and just say, I'm just looking for a little blurb, a little spot, something like that, something that makes it at least sound small. And then what kind of price would work for you for a test? And that's what we want to do. We want to test this. We don't want to make any kind of long-term commitments before we have data. So I personally like to come off as the newbie. I like to come off as the person who doesn't really know what's normal, what's going on, the general standards. So I can always kind of play that newbie card. I like that because it just gives me kind of the, well, gee shucks, I didn't know approach. If I come in too low or say, make a faux pas of some kind, be like, I didn't know. So that's generally the stance I like to be, even when I've been doing this for a long time. So yeah, like I said, I'm new at this. I don't have a budget in mind. What can we work out? So he replied back, no worries. I'm not rushing him because I mentioned the take all the time he needs. He can do a release, which was, I think, a week, the next week, or the same week, and the following week, something like that. So he was initially thinking 1 to 2 sponsorships for $100 for a newsletter release. The 1-paragraph blurb. Perfect. Yep. And I said I could be ready on the 19th, which I think was the following week. But I realized I didn't get very basic information from him. He's telling me price, but I don't know if it's a good price or not, right? I need to know how big the list is, what the average open rate is, the click-through rate, which is CTR. That way I can figure out how many clicks I'm going to get on average, or, can estimate how many clicks I'm going to get for this newsletter. And that'll help me determine if the price is good, right? So he's all right. He's got 2,500 people, open rate 25%, 1% click-through rate. So, decent, not great. I would like to see a higher click-through rate for sure. A little higher open rate, but it's not bad. Yeah, I don't think we discussed it before. Says he'll also share it on LinkedIn. Cool. It's a nice little bonus if they'll throw that kind of thing in, but I don't really get into it. But that was pretty much the whole conversation. At that point, when we're talking, that price was good for me, $100 a newsletter for this amount of subscribers, and the numbers backed out. So I said, looks good. What do we do next? And the next steps from there that I didn't include in there were simply taking care of payments. Took care of payment. It was either through PayPal or Stripe, something like that. And then I emailed him the copy and tracking link that we wanted to use. Now, one thing, this conversation was one of my first. Actually, I think this might have even been the first placement that we got. One thing I try to do now is I try to make sure that they are okay with my copy before, definitely before I send them any money. In this case, I had sent him money, and then you can occasionally get into the scenario where it's a little rough. You've sent them money and then you send them the copy and they're like, oh, well, we can't really run this. How can we change it? And, a lot of the times I don't want to change the copy. So had I not sent them money, I probably would have just told them that it wasn't going to work and go from there. But yeah, so generally before sending money, get your copy approved. And once they approve that, then send them the money. That way you have everything lined up. You've got your numbers, you've got the copy that you're going to use and the tracking link. And it's a very smooth transaction from there. You just send them the money, they mail it on the date, and that's the whole shebang. Next up, we will talk about examples of pricing negotiations. I'll do that in the next video. In this video, we're going to talk about renegotiating the price or copy after you've already done a mailer. So the scenario here is I bought one mailer from this person, from this newsletter, and it did marginal. It made a couple sales, but it didn't break even. And, in advertising, you're going to have a lot of scenarios where 80% of what you spend is going to be wasted, or 80% of the people, 80% of the places you try to advertise aren't going to work out. But the reason you go through that is for the 20% that do, because the 20% that do, that's where you're going to drop the majority of your ad spend budget over and over again for as long as it converts, right? So you got to go through there. But there are a few of these scenarios where you could work if you negotiated a little bit. And one thing I really like about newsletters is that everything is negotiable. And that's kind of true in most non-platform Facebook ads that you only deal with software app that you just put in your credit card and pick a placement. Anytime that you're dealing with actual people, the negotiations are, it's an option. So you can negotiate whatever you can, as much as you can. And that's kind of what the point of this video is. We're talking about price negotiation, not only price negotiation, but copy negotiation. We've found time after time, the more copy we can get, the better our ad does. And we've got data to back that up. So if I can't get a price concession, I want to get a copy concession, and whatever's possible. So let's take a look at this one and we'll go over it. So I replied back to the person, hey, them, it's me. Our sponsorship with their newsletter made a couple of sales, but not even break even. I liked working with him. I wanted to give it another go and see if we can make it work. Would he be open to running our ad at a lower price? And this might come as a shock to some people, but he was very open to that. His reply, hey, I would love to offer you a 20% discount since you're a repeat sponsor. Would that work? So sometimes all you have to do is ask. Just ask for a discount and you'll get it. And my reply was that was super gracious of him. But the thing is, I had to be around 50% of what he wanted to make my numbers work. And if it wasn't there, and I was totally fine with walking away on this, because, like I said, it didn't even break even on the first one. So if he wasn't willing to budge, I totally would have understood. He's got his own numbers to meet, but I would have walked away. And that's why I replied, totally understand if that doesn't work. I also then could argue if this line should or shouldn't be in there. I could argue either way, but I put it in. Thought if a spot would go otherwise unsold, it might make sense. I wanted to plant in his mind that even if it's, this could be a month or two down the road, I didn't mind. Just if something was not going to be sold, it made sense to get, the very low 50% of what I was offering. It made sense to take some money as opposed to no money. But again, didn't want him to feel pressured or anything like that. So totally cool if not. So he came back. The best he could do is 60% of the original price. So not quite as low as I wanted. And I'd have to buy 2 issues. Would that work for me? We can space them out a couple issues apart, a few weeks apart. So still negotiating here, still kind of going back and forth. I do want to point out that everything here is very cordial. Like, nobody's getting mad. This is common in this industry. So don't feel bad about asking for what you want. Negotiate as much as you can. Just be nice about it. What I don't like to do is try to beat people down on prices or terms. I want to keep the relationship good. So I'm always do my best to be nice. Okay, so where were we? Me, thanks. 2 issues for 60% could work. And so I wanted him to feel like he was gaining some ground, but I needed a longer copy then. I could go a little bit higher on the price, but then I needed more copy. Like I said, we've found time and time again, the longer the copy, the better our conversions. His reply, awesome, would still need to be under 200 characters. And yeah, that wasn't, then of course he's assuming the sale. Let me know if you should, I'll send you the dates and the Stripe link to pay. All right. So I kind of had to come back with I'm just not sure. So trying to make it work at the price we're talking, I need either a lower price or more copy. Really want to work with him. And again, throwing the ball back in his court. What can we do? He's asking how much more copy we need. Is it just like an extra 20 or 30 characters, which is like an extra word or two? That wasn't the case. I wanted like 500 characters at the shortest. That was just too long for him. So he came back and said he could drop the price to the original 50% I wanted as long as I did 2 issues and it was 200 characters. And that worked for me. I got so all in all, because I, pushed a little more and basically kind of, I got him to say no on something else that is a reasonable request. If he couldn't match my price, could he match my terms, which in this case was a more copy. He couldn't match my copy, so I can't 100% guarantee it, but I bet he had a little bit of a feeling like, okay, I got to make some kind of concession. And so he did. He came down to the price that was basically in line with what I wanted. It was like a couple dollars more with the conversion from, I believe it was British pounds to dollars, but it was just fine for what we were looking for. So we did it for the 2 issues at the 200 characters, and yeah, that was the end of the negotiation. So if you can't get price, see what terms you can get, see what copy, if you can get longer copy, if you can get more weeks, or be in more issues, get better placement in the issue. If they wanted to put the copy at a price at the bottom, see if you can get it at the top for the same price. So there's lots of things that you can negotiate. Those are probably the biggest: the price, the placement, the amount of copy, and the number of weeks or number of issues that you're going to be in. Those are all negotiable. Those you can make great deals on any or all of those. So I hope you found this helpful. That is newsletter negotiation in a nutshell. Good luck.
So this is a special Mojo Dojo for anybody just showing up, where we're going to walk through the $1 million marketing sequence. And you should have, if you didn't see it, inside of the group, I posted 2 files. If you are at a laptop or if you're at a computer where you can actually get on the web, it would be really, really helpful for you to open those files and you kind of follow along. I'm going to be following pretty much just the files I laid out for you. One is the actual instructions for the $1 million marketing sequence, and the other is the Hell Half Frozen Over sale. It's the actual results or the fruits of the MDMS as an example for you to look at. So people have found that very helpful. Any questions before I roll into this? Cool, let's rock. This is more for the owners, not our outsourced or employees, just for Honey's information. But boy, I have used the MDMS dozens and dozens of times, and it just never, ever fails to impress me and work on a certain level. And I started giving it to my colleagues of mine, and they would use it, and it would work amazingly well for them too. They would go from selling 20 or 30, units or memberships to applying this MDMS and literally 5 timesing, 10 timesing, 20 timesing what they were doing before. I think Bob has used it, and I know Matt's used it many, many times. So I'm excited to release this to you. It's not just for one-off items. We can sell this. I've used it fabulously well for selling continuity. I've sold, hundreds of people into continuity programs using this, as well as have other people sell, hundreds of people into the continuity programs, and affiliates that I've done JV partnerships where it's kind of sly on me, but I said, hey, let me help you run this promotion for me. and so I will help walk them through this sequence to run the promotion for me. And instead of them doing, 20 or 30 sales, they end up doing 200 or 300. Not only are they extremely happy, but I've got 200 or 300 new customers that I wouldn't have had if I wouldn't have spent the time to walk them through this. So I'm not going to get through a bunch of the inside of the file itself. I'll give you some experience that I have. Some of that's a little bit old experience, but I just want you to understand how powerful this is to use. And you'll see why as we get into the secrets here. But it's not uncommon for me to convert, depending on how new or old the list is and how engaged it is and how many times they've seen the offer. It's not uncommon for me to convert 1% to 5% of the entire list to what I'm promoting. Again, if you have a 10-year-old list and they've been on there a while and your open rate's a little bit lower, you're probably going to be more around that 1%. But if the list is fairly new and you have a high engagement, it's really quite possible to convert 5% of your list. Again, depending on what you're promoting and stuff, just to kind of give you an idea. And most people do fractions of 1% of their entire list. They're usually base it off of how many opens or clicks and so forth. It's not uncommon for me to do a promotion for people and it just blows them away. I'll do 200, 300, 400 sales on something, and they're just like, how in the world are you doing it? And I see it too. I'll just do normal promotions, and I might sell 80 to 100. If I take out and I pull out the stops and run my whole NDMS sequence, I can triple, quadruple, and 5 times what I've done. And sometimes it's great, bread and butter. Just hey, here's a recommendation I have for you, and a couple of extra shout outs is awesome. But when I plug in what we're talking about here, it just multiplies those results. So let's go ahead and get to the actual how to do it. And we'll start at the area overview. And honey, this is where the new part of the recording will start for our employees and outsources. The 6 secrets behind the $1 million sequence. Secret number 1. This is the big one, guys. This is the biggie. And you can apply this in so many different aspects, but we're going to do this for our email promotions right now. But you want to make your promo an event. One email with a recommendation is not an event. Well, most people say, hey, I'll do a promo for you. I mean, that's sending an email, right? That's not really a promo. Even if you're promoting your own stuff, your company's stuff, that's not really a promo. I'm not saying you do a promo every single time, but the secret to multiplying the amount of sales is to turn your promo into an event. An event has typically a beginning and an end, and actually the end is the most important part of the event, as you will see. You can be kind of soft on the beginning, and we'll talk more about that. But the thing about an event that's really, really useful here is a couple things. 1, you want to have an ending, a hard ending. And 2, if you can tie it to something fun, unique, or meaningful, it helps make the event a lot more fun and a lot more engaging. So if your wedding anniversary is coming up, you could tie the event, and you want to kind of segue. You can tie the event to, hey, I'm having a special wedding anniversary promotion, or a special 4th of July promotion, or hey, you've been on my list for a year, right? So if you have quite a big following, you can put this in your auto sequence and actually run it again passively, and have an event that says, hey, congratulations, it's our 1-year anniversary. Did you know you've been on a subscriber or in my group, or however you want to talk about it, for a year? I want to do something special for you. So you want to tie it to something going on. And you can be quite silly with this, and it works well. People absolutely love the silly. The examples that you will get is my Hell Half Frozen Over promotion. It was January. It was after the holidays. It was for relationship stuff. And I'm like, well, what in the heck? What am I going to do? I said, Valentine's isn't until February. What in the heck am I going to do? And it just happened to be 17 degrees outside. And I said, well, why don't I do a promotion? Because it doesn't normally get down to 17 degrees in Russellville. Why don't I do a promotion? We'll make it $17 and let it rock and roll in that. So what was interesting is that this list was a fairly old list. They'd seen the promotion for the product that I'd done probably 24 times conservatively. And if I just did a normal email about it, a different, angle or segue, I might sell 5, 10, or 15. I ended up at the end of the event selling over 580 copies. Just to give you an idea, even silly will work. There's all kinds of little silly, I don't know where you can find them, but if you type in silly celebrations, something like that, there's all kinds of like silly celebrations that go on almost every single day of the year. There's Pet Sitters Day probably, and Train Engineer Day, all kinds of weird, funny days that you could tie into if you wanted to. So secret number 1 is one of the biggest ones, make your promo an event. Secret number 2, find the story behind the story. So what this means, first off, if you want to bore your subscribers and make them leave in droves, just keep having marketing promotions. Just keep having, say, hey, just having another sale. Hey, buy my stuff, or buy somebody else's stuff, buy somebody else. Hey, if you don't have this, you're an idiot, and people won't really come out and say it that brashly, but they'd say, hey, if you're really serious about starting a business, you really need to have this. And it's just variations of that every single time, right? If you're really serious about having a good relationship, you need this. And that will get them off of your list very, very quickly. So I call this kind of the golden thread. And I usually like to start my NDMS out with like a story that I can segue into. Sometimes it's just about the weather, right? It doesn't have to be anything super spectacular. But I've started it out, I had a subscriber at one point, and I still do. His name was Skip. He was an 82-year-old guy, and Skip would email me quite often. And he said, hey, you know what? I'm going to quit trying. I can't do this affiliate thing anymore. I ended up getting on the phone with him and talking with him and just kind of got him pumped back up again. And I just wrote about that. I got his permission, but I wrote about that. And I did the whole promotion just around Skip. Skip emailed me and said, he's back. He's back in the game again. And I named the bonus, we'll talk about bonuses. I named it the Skip's Back bonus. Nothing fancy, right? Just get the Skip's Back bonus. But everybody could relate to that. It was the story, kind of behind the story. And this is really useful too if you're selling physical products or something that seems more like a commodity. And the example I like to use, a very old example, but there was an ad man that was helping the big oil companies figure out what kind of commercial to put on TV. And they're like, we don't know what to do. This is gas, and he's like, shame on you. If you're just selling this stinky liquid that you put in your car, for 39 cents a gallon, it's no wonder, you're not beating your competition. But what do the people use it for? They use it to go on vacation. Don't they use it to go spend more family time? Don't they use it to make memories with? So that's kind of the story behind the story. So I always like to start out, if I can, is like, what's the reasoning? What's the story behind the story? And if you can tap into emotion, I will say it's almost, if you want to do the best you can, tap into the emotion somehow. Just tap into that emotion, the story behind the story. It can be a positive emotion. It can be, getting away from a negative emotion, which we talk about very much. But what's the story behind the story? Secret number 3, you'll see as we go into actual details how to run this, that part of the secret of this is making an offer that is so easy to say yes and very hard to say no to. But one of the things I learned from emailing with people is to give your bonus, any bonuses that you're doing. If you're not doing a discount, if you are doing a discount, still give your bonus a name, but you can also name the sale or name the discount. But if you're not doing a sale and you're just adding in more bonuses, which is perfectly viable, that you want to have a memorable bonus offer. You want to put a name to that bonus. And the reason the way I figured this out is I just did it a couple times. I just said, hey, I'll just name it really quick. And what would start happening was people would email me and say, you know what, can you wait? I don't have the money right now, but can you wait till, the first of the month? I really want your skips back bonus, or I really want your turkey bonus. I really want whatever bonus it is. And it gave them a mental hook to hang their thoughts on about what they were actually going to get as well. And you're offering powerful bonuses when people say, you know what, I already bought this program. Can I get the skips back bonus? And what's always funny is I always let people do that if they already bought it, if they didn't buy it. If it was an affiliate promotion, I always just gave it to them. Why? Because they're a buyer. They were a buyer, right? So I'd say, sure, just go ahead and opt in over here, and then you'll get it. I got to be able to put buyers on my list that way too. That's kind of a side there. So crazy names work awesome. Just something that will stick out in their mind, or that they can see, right? Can they see it? Can they feel it? Can they hear it? Can they taste it? Depending on what business you're in. If you're in selling coffee, you might want to go with the smell, the smell or the aroma or something like that to name your bonus. Or maybe not, but just something, again, appeal to the five senses and make it something that's concrete. Secret number 4, we want to put a real limit on our named bonus. Let's be a valid reason why you've got a limit, a reason why that makes total sense to your reader. Now, I experiment a lot. I've done things like, hey, this bonus is going to end on Sunday night. Why? Because that's when I want it to end. And just because I say that's what I want to end. And it does okay. You can actually do that, but it does seem to work better if there's an actual reason. But hey, sometimes, like when you're doing an affiliate promotion or maybe you're promoting something for somebody else, there's maybe not a valid reason why. Just say, hey, I've got to send these bonuses out. I've used this too. Honey's going to be sending my bonuses out, or whoever's sending the bonuses out, and I don't want to have her doing this all week, so I'm going to end it Sunday so she can get all the bonuses out to you Monday morning. So having a valid reason why is important. And let me talk for a minute, because I don't want to get this confused, but you can do a discount or a sale, but you can also add in bonuses, or you can do both. So obviously, if you're having a discount or a sale, it makes perfect sense to people why you can't offer it at a discount forever, right? I mean, it's a sale, for goodness sake. They realize you can't put it on sale forever. So that makes complete sense. If you don't want a discount, though, you can, and it works very, very well. I'll say it does work slightly better, obviously, if you take some money off sometimes, but you don't have to. But you can just add bonuses and just name the bonus package, and it works very, very well if you don't want to do a sale. Let's talk about bonuses for a second, because people get really, really hung up on bonuses. And I want to encourage you to think outside of the box. So I've done simple things like cheat sheets, where I reveal niches that I build a business around if I have more time. Cheat sheets work great. One of the things I've done too is you don't have to create the bonus. Like, say if you're in the weight loss niche, let's say, and you found this really handy dandy weight loss calculator, a weight loss app, or something like that. I'm not saying to copy it, download it, and to give it away as your own. But what I've done many times is I just fire up my Camtasia, and I say, hey, here's a great software. I did this once it was a penny linking service that I did. So, hey, I found out a place where I can get backlinks for a penny a piece. Listen to my wording. I found a place where I can get backlinks for a penny a piece. I don't want to share this with everybody because I don't want them to get swamped and me not be able to use them. But if you order this by X and X date, I'll show you where I get them. And so all I did was a little Camtasia where I showed them where I got those backlinks. Same thing you can do for software. If there's some software out there, you can say, hey, I'm going to show you where to get the software and how to set it up, right? And just open up Camtasia and say, here's the page you go. You want to download it here. Here's a few secret tweaks or tips. And I sold a lot of software like this where I say, hey, the software is great. There's a few things you need to set up and a few things you need to tweak. And I'm going to give you, I forget what I called the bonus now. I think it was like the secret tips or the secret tweaks video or something like that. And so I just say, here, once you get it, email me and I will, or put them on my list, however I'm doing the bonus. And I'll just give you the secret tips video. So you don't have to spend 40 fortnights, or a fortnight trying to put together this big bonus package. Sometimes what I will do is I will take other people's bonuses. So if I'm not promoting a product that's mine, I will take other people's bonuses and I will just highlight them better than anybody else. Any of the other people are highlighting them, right? So almost everybody, when they sell a product, has some type of bonuses. So many times what I'll do is it's kind of like the old Schlitz. They take them to the plant, show them how they do all the brewing for the beer, and the Swiss guys are like, well, everybody does it that way. Yeah, but nobody is saying how they brew the beer. If you're the first one to say it, then you're going to be ahead of the competition. So when Bob comes out with the bonding code, I'm going to be promoting that. He's going to have some bonuses in there, and I plan on doing it a proper MDMS sequence on there. And so I'm going to probably put some of his bonuses together and say, hey, when you get this, you get all of these bonuses, and I'm just going to call it out, right? And it works very, very well that way. So you don't have to be too freaked out about bonuses, but you do want to have bonus. At least one is what makes it kind of work. About the limits. Yes, this gives people all kinds of challenges. What kind of limit do I put on this thing? When you first start doing it, you're probably going to get a little bit wrong. We always start off with a limit, even though there's a time deadline, to start giving some scarcity in the beginning of the promo. So depending on your list and what you're promoting, usually a good rule of thumb to make sure we don't go over the limit is like between 5 and 10% of the list. So if you have a list of 10,000 people, 10% would be 1,000, 5% would be 500. And again, it depends on, how new and fresh your list is, if you have a good engagement rate. But you might say, what's the number? So if you're saying, hey, I'm sending this out to 10,000 people, there's only 500 spots. Is that good for you? I don't know. So you might want to dial that back a little bit, but you want to try to hit a limit that you're not actually going to reach. Again, that's probably not so helpful, but you'll have a better idea once you start running some of these MDMS. So I'd probably keep it right around the 5% level, and you'll kind of see how this plays out here in a second as we look at some actual real examples. So secret number 5 is to entertain or educate throughout the event. The best way I think I can show you is to look at the example that I gave you. About halfway through the event, it's all entertaining, but about halfway through the event, I did some more education in between. So I want the whole event to be entertaining and educational, whether somebody buys or not. That's the key thing. If they don't buy, I still want them to have a good time. I've seen all kinds of really fun promotions where like the owner's away and all of a sudden the cat is like controlling the email, which is almost so fantastically silly you wouldn't think it works, but it works very, very well. Hey, I was doing it for my cat Snuffy. It's like, hey, T-Dub went to Las Vegas this weekend, as you know. He told me it was his 18th wedding anniversary, so while he's gone, I'm going to put Girl Gets Ring on sale for $17. and just have Snuffy the cat, right? That might be too silly for some of you, but don't underestimate your market. People like fun and people like silly. At the same time there, I always want to educate as well. It doesn't have to be these big, long theses. Here's the Encyclopedia Britannica on relationships, right? Just nuggets of wisdom. Change their perspective a little bit. Again, if you look at the examples, you'll see that I threw some content and some edutainment inside of the actual promo. And secret 6, after secret number 1, secret number 6 is probably the most important, or kind of all important, but the time deadline. Good Lord, the time deadline. it never ceases to amaze me how powerful. When that time down, I usually end most of my events on a Sunday night, and it never ceases to amaze me how I'll do more sales on that Sunday night. I'll do more sales that last couple hours than any other day or any other couple hours leading up to the event. Even if I have awesome bonuses, even if I give all kinds of reasons why to get this, you know, even with awesome edutainment and awesome edutainment that I love it, that clock will bring in more sales than anything else. And we're going to go through like the emails and everything here in a second generally, but where this confuses some people, you say start out with a limit, right? Start with a limit to how many you're going to do, and then what? We're ending it with a time deadline. I don't get it. It's more important to have the time deadline if it confuses you or if it makes it easier. You can just say, hey, this is going on sale, and you can get this on sale and with all these bonuses until midnight Sunday night. But I've gotten massive bumps by including scarcity right away. And so if I look at my list and I say my list is 30,000 people big, when I say I'm going to limit this to 300, they say, ooh, that's, you know, when I say P.S., hey, I'm not trying to rush you or anything, but I'm sending this out to 30,000 people. I'm only making 300 of these bonuses available. Once it's over 300, then I'm not giving the bonus out anymore. Starting it out with a scarcity at the beginning improves my results. So the way it typically works is if the sale is going really, really well, I might mention it in the follow-on emails. I might say, hey, is this teed up again? We're running the Hill Half Frozen Over sale. I'm only going to be doing a sale or giving these bonuses out for the first 300, 150 spots are already spoken for. And that really adds to the urgency. Now, again, the reason why you don't want to hit that limit, because obviously you don't want to hit it the first day, because you want to stay authentic. And you could say, hey, 300, sorry, done deal, done, right? But you're probably leaving another 600 sales on the table. And I don't want you to ever lie to anybody, but this is why you try to pick a limit that'll be over what you think you'll sell, but also believable to them. So you don't want to say, hey, I've got a list of 500 people and I'm going to only do this for 400 people, because they're going to be like, yeah, 400 people out of 500 are not going to buy this. That's ridiculous. But the way that it works is I will stop mentioning how many actual product sales there have been. I might say, hey, this is going really well, so I'm popular. But it always rolls into the time deadline. About halfway, a few days before the time deadline, I say, hey, I'm going to need to end this on Sunday night. If I haven't mentioned the time deadline already, I'll say I need to end this on Sunday night at midnight, my time. Sometimes I'll just say Sunday midnight, or sometimes I'll say Monday morning when I wake up. Just depends, but you just want to have a fixed time and know it will end. And so you roll from the limit into the time deadline. If that's too confusing for you, you can leave out limits and all that stuff and just roll with the time deadline, just saying you're going to get a better, you will get improvement if you start out with the limit first. So while we're talking about time deadline, I also want to give you another tip that's not in the file. I don't remember how much it costs, but get a timer on your page. I use a service called Timerlay. And in fact, if you click through from the examples I have, the page is still live. I think it was a Black Friday sale, but the sale is not still going on. I just use a Timerlay. So they never actually saw that page. It was all run through Timerlay. But what Timerlay does is puts a clock. It overlays a clock on your web page. And it also makes it easy for you to end the sale, because Timerlay says, okay, what URL do you want to send them to for the sale? And then when the sale's over, what URL do you want to send them to? So you can either send them to a sales over page, or you can send them back to the full price page, what have you. But this has given a drastic bump to the conversions. You know, I've run them without Timerlay and with Timerlay. All it does is throw that clock right in their face, and it works extremely, extremely well. If you want to use limits, you can not put Timerlay on at first, or you can have Timerlay just go to a regular old page. But when you get ready to do the time deadline, if you'll use Timerlay or some kind of timing software, there's probably free stuff out there. I'm just telling you what I use. It makes it really easy. It makes it easy for my company, everybody, the employees in my company, to use it as well. They just go in there and like, hey, I need a time relay link going here. And they just get it ready for me, and it makes it super simple, and it works very effectively. So those are the 6 secrets. Let's kind of walk through how this kind of actually looks on the calendar, or how it kind of looks sequentially. I always like to, and you don't have to, but for my business and the way I do it, I like to end my promos on Sunday if I can, just because for my people, Sunday, it's known for everybody that Sunday is when most people are online. Sunday afternoon and Sunday evening is the most online time. It seems to work really, really well for me. I usually end most of my promotions Sunday at midnight. I never say if it's Central Time, Eastern Time. I just say Sunday at midnight. And of course, when I use time relay, it's always Sunday midnight my time. Email 1 can go out easily on a Monday. And you can compress these, and I don't want you guys to feel like, oh my God, if I don't get email 1 out, or if I don't get the spacing exactly right, everything's going to crash. It's not. If you get these 6 secrets I've told you in there, you can play fast and loose with a lot of this stuff here. I'm just giving you an example of the way that it rolls out. So email 1 is kind of the optional one. This is where I kind of build anticipation for the event. I don't always do this, but this works especially well if you want to convert this little NDMS sequence into a launch sequence for yourself. And it works well if you have for a warm list. I wouldn't try to run this as a launch sequence for cold traffic, but if for your own list, this works pretty well for a little launch sequence. But email 1 or the prior emails is kind of where you lead up to this. And you just start by the story behind the story. One of the pre-launches that I did, or the pre-ones that I did, this is going to sound weird if I just say it here, but it made sense in the email. I was talking about, my golden thread was ingenuity and resourcefulness. I'm like, how can I tell a story that will bring this out? Well, I was watching a 60 Minute, and they were talking about the Supermax prisons, and they had these things called the SHU, which is a super high security units. And even though they took everything away, these are like the real baddest of the bad guys. Even though they took everything away from these guys still figured out ways to communicate. And so I started out the thread with, don't be alarmed. This is what I call the opening salvo, or the opening email. Don't be alarmed as you're reading this. Somewhere there's a convicted murderer plotting his next murder, even though he's in a secure housing unit with nothing on him except his clothes, some toilet paper. And then, of course, it was longer than that. I say, when I come back the next time, I'm going to tell you how they communicate. So that kind of hooked them in. You know, my whole idea was this about how to be more resourceful. That I was launching into this. And so when I came back again, I showed them how they took their underwear and pulled out the elastic and made strings, and they would shove that underneath the door and write on the toilet paper, and they would use it as this little like web to go back and forth. But that was my golden thread and my opening salvo, which is, again, admittedly a little bit weird for this, and I was kind of, it doesn't have to be that complicated, but I'm just kind of showing you that you can talk about, like, you know, if you have a story, if you have kids make great openings. Hey, you know, something you taught your kids, a lesson about your kids, or a lesson from your childhood. So you can just run that in there, get them excited for what's coming, is what email 1 is about. Email 2, the first one, which I call the opening salvo, if you don't have the other one. Email 2 is the one that starts out, comes out, it's the glue that holds everything together. It starts with the story behind the story, or the reason for the promotion, or the reason for the event. You know, if you're doing one for the year anniversary of, you know, if you put it in your autoresponder, say, hey, it's a year anniversary and I want to do something special for you because you're special to me. It's kind of what the glue and the theme that you'll be talking about through the entire thread, right? So when I had the hell half frozen over, every time I come in and talk about another email, it was about something cold or something thawing out, right? Even if it's a relationship or a heart. So I always tied it back. That's how you kind of make it entertaining. So, you know, I might talk about, hey, it's finally warming up here in Russellville. And if you've been trying to warm up your guy or thaw out his heart, dun, 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 dun. So we always tie that back in somehow. Does that make sense? So the whole promo kind of has a theme to it. If it's snuffy taking control of my email account. We don't just abandon that 3 days into it. Snuffy's going to be writing the emails until I get back, right? So that's the theme that it starts out with. You'll also, that's where you roll in. Of course, your name bonus is going to be off of your theme, right? So if Snuffy was going to, if Snuffy was going to write that email, it might be, you know, Mom and Dad took off again. I'm going to get a little bit of revenge. I'm going to mark down his stuff. I'm going to get you give it the best deal he's ever given. Plus, I'm going to give you this bonus package. Just call it the revenge bonus pack. You leave me here with a babysitter and nasty food. We'll get back at him, right? So I'm just being silly here, but I think I might do something like that someday. But so your bonus will also be typically named off of the theme, right? So if you have a Thanksgiving promotion, which I've done, so the turkey bonus, right? I don't know what else to call it. Let's call it the turkey bonus. Works fabulously. The turkey bonus. Hell hath frozen over bonuses, right? Hell hath frozen over sale. And then you also want to explain why you're limiting your bonuses. It should come fairly naturally. The normal price is $47. I can't leave it at $17 forever. If Snuffy was writing the email, it might be, hey, he's coming back Monday morning. So when he comes back and sees this, it's all over. He's going to end it, right? So you want to have a good, valid reason why you're either stopping the sale or the bonus. You know, you can just say, hey, I've done this before. It's like I'll give out a pretty secretive niche, and we don't want everybody to know about the niche. I'll say, hey, I'm going to let 100 people in on this or 200 people in on this niche. After that, it's gone. So email 2 is kind of a long one, and it kind of sets the stage for everything. And I also call this the opening salvo, because if I send it out, it also is my first gauge on how well the promotion is going to do. So if I send it out and sales are coming in pretty well, I want to get the maximum mileage out of this promotion that I can, because it doesn't always happen that way. You're going to have your duds. I mean, you just are. And then you're going to have your ones that do average. So if I run email 2 and sales are really, really soft, I just might roll with the final notice email, which is the last one. Or I might have one short email in between just to remind them of the event, and then the final notice email, because I don't want my whole time spent up on a promotion that's not working or they're not jiving with. But if it's working well, if it's working great, guys, you got it, and your people are having fun with it, you've got to get the most mileage that you can out of it. That's why I call it the opening salvo. There's nothing to be lost if your first email doesn't work. You don't even have to mention it again, right? So hey, boss is out of town. I'm going to put this on sale. I'm going to do it for at least 300 people. If it doesn't go well, if Snuffy's writing doesn't do well, it's not going to look weird if he just never mentions it again. It's only going to look weird to us because we're used to seeing the caps on it. But if it's not going well, we can just abandon it, right? Does that make sense? If it's going mediocre, then we might throw an email 3 in there and then an email 5, right? It's going really, really well. We want to get the most mileage out of it that we can. So we'll roll into email 3. So again, it depends on how fast and heavy the sales are coming in. I kind of wait for them to taper off a little bit from email 2. Then you lay it out email number 3, and you give an entertaining and educational tidbit. You can do it in the product, or just some type of braingasm or some type of aha moment that gets them to see their situation a little bit differently. Maybe a lot of times what will happen is during a promotion, somebody will email you and they'll say thank you, and I will use that as fodder. So hey, while we're doing this, John emailed me and said he used the magic second chance letter, and his ex-girlfriend responded back. He's so happy that he did this, and I want this for you too, right? So you can serendipitously, people will write stuff to you that will really help your promotion out. News will happen sometimes that will help your promotion out. You say, hey, I just, or just anything that can happen that you can segue into that email 3. I do this a lot though. I will get, if we do bonding code, I'll get Bob's product. I'll go in there and I'll find a nugget that I think is especially helpful, and I'll just give it away. And they say, hey, I pulled this out from the bonding code. There's one that awesome tip. I pulled it out from the bonding code. If you're selling a software or something else, sometimes you can give results from the software. I used to do this with a keyword research software I did. I would just pull out some keyword research, and I would just give it to them and say, hey, as you know, we're going through this little promotion right now. I would never say promotion. We're going through, Hell Hath Frozen Over sale or whatever we're doing. And here's some of the results I pulled out from this software. It's yours free. if you would like more, go ahead and grab Micro Niche Finder, and I'll give you the cheat sheet, how to set it up, and the bonuses, and that works pretty awesome. I'll usually remind them if I'm running with a limit, I'll remind them that the limit, where we're at, so if it's going well, right? So, hey, I'm going to only do 300 of these, 100 of them are already spoken for. And then here's something that's really important. In the PS, copy and paste email number 2. We do this just about every email, because email 2 is the one that has the whole story. So you just say, hey, if you missed my first note to you, I never call my emails, I call them notes. If you missed my first note to you about this, I'm pasting it for you below. And that gives them all the details again, right? So if they're kind of reading this like, what the heck? You want to make your note kind of stand alone, but putting that PS in there and starting out with why you're doing the bonus and the limits and all that stuff, you don't want to repeat that every single time. So you just put that into the PS. So you send that one out, you get a little more flurry of sales. Again, if it's going good, if you send an email out and you sell another 50 units or 100 units, or you're doing some kind of significant revenue, do a number 4, right? And number 4, I kind of steal this saying from Frank Kern that's called stacking the cool. Dude, this is going really, really well. Let's throw another bonus in there. Let's do something else cool for them. And what's funny is I've never had a complaint that said, oh my gosh, you're emailing me again about this stupid promotion. When you say, hey, I'm adding something else in, and if you've already purchased, you're going to get this as well. I've never had anybody complain about that. And then, again, I'll remind them the bonuses are limited, or I'll roll into the time deadline. So, hey, look, I'm going to pull the plug. It's been a lot of fun, but the weather's warming up, or it's been a lot of fun. I'm going to have to wrap this up. So Sunday night, midnight, or whatever day that it is. And if it's going great and you want to extend it for a little while, you don't have to do it on Sunday night. I'm just saying that's what I like to do. So we're going to end it on Sunday, midnight, or Monday morning, or whatever day it is. And then email 5, and we'll talk a little bit, some variation on this. I send this early in the morning of the last day of the event. And this will be by far your most lucrative day of the whole event. I don't care how many bonuses you throw in or how much fun you have. That clock, there's nothing that works better than that clock. So there's some specific tips I have in this. In the subject line, use final notice, exclamation point, exclamation point. The only thing I'll change from this, from what you see written here, is sometimes I'll take the capital O and change it to a small o. Now, always does it make it stand out a little bit more, but it lowers the spam filter because it's not all in caps. Those 2 words have probably made me more money than any 2 words in the whole English language. And surprisingly, I use the same words over and over and over. It doesn't matter how many times they see final notice, it always continues the word. Then I usually start out the email with stopping by to give you a courtesy notice. Doesn't that sound nice? It's courtesy notice, right? Stopping by to give you a courtesy notice that I have to end this, whatever their name bonus is, or name discount or sale, at midnight tonight. And I usually give the reason why, again, because I have to have my assistant send out the bonuses at one time, or whatever that reason is. Then I recap the bonus or bonuses and why they need it and how they get it. I repeat the time deadline, and again, paste email 2 in the PS. So I've done a few variations, and these, you could say these are aggressive variations, but when something's working and people are having a good time, I believe, and if a product's going to help them, I believe in getting it into as many hands as possible. Girl Gets Ring, just to use an example, is a fantastic product, and it solves a really big problem for women. And if I can get it into their hands, I know, and get them to use it, I know it's going to have an impact on their life. I guess maybe I am trying to sell you on being assertive, but if you have a good product and people are having fun with it, here's what I would recommend. You're cool with it. Here's what I would recommend. I've been sending out 2 emails on the last day, and you'll see in the Hell Half Frozen Over how I've done that. But what I will do is in the morning, the word notice works really, really well. So in the morning, if like the motion's going to end at midnight, I can schedule that first email to go out at 6 a.m. in the morning, and that's 18 hours away from midnight, right? So I'll say 18-hour notice and pretty much follow this final notice email here. And then 6 hours before midnight, I have it scheduled out to do the final notice. Always, always, always have a final notice. If you're not going to use the 18-hour notice, that's cool, but always end it with a final notice. Again, those 2 words Those 2 words probably made more money than anything in my business. Actual 2 words. Time deadline, is the concept behind it, but the final notice has probably made me more than anything else. Let's talk about mini sequences, because you don't have to run this full-blown sequence every time. You can do 24-hour sales, you can do 48-hour sales, you can do 24-hour bonuses, 48-hour bonuses. Most important emails are obviously 2 and 5. You can run a 2-prong, hey, here's a big sale we're having, and then do the final notice, right? You can definitely do that. Will you get the same amount of fun and engagement and education and all that stuff? Absolutely not. But you can do that. So I don't want you to feel like, oh my gosh, what am I going to do? I don't have a whole week. You can crunch these emails together too. You can do one every day. You can space them out a little bit farther if you want to. People get really, I notice that when I help people that they get really panicky about what actual day they're going out. The big thing is just have an ending date. You can do, you can make this stretch out 2 weeks if you want to, or you can compact it into 2 days. It's all up to you. I just find a week works pretty good for me. If something is working well and my people are having a good time, I'm getting a great response, I want to get maximum value for everybody out of that. So let me add this extra bonus in here too. So in between these days, if the promo is going fair to middling to really good, if you email 1 on Monday, email 2 on Tuesday, let's say you weren't planning on mailing Wednesday or Thursday, mail to unopens. If you have that ability, mail to unopens. I crap you not. If you're not using unopens, you're leaving 50%-ish, right around 50%-ish of your money on the table. Because every time, if I send out an email and I make $3,000, if I run to the unopens again, I'll make almost half to the penny. It could be like 40-ish to 60-ish%, but I'll make just by changing the headline a little bit. Or sometimes I'll get lazy and say, I'll just add a little thing in front of the headline, which we'll talk about here in a minute. So if I send out the 4 words every man is dying to hear, if that was the email, I might just put in front of it, I might put FYI, 4 words. That's all I change. Sometimes I'll change the actual subject line too, but by doing that, it's uncanny. Almost, if I make $2,000 off an email, I'll make $1,000 sending the unopened. If it's going really, really well, and you've got the time, you can send to the unopens again. So if I make $2,000 off the original email, I'll make $1,000 off the unopens, and if I mail the unopens of the unopens, I'll make another $500. If I'm doing a promo where I'm mailing just about every day, I will mail the new content. So if I say, hey, I've done this promo before, something similar, I think it's going to go really, really well. And if I send out email 2 and it just blows it off the roof. So say I send out email 2 at 6 in the morning. By the way, I send out most of my stuff in the morning. It queues up automatically. That way I don't have to rush and I can do some other stuff. But it queues up in the morning at 6 a.m. And if sales are just going wildfire, I'll take that evening and I'll send the unopened, especially if I'm planning on mailing the next day. I'll send the unopens from that morning. So I'm actually mailing twice that day, but mailing to people that didn't open. So like if it just crushes, I'm like, ooh, I got a winner on my hands. And now I'm gonna add more bonuses. I'm gonna mail, very, very often on this promo. And so I'll mail in the morning, send unopens in the evening. So let's just go some questions that I typically get. And I'll just recover these because this is what confuses people the most. So you start out with a number limit and then switch to a time limit. What gives with that? Okay, I'll talk about that a little bit. Yes, if you want, you don't have to do the number limit, but it does add more urgency to the beginning. So if I'm going to do both, you don't have to like say, oh my gosh, I screwed this up. If you get those 6 things in there, or one number 1 and number 6, you're going to do really, really well. But yeah, so I would just say if it's a bonus that I think it's going to do particularly well, say, hey, I'm mailing this out to 30,000 people. I'm only going to give out 200 of the bonuses. Or, at some point I just have to end it. But I usually don't give like a time deadline. I don't give it a week away because people are like, a week away is no big deal, right? But then I'll usually stop talking about how many sales there were. So, hey, I'm only giving 200 of these and we're already up to 120. I'll usually do that somewhere midway in the promotion and I'll roll over to the time deadline, because that works much more powerful. As it gets closer and closer, it works more powerful. Do you have actual sequences I could use? Yes, I've included inside of the membership site. You should have actual sequences, or your boss should, or your employer should have the exact sequence examples that you can use. So I wanted to give some credit here where credit was due. How do you develop your $1 million sequence? I do want to give some credit to Jeff Walker and Frank Kern. Jeff Walker, the product launch formula, was really one that made me open my eyes to event-based marketing. Frank Kern had the 4-day cash machine. The trouble with those is like what I usually do is like nothing seemed to be perfect for me, and I really developed this to, at the time I didn't have any products of my own. So I was like, man, that's really great if you own a product, but how do you do it as an affiliate? So I created this as a way to give myself some more flexibility, because I couldn't discount their product and I couldn't do stuff. So I did it by adding bonuses. And it worked out really, really well as I started having products, because you don't always want to discount your product. It does work better if you discount it, but you don't always want to discount your product. You just want to throw in some new bonuses there. So that's kind of why I tweaked this and added the golden thread, which is something they didn't really teach, and I found that it makes a huge difference. Adding that thread makes it more fun if you keep it to the same theme. And so next time you do the promotion, works amazingly well. Does this work outside of the internet marketing niche? Absolutely. I've used this in lots of different markets. As a matter of fact, another Mojo guy, he doesn't come in very often, but he actually uses this sequence in Facebook for his, he actually just sold the company. He did so well with it, but he had a yoga equipment company, and he used this very formula to sell yoga mats and just various different physical products. So it works in every industry. Time deadline always works. You put a time deadline up against somebody, it's going to work. If you make something fun, you're going to sell more stuff by being fun. I do have some people that get kind of stodgy and they're like, oh, my people, they're so serious. This will never work, but people aren't as serious as you might think, and people want to have fun. So if you want to keep on boring them, that's awesome, but you're not going to make as many sales. Another question I get is, how often can I run this type of sequence? So I think it varies depending on your people. I know people hate that thought. It varies. Just give me the exact answer. I find I can run it once a month, but it gets a little bit much for me, especially I have several lists. If you only have one list, I would start out by trying it every other month. You can actually tweak this to, if you have like a membership that you normally sell for $97 a month, what you might do is do NDMS for a trial. Matt does this quite often and quite well, but he'll do NDMS promo for a trial offer. So he says, hey, normally it's $97. Just come in and get it for $97, but until Sunday midnight, I'm going to let you try it for $1. That works well. So you just want to change it up. You're going to probably do it more than every other month. Again, if you're adding lots of people to your list very, very quickly, you could probably run a little more often. The more frequently you run it, the harder you need to work to make it frickin' fun and awesome. So, you can do like the normal sales, Black Friday sales, Valentine's. You can add some other stuff in there. All these people are geared to these type of sales. So if you're doing sales or doing special bonuses, I did one, it was a long time ago. I did one when the tax man came. He just slaughtered me. So I emailed my list and said, oh my gosh, it's when I was starting to really start doing well. Tax man just slaughtered me. And I said, well, my accountant I kind of blamed it on my accountant, not my bad bookkeeping, right? My accountant just nailed me and told me I got this big tax bill. So I said, I think I called it the kick me when I'm down sale. But kick me when I'm down. I'm down, just kick me when I'm down. I'll give you this bonus. And it worked out. I don't remember all the details, but it worked out pretty well. And I don't know if I'd run a lot of those kind of the self-interest type of things. We've done some. Ben, at one point, he had a big leak in a shower or something. So we had a big help me fix my shower. We just did 10 spots and a $500 1 month coaching club. So you say, we're going to open up, we don't normally do this. We don't normally do one-on-one coaching. Ben's got a cash need, so we're going to open up 10 spots for $500. And we opened that up. He sold them right away. That was really amazing. I'm just trying to get you guys to expand what you can do with this. And if you just understand the principles of making it fun and making it an event so much easier. When you run a webinar, you know, some of the biggest bumps you can get out of running webinars is turn the webinar into an event. I could probably make a whole business right now if I wanted to, all these people doing webinars, and they're leaving half of the money on the table. They run the webinar, they give a little, hey, if you missed the webinar, here's the replay, and they leave it at that. There's so much more money on the table after they run the webinar. It's just ridiculous. And depending if they're selling high ticket stuff, if you just take this and say, hey, so you run the webinar, right? You get them all excited about the webinar, then you run the webinar, you want the webinar to end like on a Thursday night or a Wednesday night. Again, don't be all freaked out about the days, but if you're going to end it on Sunday, right? So then you put the replay up and you say, hey, I'm only going to put the replay up until Sunday night at midnight, and I'm going to take it down. And of course, if you want to have a reason why, depends on where you're hosting it. If you'll notice, I'm not hosting it on YouTube. I'm paying for all the bandwidth, or just because I want to take it down. I don't want to leave it there. You know, I want to reward people that have taken the time to go see it, but I'm going to pull it down at Sunday midnight. Same principles apply as the promo. It's like you're going to make a lot of sales Sunday night. You're going to get most of the readership and most of the viewership on Sunday night. So take this and have your people, or you expand on it too. Again, it works great for launches to your list. If you want to do a pre-sale launch, you know, I do my pre-sale launches. I like to pre-sale stuff before I go. I'm going to be careful of my language here. Before I go to the wall with things, you know, I like to make sure something's going to work, right, before I do that. So this works really, really well to say, hey, I'm starting a new program that's going to help you X and do X by X amount of time without X, and I'm opening it up for charter members. So I'm only going to take 50 members or 100 members or whatever that might be at a special price or a special whatever it is. And that gets all the people that like to try new stuff coming in and that like to be guinea pigs, and it takes some pressure off of you. But yeah, so if you do the first email and you sign up 20, that's pretty good. I'll probably end up signing up my 100 by the end. When Kim did her $108,000 launch for her $1,000 program, actually, that 108 didn't all come from that, but I think the first day of the promo, we'd only done like 10 or 12, right? But by the end of the promo, by the end of the 7 days, we threw in payment programs and stuff like that. She got her 100 people she wanted into the charter program. That was just starting out. That was her charter program. Just kind of give you some flexibility there. I really want to do this training for you because, it's one thing to see things on paper. It's another thing to have somebody explain it to you.